Chapter 101 Chapter 99 Mutated Yellow Spring. Yitan's scimitar, like a boomerang, flew towards the photon wearing. Yitan is a strengthened person. That power has 10 oxen power and is extremely terrifying. The scimitar thrown out is like a sickle of death. Everyone who passed by was cut flat by Yitan's scimitar, spewed blood and fell to the ground. Photon turned his head to see the sparkling scimitar and almost fell to the ground. But at this moment two thoughts flashed directly in his mind, directly letting him crash. Why not fall to the ground? Why didn't you just stand where you were? These two thoughts directly caused countless photons that killed people to be stunned. Fuck Nima. Photon murmured desperately. Puff. The bold brain was directly lifted by the scimitar to open the sky spirit cover, directly spraying out the brain plasma. There is no way, when people are most anxious, their brains will become a mess and crash directly. Seeing that the photon boss was lifted by the group of demons, he ran faster than the other, and that speed simply used the energy of feeding. Seeing a group of crazy deserters, Yitan didn't chase them. After cutting for so long, even if he chopped watermelons, he was very tired. So Yitan continued to take the soldiers to Huangquan territory. The distance between Huangquan territory and Yitan is not too far. But there is a distance. In the monitoring room, Li Song and the others were staring dumbfounded. Everything that Yitan did in the death jail was directly transmitted to the upper level. And even the upper level was shocked by Yitan's madness, was also surprised by this powerful fighter. One of the fighters that Yitan followed was equivalent to the existence of the king of soldiers. What about the thousands of people on death row? How about 10,000 soldiers on the 4 islands? Yitan, what kind of person are you? The executives were shocked, and Li Song was collapsing. I don't know that in the past, Yitan didn't need his protection at all. And a warrior inside was much stronger than him. Li Song curled his mouth, looking helplessly at Yitan's wang in the video screen. And Yitan had already reached the position of Huangquan slowly. The base camp of Huangquan is also a small town. But this small town is very densely built, with one floor covering one floor. It is difficult to find someone if you want to go in and find someone. From this point of view, Huangquan must not be simple. Fuck. The boss is crazy. Run away. At this moment, countless panic sounds came directly from the town. Yitan's eyes were cold, thinking it was Huangquan's plan, but seeing a group of people holding nothing in their hands, they ran out frantically like they had seen a ghost. Behind, there is an ugly giant with a height of 2 meters. The whole person is transformed, just like the tyrant in Resident Evil. Yitan's eyes condensed. Isn't this giant Huangquan? Honglong showed him the photo, but he didn't expect it to be like this. Yitan continued to look at it. With that huge machete in his hand, he would cut it off when he saw someone. Only when he knew it was mashed, he would continue to look for the next target. Boss, I'm the second baby. Don't you remember me? We went to death row on the same day. A man with a disheveled hair looked at the ugly giant in terror, kicking his legs back and wailing loudly. But the ugly giant didn't seem to hear any sound, as if he had fallen into a spell. No matter who it was, he cut it straight down. No. The man let out a heartbreaking scream at the last minute. Puff. The ugly giant is holding a knife, and the speed in his hand is fast. Swipe. The man directly became a pool of fleshy mud, and even his blood was thickened by the speed of the knife. Vomit. Many people vomit directly while watching from a distance, even bitter gall. Let's go. The boss is crazy, we can't suppress him at all. Someone in the crowd yelled, and ran directly to the distance. The few people present also followed. And Yitan looked at him, and he felt that the giant in front of him was very familiar, not familiar, but in this form, a genetic human being studied from the underground base Sun Country around the base. But I heard from Huangquan's subordinates that Huangquan should have been transformed slowly. How could this be so? After the giant Huangquan had cut a person, he suddenly turned his head and stared at Yitan fiercely. The crazy killing intent in his eyes made Yitan feel awkward. The giant Huangquan drew a giant knife from the ground, ready to run towards Yitan. But Yi Tan suddenly saw a shiny spar on Huang Quan's neck. That's. Yi Tan was overjoyed. That's right, it was the energy stone, which contained a lot of cosmic energy and rays. He didn't expect Huang Quan to absorb the energy inside and directly produce abnormal changes. Yi Tan understood instantly. The desire for that energy stone suddenly came here. Isn't it just for this thing? Kill. Take back the energy stone. Yi Tan said solemnly. The soldiers stomped their right foot abruptly, obeyed, and rushed towards the giant Huang Quan. When the giant Huang Quan saw the soldiers rushing, he didn't have a trace of fear, and he licked his tongue bloodthirsty. Boom! In an instant, a soldier who had just approached the giant Huang Quan was suddenly flew backwards and retreated. Yi Tan's eyes suddenly startled. He thought that in this world, there is only the strength of capitalists, but he didn't expect this to exist. And that weak solar country is secretly experimenting with such mutant creatures, let alone other big countries. This time the matter is completed. Honglong must be investigated, or else this kind of thing will happen again in the future. Kill. Yi Tan's bloodthirsty order arrived. The group of soldiers who kept surrounding Huang Quan stomped their right foot and obeyed. Toward the yellow spring giant is to chop off. Puff. The soldiers' scimitars cut directly into the roots of Huang Quan giant's thighs, but the rotten thighs allowed the sharp scimitars to enter a little bit and couldn't go deep. Yi Tan was a little surprised in his heart. He didn't expect this mutant Huang Quan to be so powerful. This is simply breaking through human limits. But Li Song and others in the monitoring room almost didn't scream when they saw Huang Quan like a monster. This shouldn't be here. How could this be? Li Song roared in shock. The news was immediately passed on. I was shocked when I received the news above. This mutant human has always been a biochemical man in secret research from various countries. This kind of project belongs to the SSS level. I did not expect this to appear in the death row. It seems that someone must be arranging behind this. With all this, check. P.S. I'm sorry everyone, Da Hai is here. I am mainly busy today, and I went shopping for Chinese New Year clothes. There is no time to code. I will go back tomorrow and update it. I will definitely give you more violence. Chapter 102. Chapter 100. Yi Tan's Fury. Yi Danlin looked at the mutated Huang Quan, but his body did not move, because he saw that the giant Huang Quan lost human thinking and humanity, but still had a little wisdom. At least Huang Quan knew that Yi Tan, who stood in the distance, was the most powerful. As a beast, he only knew the most powerful and threatening existence. Roar! Giant Huang Quan hammered his chest with both hands, and roared sharply. It shocked the entire underground death row. This death jail is made of steel perfusion, and the sound it makes is a natural buzzing echo inside. Huang Quan's subordinates, who were escaping in the distance, were almost bleeding from the sound. The soldiers who were close to Huang Quan just shook their whole body without a trace of discomfort. Although the giant Huang Quan has great strength and a hard body, his movements are very stiff, and there is no way to deal with the soldiers of the King of Soldiers. The soldiers' movements were so flexible that the giant Huang Quan couldn't grasp it at all. And just when Yi Tan was about to let the soldiers take the giant Huang Quan to death, the giant Huang Quan fiercely revolved around his whole body, and his steel-like fist fiercely turned the surrounding soldiers. Puff! The soldiers vomited blood and fell to the ground instantly. And Huang Quan's eyes glowed with cold and gloomy light, and his feet slammed into Yi Tan like a shock wave. Yi Tanmeng's eyes shrank, and he hurriedly raised his scimitars, blocking them in front of him. Throat. A crisp and loud weapon collision sounded in this prison. The sound is sharp, tearing everyone's ears, producing huge tinnitus. The soldiers lay on the ground, covering their ears, with crazy expressions in their eyes. But Yi Tan had a look of anger, firmly blocking those iron fists. And Yi Tan's ears had already shed a lot of black blood. Kill! Yi Tan roared with a fierce expression. In ancient times, the morale of soldiers was the most important. On the battlefield, roaring would stimulate more potential. And Yi Tan is like that. Seeing Yi Tan's hands fiercely hard, the scimitar brushed towards the giant Huang Quan's wrist. The speed is extremely fast, and the path of the scimitar can be seen with the naked eye. Boom! The sharp blade of the scimitar only saw the giant's wrist step by step, and couldn't cut in at all. Steel jersey. Yi Tan kept resisting the crazy attack of the giant Huang Quan, while shouting at the soldier who was trying to get up. Yi Tan's roar suddenly aroused the hearts of all the soldiers. The wrath of the master is bloody. Kill. There was only one warrior with a big backpack drumming up something, while the other warriors screamed and rushed to the giant Huang Quan crazy. They have a mortal heart, and they have to delay the master for a while. Master, here we come. The sound of more than a dozen soldiers roaring in the distance shocked Yi Tan's heart, and his eyes were complicated to look at the soldiers who rushed for life. Dead. The soldiers separated several people and firmly hugged the two thighs of the giant Huang Quan, while the other soldiers lay on Huang Quan, holding sharp daggers and jabbing them frantically. Roar! The giant Huang Quan was unable to move because of the madness of the soldiers. His whole power was imprisoned by them, and he couldn't move at all. Roar! The giant Huang Quan was violent, and the exposed fangs bit towards the head of the warrior who was poking frantically. Master, go! Remember to avenge us. Then the soldiers under the big mouth of the blood basin let out the final roar. Crack! Their warrior's head and his back were directly bitten off. The exposed red and white flesh and blood stimulated the giant Huang Quan, making him even more crazy. Master, take care. The other fighters directly pulled the high-explosive grenade from their waist. Yi Tan rushed towards the only remaining soldier, while staring at the dead soldiers. What? Yi Tan Yangshan screamed. His eyes were crazy. His voice was angry. He was alone for 2 lives. That kind of lonely life is not something ordinary people can understand. No one cares. No one wants to be a brother, and no one wants to be his brother. But today, someone was willing to die for him, even though they were clones. They really killed Yi Tan. This made Yi Tan's heart hard to calm down. He just wanted to tear the giant Huang Quan to pieces. Boom! The dozen or so high explosive grenades exploded, and the entire death cell shook in an instant, and countless dust fell directly. The explosion area was filled with dust, making it difficult to see the situation inside. And everyone in the monitoring room was deeply shocked by this scene. Especially the soldiers went to die for Yi Tan, which was simply too unacceptable in the heart. Does modern people still have this kind of loyalty? And the 3,000 red police soldiers waiting on the ground suddenly began to panic. With such a large group of people, the reporters have long been broadcasting live from a distance. They don't know where it is, but in order to get the first news about Yi Tan, they are already close to crazy. When Yi Tan drove here, these reporters rushed to hear the wind. What's wrong? Look! What happened to Yi Tan's bodyguard team? Why is it a little restless? Could it be that what happened to Yi Tan? It was the reporter who died in the 4 islands last time. His charm directly conquered all the Chinese people. For nothing else, he dared to curse other countries. Kill. Suddenly the 3,000 soldiers screamed up to the sky, frightening everyone around them backwards. Shocked. What the hell is going on? Why are those soldiers shouting to kill? People are wondering in their hearts. Look! The soldiers moved. A fat man shouted in the crowd. Everyone looked. That's right, the 3,000 soldiers were actually gathering, as if they were going to desperately enter the military base. Everyone was dumbfounded, not knowing what happened. While in the death row, Li Song from the monitoring room directly reported the situation to the above, and directly sent a large number of soldiers to support it, and also sent those mutation researchers to come together to prepare to eliminate this mutation Yellow Spring. And Yi Tan's in the death jail had already come to the side of the surviving soldier. To enter the base, the Red Dragon gave Yi Tan the armor of an armored vehicle. When it was disassembled, it was the same size as the password box and could be folded freely. It's exactly the same as in the Iron Man movie. Yi Tan's physical constitution is high. Putting on this Iron Man suit, he will be even more mighty, and mutant Huang Quan is a level. Just when Yi Tan turned his back to the soldier, wearing a battle suit, suddenly there was a very expectant voice on his back. Master. I can't accompany you to watch the growth of the Empire. If possible, I am willing to die for you one after another. 10,000 times. You will always be my master. Yi Tan's eyes narrowed. This. Yi Tan turned his head and saw that the whole body that was bombed was an anxious giant Huang Quan with blue smoke, and he actually held the head of the only remaining soldier in his hand. Fuck him dead. Chapter 103. Chapter 101. The master is angry. The floating corpse is thousands of miles. Kill, kill, kill. Yi Tan saw the giant Huang Quan holding their warrior's head in his hand, and his scalp exploded suddenly. His endless anger soared in distress. Yi Tan's eyeballs were bloodshot, and he roared towards Huang Quan, "Me to death!" Crack. As Yi Tan's voice fell, layers of machinery suddenly appeared in the password box under his feet, just like in Iron Man, directly attached to Yi Tan. Yi Tan wore a cold helmet with a virtual screen inside, directly scanning the speed, attack power, and weaknesses of that Huang Quan. When the giant Huang Quan saw Yi Tan suddenly transform into Iron Man, he was taken aback. While waiting in the monitoring room, seeing the scene of Yi Tan wearing the Iron Man, he almost stared out. This steel suit is simply super tech. And Yi Tan in the helmet, with scarlet eyes, staring at Huang Quan. Kill. Yi Tan roared, and flames spurted out of his feet, rushing towards Huang Quan extremely fast. Boom. Huang Quan's big hand immediately resisted Yi Tan's iron fist and held it firmly in his hand. Yi Tan's eyes sank. The steel suit is powerful, but steel cannot resist this kind of mutation. The arm of the steel suit was clicked by the giant Huang Quan. Yi Tan's eyes flashed crazily, and the palm of his hand that was grasped by Huang Quan suddenly ejected a strong flame toward Huang Quan. Raw. The scorched yellow spring that was originally burned, and the black flesh that was sprayed by Yi Tan's flames directly became black charcoal. The physical pain directly caused Huang Quan to roar up to the sky. Huang Quan's roar was heard throughout the death cell. With such a big movement, the entire death row criminals knew about them, and they all went into hiding. They were the most terrifying murderers, but compared to Huang Quan, it was a crime and a beast. Boom. The huge pain caused Huang Quan to let go, but the moment Huang Quan let go, he severely hammered Yi Tan's steel suit on the chest. His chest collapsed in an instant, and Yi Tan received such a strong blow, spraying blood directly, and sprinkling it on the steel suit. Yi Tan stood up hard, the bloodshot eyes were thick, and the whole person began to go crazy. The suppressed murderous aura in his heart became stronger and stronger. Just when Yi Tan had stood still, Huang Quan didn't know when he had already approached him, and he buckled a paw towards Yi Tan's shoulder. Time. The sound of piercing metal being struck by sharp objects sounded in death jail. What? The iron armor on Yi Tan's shoulder was directly torn to pieces by Huang Quan, and the red and white bones on that shoulder were directly exposed. Yi Tan endured the pain. His ferocious heart was cruel. Die. Yi Tan turned his fists into palms and poked at the eyes of the giant Huang Quan. Puff. Yi Tan's iron palm directly inserted into the two eyes of the giant Huang Quan. Failed to go deep. Ah! Giant Huang Quan suddenly patted Yi Tan's arm with both hands. Crack. The strong force instantly beat Yi Tan's arms into a V shape. Yi Tan took a breath and slammed backwards. However, the giant Huang Quan had no eyes, like a headless fly, turning and hammering like crazy. Ha 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 ha, ha ha ha. Yi Tan clutched his V-shaped arm and smiled wildly. Without eyes, you can still do something. You should kill. 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 The last two suns continued to circulate throughout the death jail, causing all the criminals in the death jail to blast their scalps. This voice, like an ancient emperor, cannot be violated. On the death row, the 3,000 soldiers seemed to sense the master's anger and killing intent. Suddenly kicked his right foot uniformly, and roared up to the sky. Kill, kill, kill. The voice was like an army of thousands of horses, and the air of killing Xiao, so that all the soldiers in the entire base burst into scalp. It's terrible. This is like a demon. Even the Huexia reporter was stunned, as were the onlookers behind. They were shocked and speechless. Today is too abnormal. Just when they were blinded, the 3,000 soldiers moved. Kill, kill, kill. The 3,000 soldiers shouted in unison, and went directly to the base underground. The guards didn't dare to move, not knowing whether they received the order from above or was shocked by the murderous intent of the soldiers. When Li Song received the news that the army was stationed on the base, he was fiercely troubled. A dozen soldiers desperately defended Yitan. How about these 3,000? Will death row still exist? Before Li Song could react, 3,000 soldiers have come to the heavy iron gate. Kill. As the right foot of the soldier in front stomped, the soldiers behind were also shocked and stomped. Open the door and let them in, Li Song shouted in the monitoring room. He had to do this. These 3,000 fighters seemed to be in a magical disease. They could sense the danger of Yitan. Seeing their violent aura, they simply did not open the door and destroyed the entire underground base. The rhythm. Upon receiving Li Song's order, the armed soldiers guarding the gate hurriedly pressed the code lock and opened the gate to let the group of soldiers in. As soon as the door was opened, there was roaring roar from inside. Everyone looked at it and saw everyone in the death jail rushing out like a ghost. If you encounter armed fighters, fight back at best. However, what they met was the angry red police soldiers. Kill. Puff. What? In an instant, the grey-white door was directly soaked with blood. The 3,000 warriors crowded the door. Seeing a criminal is killing. Killing is cruel. No one on the ground is a complete body. There are intestines, brains, flesh and blood, red and white bones everywhere. Even under the feet of 3,000 soldiers, it is possible to step on a few eyeballs. The armed soldiers who were covered in blood were already stupid, shocked by the sudden bloody scenes before them. Does this demon need to be so cruel? Kill, kill, kill. The 3,000 warriors didn't care about blood or not. They kept repeating the words of killing, and the murderous aura on their bodies was as strong as a god of death. The convicts on the death row at the door saw the brutal killings of these 3,000 soldiers, and they almost frightened their guts and ran back with their legs. Without the criminals blocking the way, the 3,000 soldiers quickly entered the death row. Entering the death jail, 3,000 soldiers braved a murderous attitude and rushed towards Yitan's location frantically. As long as the living people encountered on the road were all broken into pieces. The master is angry, floating corpses thousands of miles. Kill, kill, kill. Chapter 104. Chapter 102. Furious Yitan. The dull sound of killing shook to death everywhere. All the prisoners in the death row were pale. They already knew that a mutant human appeared to the west, as well as a ferocious Iron Man. But they didn't expect that another 3,000 demons rushed in. This is a real demonic, and he kills people when he sees them, without mercy. From the door to the west, all the corpses and limbs were scattered on the ground. The blood soaked the grey ground into black and red. 3,000 soldiers Xiaosha rushed to the west, and Yitan in the west. I was struggling with the giant Huang Quan who lost his eyes with one punch and one punch. Yitan roared, grabbing Huang Quan's thick arm, and violently broke it in the opposite direction, trying to break his arm. But the giant Huang Quan seemed to feel something and slammed a fist towards Yitan. Boom! The power system in the steel suit directly blocked the fist of the giant Huang Quan. The shock made Yitan almost vomiting blood. Dead. Yitan leapt suddenly, and hugged the giant Huang Quan's head with both hands. His legs clamped Huang Quan's waist fiercely, and then the movement of Yitan's hands did not stop, and he tore outwards towards his open eye wound. Go with roar. The giant Huang Quan hammered in pain, and happened to hammer on Yitan's back, constantly making dull hum. Yitan endured a headache. The eyes of the steel helmet flashed red. The small reactor in Yitan's chest was spinning frantically, and the arm of the steel suit was also greatly increased in motivation, slowly breaking the open eye wound. The yellow pus and blood spluttered straight, and the steel suit was splashed with yellow pus and blood everywhere. The yellow pus and blood seemed to have a corrosive effect, and the steel suit was braving the smoke. But this weak corroding blood couldn't help Yitan inside. The crazy color in Yitan's eyes is even more exuberant. Thinking of coming here to get the energy stone, I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing. It was a beeping dog. Could it be that I was the reincarnated unlucky ghost? When Yitan was complaining in his heart, suddenly, His eyes lit up suddenly. "What are you doing here? Isn't it just for the power stone? Now that the energy stone is close at hand, why take it away?" In addition, that Huang Quan became more and more fierce in the war. Is it not related to the energy stone? The energy stone contains energy. It is very huge. Thinking of this, Yi Tan seemed to understand something, and it was not too late to understand. But everyone in the monitoring room didn't know that Yi Tan had found a solution. In their eyes, Yi Tan was already in the mouth, and could not hold on for a few minutes. "Hurry up!" Li Song stood in front of countless videos watching one of them and shouted anxiously. In that small video screen, it was 3,000 red police soldiers who were rushing in the direction of Yi Tan frantically. "Sir, there is a situation," a monitoring officer yelled anxiously while sitting in a chair. Li Song and the others hurried over, seeing that the giant yellow spring was already crazy. Constantly using sharp claws to button the steel suit. The steel suit could not withstand this terrifying force, and a lot of flesh and blood had been exposed. Li Song's whole body trembled. Isn't Yi Tan's flesh and blood? Is it really necessary? At this moment, the 3,000 soldiers finally arrived. As soon as the 3,000 warriors arrived on the battlefield, they saw the giant of Huang Quan clutching Yi Tan's back crazily. Suddenly, the eyes of the 3,000 warriors were red, and after using all of their milk, they roared at the giant Huang Quan. "Hurt me to dominate, kill." The killing sound suddenly awakened Yi Tan, who was about to be dizzy. "Come." Yi Tan's eyes flashed with responsibility. After the 3,000 warriors roared, they attracted the giant Huang Quan at once, and the movements on his hands instantly became lighter. Without ease, he immediately listened carefully to the voice of the 3,000 soldiers. Boom! 3,000 warriors stomped their feet abruptly, and rushed towards the giant of Huang Quan in swarms like a clone of Naruto. The overlord is still on the giant Huang Quan, and he can't fire a gun at all, but he has to employ people, because all of this is for dominance. Yi Tan used his left light to see the rushing soldier. His heart moved suddenly, and the strength in his hand increased sharply. But the giant Huang Quan has been messed up, and there are messy sounds everywhere, and he has lost his important goal all at once. Countless scimitars slashed on the giant Huang Quan. Although the giant Huang Quan was besieged by others, his strength was not something the soldiers could resist. Crack! Before a soldier could escape, his lower body was directly trampled into mud by the giant Huang Quan. But the soldier with only half of his body did not give up and kept cutting. But Yi Tan felt angry when he saw the soldiers die so desperately. Crack! Yi Tan narrowed his eyes and went in. That's right, the eye skull of the giant Huang Quan has been punctured by Yi Tan. The giant Huang Quan seemed to feel the breath of death, hammering frantically, and his low forehead suddenly lifted a lot. Yi Tan's eyes lit up. That's right, under the giant Huang Quan's chin, there really is a yellow bright energy stone, which is being blocked by some carrion. If you don't look carefully, you really can't see it. Die. Yi Tan slammed the giant Huang Quan's chin with a fist, and suddenly raised his head. It's now. Yi Tan snapped his hand to Huang Quan's chin, grabbed the energy-releasing stone, and yanked fiercely. Ho 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 ho! The giant Huang Quan screamed and screamed. His voice was very miserable, like a hell demon. The sharpness of the voice caused many people in the entire death cell to explode, becoming the existence of blood fog, because the voice of the giant Huang Quan contains strong brain waves, which can directly destroy the heads of unsteady people and explode directly. The giant Huang Quan didn't have the energy stone, and Yi Tan could feel his strength weakened a lot in an instant. Boom! Yi Tan stabbed the giant Huang Quan's stomach with a palm. Shit! In an instant, the belly of the giant Huang Quan was torn apart by Yi Tan, and the yellow pus and blood flowed directly to the ground. The place is sturdy and long. Fiercely, Yi Tan roared. That voice was angry, making all the fighters go crazy, but they didn't move. They all retreated. Now it belongs to the battlefield of the master. Puff! Yi Tan grabbed the giant Huang Quan's arm abruptly, and the yellow blood was sprayed out like a fountain, with yellow pus and blood everywhere. Chapter 105 Chapter 103 anti-gravity sports car will be born. Yi Tan is already close to madness. His only thought now is to tear Huang Kun apart. At the moment when he got the energy stone, the giant of Huang Kun was instantly weakened, and Yi Tan easily tore his belly and twisted his arm. Everyone in the monitoring room was stunned by the sudden outbreak of Yi Tan. What's wrong? Li Song looked at the outbreak of Yi Tan, curling his neck and asked puzzledly. The people around were also puzzled, looking blank. Since 3,000 warriors came to the battlefield, Yi Tan broke out, and he was able to easily tear open the extremely ferocious Yellow Spring giant. No, it's not true. Li Song and the warden's eyes were shining brightly, and of course he could see some doorways. It was not that Yi Tan burst out suddenly, but that giant Huang Kun seemed to be weakened. And the source of all this seems to be that Yi Tan took a stone from Huang Quan's jaw. That stone. Li Song's eyes were complicated, and he passed these extremely important news directly. The last time the director of SHIELD used such a stone to almost survive Pearl Harbor, he was blamed for his arrogance, which made Yi Tan's subordinates excited and directly destroyed Pearl Harbor. And this matter is all that the United States has made on its own and cannot blame anyone. However, that energy stone seemed to be extremely attractive to Yi Tan, otherwise why would Yi Tan come here not far away? The Huaxiu executives immediately launched an investigation for this energy stone. They used to think that the energy stone just contained a lot of energy, but the external structure was so strong that it could not absorb the energy inside, and many countries simply lost their enthusiasm for this energy stone. Yi Tan was still angry at this time and didn't realize that the eyes of all countries had already noticed the energy stone. Puff! Yi Tan's palm fiercely inserted into the giant Huang Kun's neck, and the thick yellow blood was directly squeezed out. And these have not been played yet. I saw the palm inserted into my neck and turned fiercely. I didn't know what kind of organ to grasp, which seemed to be the respiratory organ, and pulled out fiercely. Roar! The giant Huang Kun roared with the wind leaking. His voice sounded like a blast. Yi Tan's palm inserted again from the giant Huang Kun's neck. This time he was no longer pulling things, but the palm of his hand was inserted towards the giant Huang Kun's brain. Dead. Yi Tan's eyes were full of blood red, and the palm of his hand suddenly pierced the giant Huang Quan's tanling cover from his brain. At the moment of puncturing, the yellow brain tissue in the brain was squeezed into fleshy flesh by the palm. Boom! The giant yellow man lost consciousness and strength, and knelt on the ground. Yi Tan saw that the giant Huang Kun was finally killed. The heart that has been held up in his heart slowly relaxes. Looking at the giant Huang Kun's body has not fallen down. Yi Tan raised the tattered right arm of the armor, turned his palm into a coupon, and pointed at the sky. However, he did not speak. And the 3,000 soldiers saw the Dominator's gesture, which was the iconic gesture of Dominator. This is killing intent. Boom! 3,000 soldiers chopped up their right foot uniformly. Hearing kill kill kill. 3,000 soldiers killed like a wave, shaking to death, very fierce. The right fist raised by Yi Tan became more and more powerful. This was the will to carry 3,000 warriors and the will to obliterate the 3 days. Kill. Yi Tan squatted, his right fist slammed at Huang Kun's head, who was kneeling on the ground. Boom! Giant Huang Kun's head was instantly slapped by this powerful force into a tuft of yellow flesh. Even the body was dented abruptly. Hiss! The horror in Li Song's eyes could not be calmed down. This power was too terrifying. Even the 3,000 fighters were extremely terrifying. Just now, Li Song could feel the 3,000 fighters being mixed together, which he had never seen on the battlefield. The 3,000 warriors all looked at Yi Tan quietly, waiting for the return of their own master. Kaji. The shattered steel suit on Yi Tan's body instantly fell to the ground, and he walked out of it. The traces of the huge hand clasping on the back, the red flesh and blood tumbling, blood flowed out, but he did not respond. Walking in front of the soldiers, Yi Tan firmly grasped the energy stone in his hand, and shot the crowd with his eyes. All the soldiers were swept by Yi Tan's eyes, and everyone was shocked, looking at Yi Tan with blood. From the day they were summoned, they belonged to Yi Tan's private property, and all they needed was to fight for the battle. What they need is a master who constantly kills. A master of the universe and galaxy. Go back, Yi Ten said solemnly. The 3,000 soldiers chopped up their right foot in response, surrounded Yi Ten, and walked towards the outside base. Now that the energy stone is in hand, there is no need to stay in China. Instead, we should return to the base and develop at a high speed. After all, my own base is still very weak, and space-based weapons in outer space may not necessarily be invincible. Seeing Yi Ten walking outside, Li Song hurriedly arranged. On the ground, the outside of the military base was surrounded by reporters. Get out! Get out! Countless heavily armed special police officers constantly drove the reporters onlookers. The reporters moved away from the military base restlessly. Although they didn't see Yi Ten's bodyguards and these armed police were enough to make a fuss. Coming out! Coming out! I don't know who shouted at the door. The reporters hurriedly watched, and indeed, a group of Yi Ten bodyguards walked out neatly. But reporters saw it carefully. Their eyes shrank in an instant. They were all shocked by the scenery in front of them, and all the soldiers were covered with scarlet blood. What's wrong? At this moment, the voices of all the reporters were responding. They really wanted to know what happened and why these soldiers came out with blood all over their bodies. On the outskirts of the military base where special security is strictly enforced, a unified convoy drove directly into the base. The reporters all know that it was the motorcade that sent Yi Ten, and now it's here again. Is it going to leave? What happened to Yi Ten? All reporters are like cats scratching their hearts, wanting to know what's going on. But no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't find Yi Ten from the crowd of 3,000 soldiers. Just when all the reporters were anxious and eager to know what happened, everyone suddenly received a message from the editor of the newspaper, asking them to rush back immediately. A storm in the automotive industry is coming. Anti-gravity sports car is coming. Earth civilization will be advanced. When the reporters received this news, they were forced to stay where they were. What does this news mean? It means the anti-gravity sports car is about to go on sale. People will have it. Chapter 106. Chapter 104, The Shock of Anti-Gravity Sports Cars. Just when everyone kept staring at the 3,000 soldiers, suddenly, expensive, everyone heard the roar of the anti-gravity sports car in the air. Suddenly, all of them felt bumps and depressions, and when they looked up, they saw that thousands of anti-gravity sports cars had already arrived in the sky. These 1,000 sports cars were parked steadily in the air, and the red paint looked so dazzling in the sun. And these sports cars, the appearance is very similar to the Bugatti Veyron, but the anti-gravity sports car shape is more cool than the Bugatti Veyron. More futuristic technological atmosphere. The reporters watched the 3,000 soldiers get on the sports car one by one. More than 1,000 anti-gravity sports cars roared in the air, followed by a dragon roar, and with a scream, they left here. The reporters and the masses couldn't calm down for a long time. Although the anti-gravity people couldn't see them, they were all from a long distance. How could there be such a close gathering this time? But Yi Ten had already gotten in an anti-gravity sports car without everyone noticing it. The wounds on his body were bandaged. Yi Ten looked at the luminous energy stone in his hand. With this energy stone, the base will be able to obtain a large number of energy points, and then the base will begin to develop rapidly. Since the world's first military exercise was destroyed by Yi Ten, all countries seemed to be immersed, and no one had made any major moves. Others don't know, but Yi Ten knows. These countries are racing against time to study new technologies. Since Yi Ten appeared, the status of the entire world has changed. This status is very strange. Have to let countries begin to immerse themselves in development. When Yi Ten returned to the base, the whole world was thumped by the new news on the official website of Tamron Future Technology. Can't calm down for a long time. At noon, mobile phones and computers all over the world installed Tamron Assistant software. All received the latest news from Tamron Technology. Everyone clicked on the official website of Tenglong Technology Company. Ding! Welcome to Tamron Future Technology Company. Roar! As always at the beginning, The dragon held a roll of paper in its mouth, like an imperial decree. The dragon's mouth opened slightly, and the imperial decree spread out, and a sports car-like car projected out. When people all over the world saw this, their eyes shrank sharply. Every time they opened it, they were shocked by the world. And this time, it turned out to be an anti-gravity sports car. Is it finally coming? Everyone endured the wild beating in their hearts, and tremblingly clicked the red sports car. Ding! The company will hold a press conference on the 15th of this month in C368. Everyone's heart beat fiercely, and they looked at the conspicuous red prompt in shock. This is a real press conference, not an introduction, and the press conference is only a few days away. Then you will know when it will be released. Ha ha ha. Great. It's finally released. I've been waiting for this day for too long. Madden, it's finally about to start publishing. I'm waiting. After waiting so long, it's not bad. I'm so happy. Tusk. This time I have to buy 2 cars and change them every day. Before everyone clicked on the details of the sports car, they began to clamor frantically that they wanted to buy it. One can imagine how terrifying people are for the anti-gravity sports car. Enduring the excitement in their hearts, everyone clicked immediately. Ding! 10 long future technology Co. Limited will launch 3 grade models. The first model is a limited edition luxury version. The company only produced 1,888 vehicles. Each one is made with the best materials and the best craftsmanship. Details, not open yet. Seeing this prompt, everyone was disappointed. They really wanted to know the price and the built-in details, but Tamron Technology didn't seem to plan to open it now. It seems that it was planning to introduce it at the press conference that day. Everyone took a look. 3 styles: limited deluxe edition, top edition, regular edition. Each style is different only in photos, but these photos make everyone excited. What are they excited about? What is exciting is that the regular version is exactly the same as the anti-gravity sports car that Yitan rides. What does this mean? The anti-gravity sports car represented by Yitan is the regular version. And Yitan once said that an anti-gravity sports car can be owned by every family. If so, isn't it a regular version? The anti-gravity regular version is like this, but what about the luxury limited edition? What about the top version? People all over the world who followed the news were screaming frantically. All of this was like a dream, and I didn't expect it to come so fast. The discussion group on the official website at Tamron Technology Company has exploded. Haha, I'm so excited. Didn't we expect that we would have an anti-gravity sports car so soon? It's great. The anti-gravity sports car is born. Where should those auto suppliers go? Someone quickly responded to the gloating and questioning of netizens. Upstairs, not only the car supplier, but also the real estate. Hey, anti-gravity sports cars were born. There should be other models. If there are RVs, should those real estate owners cry or jump off the building? Let's go ahead. Jumped off. Hiss. Everyone took a deep breath. Yes, the anti-gravity sports car was born. It must not be that simple. Just like the first time Tamron software was born, how many antivirus software and smart assistants were directly killed at once? For the second time, Tamron mobile phone was born, killing all mobile phone vendors directly on this earth. I'm afraid I can't even see the Yali mobile phone. For the third time, this time, all the auto dealers will go bankrupt. It is estimated that there will be real estate dealers. These ones, when everyone recalled, they were startled in cold sweat all over, but they didn't expect that Tamron Technology was so powerful that the Earth was about to be destroyed. Although the official website did not mention the details this time, it could not change the enthusiasm of everyone, and everyone was looking forward to the arrival of the 15th. In addition, many journalists around the world have submitted visit requests to Tamron Technology. Hope Tamron Technology Company can approve. After all, this time is an epoch-making technology, less than a few months after the last epoch-making mobile phone. It's amazing. All websites are discussing this anti-gravity sports car, and many people continue to sell their cars. They know that when anti-gravity sports cars are born this time, these ground sports cars will become the past tense and become the existence of old-fashioned cars. If they are not sold now, when will they stay? Ask for recommendation votes. I'm saving the manuscript, and the new year will be updated. Do you want to have a new year? Chapter 107. Chapter 105, Yitan's Conspiracy and Yang Conspiracy. After the Tamron Group issued such a notice, the world was boiling. This epoch-making anti-gravity sports car will be available soon. This is all the waves of excitement. In the US White House, the current president, director of SHIELD, was listening to the report below with a gloomy expression. After being pitted by Obama last time, many Americans showed signs of parading resistance, but fortunately they were suppressed. Otherwise, the president's throne would be run over before it gets hot, which would be too shameful. After knowing the cause and effect this time, the US State Department did not blame the director of SHIELD, and had to continue to let him keep the country running. This is not to blame. The director of SHIELD was very lucky. After returning, he spent a lot of money to allow the staff of the Academy of Sciences to quickly research various technologies. They really dare not wait any longer. Waiting. So Yitan overwhelmed them sooner or later. A small company that can do this step has already surprised many people. If it weren't for the emergence of Yitan, the American emperor would still be the overlord now. But the emergence of Yitan disrupted the situation of all countries at once. Why hasn't he gone to trouble with Yitan? Why? The purpose of the countries is to let Yitan involve the US emperor and delay the development of the countries. Only if Yitan survived for one day, then the emperor could not dominate the entire earth. Mr. President, did you listen to me? A female secretary said to the director from the side. The director was interrupted in his random thoughts and rubbed his face. The past few days have been too frightening, and he did not expect to be distracted in this meeting. Ahem, Ilime, go ahead, I'm listening. The female secretary pushed her eyes and continued to read the file on her chest. Last night at 9 o'clock. Tamron Technology announced that the anti-gravity sports car will be released on the 15th of China calendar, which is 6 days away. In addition, since Yitan made this announcement, people from all over the world seem to be hearted and start to support Yitan. When the director heard it, his face was a little ugly. He knew how terrifying this anti-gravity sports car was. It was a hot product in everyone's mind. It's now available for sale. Can you keep everyone excited? The expression on the secretary's face is unpredictable: black, white, and green. He thought of one thing that made him so embarrassed. Since the birth of Yitan, the first product is Tamron Assistant, with functions such as projection and intelligence. At that time, the attention of all countries was not on him. But since the Tamron mobile phone was born, suddenly aroused global boiling and attention. And for this Tamron mobile phone, Obama attacked Yitan because of this, causing many people in the United States to ask him to step down. At that time, Yitan already had many supporters. The Tamron mobile phone is also an epoch-making product. After this phone gave Yitan a supporter, all countries needed to move behind when they wanted to do it. Don't be blatant. But since the anti-gravity sports car was born, the whole world is Yitan's supporter. Except for Yitan to lead the United States, all countries dare not move Yitan's hair unless they have a whole card. But this way, the head of SHIELD's eyes shrank suddenly, and his body trembled in horror. That's right. Every time Yitan invents a product, it will drive the hearts of all people. If so, he is researching several products that would make people around the world crazy for him. In that case, if you still play you paralyzed, all countries will be swallowed by Yitan and pulled across. The American people have lost confidence in them, and they cannot continue this way now. After SHIELD Bureau thought about a series of problems, all the sweat behind was shocked. He didn't expect that Yitan was actually plotting this, using technology to pull down all the systems of all countries, automatically destroy the country. Too frightening. And the secretary next to the director looked a little worried at the president. The expression on his face was too rich. The secretary was really scared that the president would pass by all at once. After all, those expressions are simply not something human can make. Ilima, go and give the order to launch the scepter of God to the Academy of Science and Technology. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. growled with a gloomy face. Ilima was taken aback, and said anxiously, Mr. President, the scepter of God has not been fully tested now, just in case. I didn't speak, but was interrupted by the director. No need to be tested. I believe in the science and technology that Dr. Illo personally participated in. He is the second Einstein of our American emperor. If he didn't like to be famous, he would have become popular in the world. I was taken aback, nodded to convey the order. She still knows Dr. Iro. Dr. Iro has been deformed since he was a child. The big head is bigger than 2 adults. But the body is very weak. The scientific and technological weapons that the US imperialism has crushed over the past few years have all been researched by Dr. Irot. This is why after the secretary said it, Ilima didn't mean to refute. Note, in the United States, it is freedom. Therefore, regardless of the rank, the right to make suggestions is the president, but the decision-making power rests with the president. So don't spray the secretary against the president. This is common sense. As the secretary walked out, the director looked at the distant sky with a gloomy expression. The scepter of God must be out, otherwise the American people will be disappointed in America. And as the official website of Tamron Technology issued a news 6 hours later, the whole world was spreading the news that the anti-gravity sports car had an accident. The car dealers and real estate dealers gathered together for an unprecedented event. There are tens of thousands of meetings. This has never happened in the world. This meeting of tens of thousands of people is located in a large quiet manor, a place belonging to South Africa. In this scene, there are countless huge speakers. Everyone has a headset near their ears. Let everyone hear more clearly. And now it's an intense quarrel. There are talks of successful people everywhere. Zizzy. A sharp sound of impression jamming directly made everyone frown and quieted down. Everyone, please stop arguing. Even if you are arguing, there will be no results. An American said in a headset. He is the host of this meeting. He is the chairman of Mercedes-Benz. Everyone frowned and continued to listen to the chairman of Mercedes-Benz. Now, our general situation has gone. No matter how much we toss, there will be no results. Everyone should dismantle the car and sell it. Wow. The whole scene immediately began to mess up again. They simply couldn't accept what the president of Mercedes-Benz said. What does Benz mean? Did we just give up like that? Unexpectedly, he was so courageous, so scared. He is just a small company. How can he resist the publication of these groups of us? Chapter 108. Chapter 106. Public Opinion Attack Strategy. Thanks to the head of kill.w.r. Listening to the rumbling noise below, the Mercedes-Benz old dong smiled disdainfully, quietly watching them arguing. Slowly, the quarreling atmosphere became a little weird, and they slowly calmed down. Mercedes-Benz old dong saw the silence below, and said, everyone, even if we are harsh on Tamron, will there be results? Any one of you has seen Tamron buy some parts and machine tools? Who has ever seen Tamron occupy whose patents are? The American Uncle Ben's growled in the headset. He was rushed by millions of drafts in his heart, and he was a beeping dog. Everyone was yelling at the words of the Mercedes-Benz veteran dong, wiping sweat on their foreheads. Yeah. Tamron Group has never imported parts from other people's companies or occupied patents added by others. Even if there is, can they obtain the patent for anti-gravity technology? Only Yetan this ghost would have it. Everyone was also a little bit shy in their hearts. They didn't expect Yetan to do so meticulously on the surface, not even giving them a chance. Then you say, what should we do now? How do we defeat the Tamron Group? Said the old Maserati dong who was sitting next to him. Mercedes-Benz veteran dong said with confidence, since we can suppress Tamron in business, why don't we use American power to suppress Tamron? What do you mean when everyone is confused? Borrow American power? Haven't you seen the United States now dare not even fart? Before everyone could speak, the Mercedes-Benz veteran Dong continued. Do you still remember the Pearl Harbor incident? Wow! Suddenly everyone bowed their heads and began to whisper. Who doesn't know the Pearl Harbor incident? That was directly wiped out by the Tamron group. What should we do if we use the power of the United States? The crowd couldn't turn a bit, they only saw the surface of the matter. And the old Benz Dong said, everyone, if we only ask the Tamron Empire to compensate the millions of lives in Pearl Harbor. Wow! The whole scene suddenly became calm. They knew how many people died in the war at Pearl Harbor, but they never reported on the official website. The United States does not want the masses to lose information about the United States, and other countries do not want to provoke Yetan, so this matter has been covered up. People often only discuss how the Pearl Harbor was destroyed. Few people have ever thought about how many people died. This time, the Mercedes-Benz veteran directly mentioned the idea and asked the American emperor to sue the Tamron Empire for compensation. If this happens, the Tamron company will surely accompany it, or directly pull it across. Maybe there are several pieces of Tamron's big cake. Everyone is the old dongs who have been in the mall. They immediately understood the idea of the old dongs of Mercedes-Benz. They suddenly panted. They all knew how big the cake of Tamron is. They all know that even a small piece can be compared. Get their car dealer. Everyone was thinking about it in their hearts, and they all nodded, agreeing to the idea of Mercedes-Benz old dong. After seeing the meeting of tens of thousands of people, the veteran Mercedes-Benz veteran agreed to the plan. He was a little excited. From the moment Yetan released the Tamron mobile phone, he kept the think tank thinking about preparing to eat Yetan a piece of cake. But there has been no chance, and just that time, Pearl Harbor was directly destroyed by Yetan, and his think tank suddenly saw hope. Immediately let the Mercedes-Benz old dong continue to prepare for this day. If he were the only one who made a proposal to the United States, there would be no answer at all. Didn't you dare to provoke Yetan without seeing the United States? But this is the world's auto dealers who have capital to speak, and they have the right to speak together. Let the United States do something. After everyone discussed it, they immediately jointly proposed to the President of the White House. The director of SHIELD, who was looking at the document in the White House, suddenly received a call. This is an encrypted call. Few people in the world can invade. After answering the phone, the director of SHIELD's face flushed with excitement. He slapped his forehead suddenly, and cursed himself why he hadn't thought of it. If there is a lot of publicity about this matter, it will definitely cause Yetan to suffer huge public opinion and rejection, and then the hearts of the United States will return. Thinking of this, the director of SHIELD Bureau couldn't be excited. This was an unprecedented excitement. If it succeeded this time, Yetan would be finished, and Tamron would disappear. He didn't believe that Yetan would do it right with the world. With the Secretary General issued a series of instructions, the entire huge United States moved. It was just getting dark on the American side, but the sky on China's side was already bright. And just as people were living their lives day after year, they were suddenly stopped by a news on the US official website. US Times. The United Nations of the United States and the 12 countries will accuse the Tamron Group for destroying Pearl Harbor and redress the grievances of the millions who died. The eye-catching title instantly shocked everyone in the world, and looked at the huge title with some shock. They never thought about how many people died in Pearl Harbor. They did not expect that the number of deaths reached 1 million. This is simply a massacre. In people's hearts, they resisted trusting this message at first, but they thought of the space-based weapons that ruined the world and the millions of people who died. In an instant, many people's hearts began to change. The anti-gravity sports car is beautiful, but the massacre of millions of people is still unacceptable to them. Following the announcement of this announcement by the United States, other countries followed the news of this announcement. This is the biggest news in the world, and the click-through rate is humming upward. This major event is being discussed everywhere. Korea Bangtsai. The massacre of millions of people is too cruel. Tamron must answer. otherwise the United Nations will not let it go. The anti-gravity sports car itself is ours. Smector. Sun Country. The United States only calculated the death toll today. I did not expect it to reach such a high level. Tamron is just a private company that does not belong to any country. I did not expect to directly harm millions of people and must give an answer. Russia. Tenglong's technology is unprecedented, but what the Earth needs is not advanced technology, but a peaceful and harmonious life. The Tamron Group must answer. Otherwise it will not be light-hearted. China. Huaxia didn't say much, it just made a superficial publicity, and this news was made under the constant suppression above. Huaxia already knew the cause and effect, and directly ordered to control the car of the Huaxia residual plan. Businessman. Someone who hates iron and steel wants to squeeze them to death, go to provoke Yitan, and force them to attack. Isn't this the old birthday star eating arsenic and living impatiently? Note: I don't want to write more about Huaxia. If you say more, it will be harmonized. Let's not participate in Huaxia. In addition, thanks to the boss of Killer's reward, it's just a beeping dog, a rudder master plus 5 more. Let me calculate. Puff. Chapter 109. In a secret basement in Huaxiadu. The smoke screen in the basement was tangled, and the thick smoke screen filled with it was almost stronger than gas. There are many people standing inside. If anyone comes here, they will be shocked. They are all the veterans of China's top 500 car dealers. They are all well-known bosses in China. What to do? Are we hiding a quilt here? An old dong who produced for Mercedes-Benz said from the side. Old dong, an Audi agent, flashed his sullen eyes, and said in a low tone, "Just now I received the news that the people from the Procuratorate have already conducted a thorough investigation of my company. The level of detail is simply to find all loopholes. Come out and find one, I might be ruined." There. People around me also sighed. Even Audi dealers have been scrutinized, let alone them. Early in the morning, those people from the health department, tax department, and even the prosecutor's office who hadn't visited for hundreds of years gathered together to come to the door. This was a rhythm that would make everyone close. They are not fools either, they already know the reason, all because they also participated in the meeting against the Tamron Group. Because of this, they will all sink together. Everyone bowed their heads and said nothing. They only knew that they smoked cigarettes wildly. They seemed to be waiting for something. And in the sky above the basement, a medium-sized armed transport aircraft has flown. The model is very cool. It is the latest model of China, printed on the body of the aircraft, a golden sword entwined with a dragon. They are the Excalibur Force, China's most powerful force, equivalent to the existence of the Dragon Group. In the cockpit, the pilot said to the headset, "The goal has been reached, and all units are ready." At the door of the armed transport plane, sneered open. In the cabin, there were 6 men who couldn't see their looks. They were fully armed and motionless, but from them, they could smell a faint smell of blood, and murderous. Out, mission. Kill, said in the channel along with the soldier in the front. The soldiers behind him also trembled. Killing was a code name, and it hadn't appeared for a long time. This code name can only be used by the Supreme Chief of China, and now it is used in the territory of Huaxia. Who can do such a thing that makes the Supreme Chief angry? Wow! There. 6 fully armed soldiers jumped directly from the gunship, without any parachutes or hang gliders on them. Boom. Boom there. 6 heavily armed soldiers stepped directly from the air and landed on the ground. The ground was directly smashed into 6 huge deep pits. If Yitan were here, he would definitely be shocked. The physique of these fighters can already be equal to him, unless they have taken a physique potion to be so strong. With the arrival of the 6 fighters, they headed directly towards the basement, and the surrounding personnel and people were dispersed early. And in that smoke-filled basement, the Audi boss looked at the ceiling worriedly. "What's the matter?" asked the Mercedes-Benz agent on the side. "Nothing. I always feel that something is going to happen." Audi old dong said worriedly. Old dong, a Mercedes-Benz agent, smiled disdainfully. "Don't be funny, but few people know about it. When I built this, I worked a lot and no one could find it. Hearing his words, Audi veteran Dong was relieved, grinning just when he was about to speak. At this time, boom. Chapter 110 Chapter 108 Chaotic situation. Updated for the million rewards of the killer local tyrant. Boom. In the United States, in the White House, the current SHIELD director, the president, is roaring, patting the table. Fuck. How could he be like this? The director blushed and cursed, and he felt like he was going to be blown up. The female secretary on the side shivered with every roar. There is no way. The Tamron group is so desperate and frantic that it openly provokes the United States and other countries. And countries can only smash their teeth and swallow them in their own stomachs. And the US president is now happy and angry. What's happy is that Yeaton's blatant provocation has angered many people in the world. Yeaton's supporters have already left a lot, and even public opinion has overwhelmed Yeaton. This is what makes the president happy, which means that their plan has been more than half successful. You only need to summon Yeaton at the UN Military Tribunal. If Yeaton doesn't go, this will be right against people all over the country. The President of the United States soothed his heart, so that his long-term uneasy mood slowly calmed down. The court time is set as the day when the scepter of our God is released. The female secretary was taken aback, and suddenly she couldn't understand what the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. meant. When the court is held, Yeaton's time will definitely be taken away, so Yeaton must not have time to play tricks on our God's scepter, so that we can launch the God's scepter normally. The female secretary Huang Ren realized that she still maintains the old idea of American dominance, so she can turn the corner for a while. If in the past, who would dare to move the United States and try to see if she can beat Xiang? The female secretary posted the time of the military court directly on the official website on the spot. Suddenly, the irritable internet broke out again. This is an unprecedented open court. No one can understand how much attention it has attracted. Roughly speaking, 80% of the people on the earth are watching this court. On the official websites and streets of various countries, discrimination against Chinese people and contempt for Yeaton were immediately issued. The entire Huaxia was also affected by the disaster, and more Huaxia people returned to Huaxia. The entire global situation directly caused Huaxia and Yeaton to become isolated. In the Four Islands, Yeaton watched the storm on the internet with cold eyes. Although he is disdainful of other countries, China is his home country, the place where he was born, and that is also his motherland. Nowadays, Huaxia people are discriminated against by various countries, which simply makes Yeaton, who belongs to the descendants of Yan and Huang dynasty, intolerable. Red Dragon stood quietly behind Yeaton, standing like a housekeeper, standing faithfully. Yeaton kept weighing every step of the plan in his heart. After he was attacked some time ago, he has been planning every step in his heart. Although he looks very arrogant on the surface now, he is walking on the blade. Everything is pretending to be an arrogant tiger, at least the tigers would not dare to move him. But I didn't expect that I would be scammed by a group of car sellers. It seems that my steps are still not detailed enough. Yeaton took a long breath, and after relaxing, he glanced at the web page that kept flashing comments. Red Dragon, let me find out how many users of Tamron mobile phones that do not belong to China in the world. In those 12 major countries. Yeaton squinted his murderous eyes as he looked at the screen and said, in the Red Dragon eyes behind him, there was a red light. In less than 3 seconds, he opened his mouth and said, Master, there are more than 130 million users in these 12 major countries. In addition, they are basically all capitalists or power politicians of various countries. When Yeaton heard this, his eyes suddenly narrowed and he muttered to himself, since you want to play, let you play thoroughly. With that, the murderous intent on Yeaton almost suffocated people invisible. On the internet, as the United States fixed the time for the court session, a document summoning Yeaton to appear in court was immediately issued on the internet, and this document was spread wildly. The whole world knew about this important event, and everyone was looking forward to it. What they were looking forward to was not Yitan's end, but what they expected Yitan to do. Following the repatriation of the 12 great nations to the people of China, the whole China was furious. They are all looking forward to the information on Tamron's official website that will change once again, which will brighten China's face. Yitan, come out quickly, slap them in the face. They're bashing. Beat the dog. They actually discriminated against us Huaxia, brothers. I will never buy foreign products anymore. I will see a foreigner in the future and fight once. Upstairs, I just cut a foreigner on the side of the road. What should I do? I am squatting on the side of the road and smoking, waiting online. Yitan, use space-based weapons to blow them up. Whatever, we support you. But the Tamron group is like a fish into the sea, without any movement, so the Chinese people are anxious. But people from abroad have become more and more aggressive on the internet. The war on the internet is called a brutality. All of China's scumbags are elite, while abroad, there are scumbags. The Chinese squirrels, even the 18th generation of the ancestors of the squirting ancestors from abroad can tremble cursing from the grave. It is terrible. This is simply spraying people to death and torturing. In the capital of China, Zhongnanhai, all the senior members of Huaxia gathered together. If you catch it, you must catch it. Severe punishment will not be granted. No one can let go of this kind of tooth decay. An old man in a military uniform shouted thickly. The people around also nodded. If it weren't for this group of people, Huaxia wouldn't have been like this. The chairman who sat in the first place also looked angry. Some people, in order to make money, did such a shameful thing. This is simply a traitor. If you don't get caught and shot, you are simply sorry for yourself. Pass it down. Let the Excalibur force arrest all the auto dealers participating in this plan for me. One can't let go. If I know someone is protecting one of them, don't blame me. The chairman calmly said with a cold voice. Everyone below was trembling in their hearts. The first person was already angry. This time he was really angry. If anyone protects one of them, it is estimated that his career will be over. With the command of the highest official, the entire Huaxia machine started to operate frantically. The team that had always been mysterious and special was immediately pulled out of a battlefield and flew towards the country in the most advanced armed helicopter. This is China's sharpest sword. They represent the motherland. They have already killed countless people. This sword has always eliminated hidden dangers abroad, but this time, what they received was to eliminate all hidden dangers in China. The traitor cut. The motherland is trapped in crisis cut. Those who don't update fast cut. Chapter 111 Chapter 109, Killing Order. Excalibur Force. Thanks Killer for 1,000,000 rewards. Thank you. In a secret basement in the capital of China, the smoke screen in the basement was entangled, and the dense smoke screen was even stronger than gas. There are many people standing inside. If anyone comes here, they will be shocked. They are all the veterans of China's top 500 car dealers. All are well-known bosses in China. What to do? Are we hiding a quilt here? An old dong who produced for Mercedes-Benz said from the side. Old dong, an Audi agent, flashed his eyes gloomily, and said in a low tone, "Just now I received the news that the people from the Procuratorate have already conducted a thorough investigation of my company. The level of detail is to find all loopholes. Come out, find one, I might be ruined." The people around me also sighed. Even Audi dealers have been scrutinized, let alone them. Early in the morning, those people from the health department, tax department, and even the prosecutor's office who hadn't visited for hundreds of years gathered together to come to the door. This was a rhythm that caused everyone to close their doors. They are not fools, they have known the reason for a long time, all because they also participated in the meeting against the Tamron group. Because of this, they will all sink together. Everyone bowed their heads and said nothing. They only knew that they were smoking cigarettes, and they seemed to be waiting for something. In the sky above the basement, a medium-sized armed transport plane has flown. The model is very cool. It is the latest model of China. On the plane, a golden sword wrapped by a dragon is printed. They are the Excalibur Force. China's most powerful force, equivalent to the existence of the Dragon Group. In the cockpit, the pilot said to the headset, "The goal has been reached, all units are ready." At the door of the armed transport plane, sneered open. In the cabin, there were 6 men who couldn't see their looks. They were fully armed and motionless, but from them, they could smell a faint smell of blood and murderous. "Go, mission, kill." As the first soldier said in the channel, the soldiers behind him also trembled. Killing was a code name, and it hadn't appeared for a long time. This code name can only be used by the Supreme Chief of China, and now it is used in China. Who can do such a thing that makes the Supreme Chief angry? Wow! The 6 fully armed soldiers jumped directly from the gunship, without any parachutes or hang gliders. Boom, boom. 6 heavily armed soldiers stepped directly from the air and landed on the ground. The ground was directly smashed into 6 huge deep pits. If Yi Tan were here, he would definitely be shocked. The physique of these fighters could already be equal to him, unless they had taken a physique potion to be so powerful. With the arrival of the 6 soldiers, they headed directly towards the basement, and the people around here were dispersed early. And in the basement filled with smoke. The Audi boss looked at the ceiling worriedly. "What's wrong?" asked the Mercedes-Benz agent on the side. "Nothing. I always feel something is going to happen." Audi Old Dong said worriedly. Old Dong, a Mercedes-Benz agent, smiled disdainfully. "Don't be funny, few people know about it here. When I built this, I worked a lot and no one could find it." Hearing his words, Audi veteran Dong was relieved, grinning just when he was about to speak. At this time, boom, the door of the secret room poured with steel was directly bombarded by gravity and hit an Old Dong instantly. "That Old Dong is like strawberry cream cake." Chirp. The minced meat and blood splashed directly onto everyone's heads. Mercedes-Benz Old Dong was startled by the loud noise, and then there was something sticky on his face, and he stretched out his hand and grabbed it. An eyeball, with uneven flesh and blood. The scene was extremely bloody, and the Mercedes-Benz Old Dong directly forced him into the distance. The cigarette butt on his right hand fell to the ground without any response. As the smoke from the gate bombarded by gravity dissipated, only 6 warriors in black combat uniforms were seen with a golden sword embroidered on their chests. Sharp sword. The horrified eyes of the Audi boss almost didn't come out. When everyone heard it, their whole bodies trembled. They knew that China had a mysterious army called Legion. When the sharp sword came out, human bones piled up mountains. It is conceivable how many people they will kill in a year. They are blood-stained executioners and executioners of combat bodyguards. The sword squad, regardless of their dumbfounded eyes, went straight in and shot. The guns in their hands are very unique. The muzzle is round and huge, but the identity of the gun body is small. It looks like a childish sentiment, like a water gun used by children. But the next scene, so that all the rich people no longer feel contemptuous. Puff. There was a clear gunshot, and the ferocious bullets on standby immediately shot out. Before a rich man could speak, he was hit in the neck by a bullet with lines straight in the throat. A mount. The rich man glared his eyes and let out a roar, and then his neck was pulled off. The uneven wound appeared directly on the neck, and the red blood rolled out directly. The bulky head fell directly with the body. "Oh oh oh." Several rich men screamed frustratedly. The scene of the rich man's death was too terrifying. The guns that could blow people's heads and necks were only those powerful guns. I didn't expect that such tiny guns could also be used. With such a huge power, this is like a beeping dog. Kill, don't keep one. The soldier who just fired the gun, who was also the leader of this squad, made a magnetic sound, making the rich people listen like hell evil spirits. They were back to their senses now, and began to run frantically outside the door. However, the soldiers standing in front of the door were not vegetarians, and they shot one when they saw one. As long as the shot is hit, either the head is blown, the neck blows, and the stomach blows alive. The basement, which was originally small, had vaguely perfused more than 5 centimeters of blood. Many people are sticky to step on. It looks very disgusting. As the massacre unfolded, the screams continued to sound in the basement. The armed special police officers guarding above remained unmoved and patrolled the surroundings vigilantly. It seems that I am not surprised at this kind of thing, and I am alive to kill the people below. After a while, the screams stopped, and the 6 sharp sword teams had already reached the ground. Blood all over their bodies, and the fishy smell could be smelled from far away. When the armed special police officers waiting to guard went down to clean up the battlefield, they almost vomited. The cruelty was no less than Yitan. Chapter 112. Chapter 110. Blast God's Scepter in a Second. Update for Killer Million Awards. Thank you. Following the eradication of China's routes one by one, the veterans of foreign auto dealers all disappeared, was seized along with the company. How could such a major event escape the eyes of someone with a heart? After the matter was told by netizens, the entire China network exploded. Is it true that all the top 500 car dealers and real estate dealers in China have disappeared? Who did it? Ma Dai. I suspect that Yitan did it. Only Yitan can blast the sky like this. What I said upstairs was a fart. No matter how good Yitan is, he can't do anything to Huaxia. It must be the high-level Huaxia who launched a bloody murder. I remember yesterday, it seems that there was that terrible scream in the suburbs. Tusk. It is estimated that those old dongs were all killed by the senior management of China. Tusk. There must be an author upstairs, and the compilation is justified. It's amazing, my brother. And these things have been noticed by foreign countries, and they already have a general understanding of the truth of the matter. They didn't expect China to be so iron and blood, which was far beyond their expectation. And the first thought of these people is to continue to put pressure on them, and there is not much time before the court. If Yitan doesn't come out, they can't do anything. As the public opinion grew stronger and stronger, crowds were everywhere, shouting for Yitan to appear, giving millions of people a reason. With the passage of day by day, tension has filled the entire earth. Many people are pulling their hearts and paying attention. The Chinese people are very quiet, and their hearts at this moment are very uncomfortable, hoping that Yitan can come out strongly and relieve this crisis. 1 day passed. 2 days later. 3 days. The 5th day. This day is the most important day in the world. Yitan will appear in court to explain the murderer of millions of people, and this day is also the day the United States space-based weapon, God's Scepter, was launched in China. Yitan, don't show up. Once you appear in court, they will arrest you, hide, research more powerful technology, and destroy all countries. No matter what, I will support you. Yitan, you are the pride of the motherland. I believe you. Yitan. All the comments are from the beginning of Yitan, with hundreds of millions of comments per second. In a large Russian military court, the leaders of 12 countries and journalists from all countries have gathered here. They all waited quietly, waiting for Yitan to appear, waiting for Yitan to explain. 1 minute and 1 second passed before the court session, and everyone was holding their hearts and watching the live broadcast. And outside the court, the armed soldiers who had gathered no less than tens of thousands, were all elite troops from various countries, and they were all scattered and hidden. As long as Yitan appeared, he looked for opportunities and shot them directly. As long as the Scepter of God is launched, the Tamron Group has no threat. Hasn't it appeared yet? In the original doc, there were 12 national leaders sitting in their hearts, all with this idea. Just when everyone had accepted that Yitan would not come, suddenly, everyone's picture changed. A video with a red border appears. Everyone was shocked, and during the excitement, watching the content in the video, they knew that the video was the death live broadcast of the Tamron Group. Where to see, where to die. A huge rocket silo appeared on the screen. On the rocket, the American flag was painted, and the English of God's Scepter was written. I'll wipe it. Isn't this the space-based weapon launched by the United States today? Yitan is a bomb. As a reporter on the scene roared, immediately in the military court, The audience all over the world took a breath. They originally thought that Ye-10 would not show up, but they didn't expect that he would be so arrogant that he wanted to bomb America's space-based weapons. Everyone took a breath. The American president's face was distorted, and the rant in his heart was crazy. Crazy man, maniac. The distortion on his face was like twists, and his heart was a beeping dog. Ye-10 didn't play cards according to common sense at all. It's head-on. The Chinese people are all holding their breath, enduring the excitement of the heartbeat, and watching quietly. In the video, everything is intact, and the silo has slowly begun to emit flames, ready to launch. But Ye-10 didn't move at all. Isn't it a space-based weapon launch? When everyone came up with this idea, suddenly there was a flash of light over the rocket silo. Everyone saw it. Suddenly the heart was lifted directly. Space-based weapons are coming. Boom. In an instant, the entire rocket launch pit land collapsed, and within 2 seconds, a huge pit appeared directly. The speed is extremely fast, and it does not give people a chance to breathe. Everyone looked stunned. Afterwards, the picture turned and was directly divided into 12 national landmarks, or capitals. Everyone in the world panicked. Is this Nima going to bomb 12 countries? This is. The 12 leaders in the military court suddenly sat up, shouting in their own language and talking with the secretary. Or on the phone. And the people of Huaxia were already stunned by Ye-10's actions. This is to dominate the world, is this? I wipe it. 6666. It's crazy. I haven't digested the scene of the rocket explosion, and now the capitals of 12 countries have appeared directly. It's so cool. It exploded. It exploded. Yes, blow it up. No one will bully us after it blows up. Fried, fried, fried. All people are shouting, and the attitude of foreigners has awakened the passionate heart in the hearts of the Chinese people. They have an unyielding psychology and crazy thoughts. Some people even fainted with excitement when they saw what Ye-10 did. 12 leaders kept making calls. They are all calling someone, and that is the official phone number of Tamron Technology. But no one got through. It seems that Ye-10's determination has already been made. Thinking of this, the director of SHIELD had a bleak look and shouted at the video on the phone, No, Ye-10, if you dare to do this, Tamron will be completely finished. As Chief Aegis roared, the picture on the video screen changed again, and the court lobby was recorded. Then another small video screen appeared. It was the last time SHIELD had a conversation with the honest soldier, and it was the video that bombed all of Pearl Harbor. This is. The head of SHIELD, the US president, narrowed her eyes. She didn't expect that Ye-10 would have such a trick. If this video was played, people around the world would be heard again. It was he who excited the honest warrior. Accidentally, the space-based weapon was fired after pressing the button. If this happens, the President of the United States shuddered all over, and he dared not think about it. Everyone saw this scene and watched quietly, wanting to see what Ye-10 said. Chapter 113. Chapter 111, The Speechless People. Thanks to Hooch for rewarding the Rudder Master. Update a chapter. People all over the world are staring at the red-framed video. Before Ye-10 appeared, he had already exploded American space-based weapons. What if it appeared? Will all the capitals of the 12 major countries be bombed by Ye-10? Everyone wondered in their hearts. They didn't even know what Ye-10 wanted to do. Even the President of the United States has a distorted face. Watching the red border video, he was in a terrible mood, and he was ashamed as a dog. He can't bomb Ye-10's lair with the attention of the whole world. In this way, the United States will be isolated directly or attacked by Ye-10's space-based weapons in advance. Let the capitals of the 12 powers directly become ruins. In this way, other countries must take advantage of the gap. These are not what they want to see. This time the evil results. They can only directly resist the nausea and swallow it. When everyone was attentively focused, suddenly the red-framed video changed. Ye-10 wore a combat uniform and watched the video piercingly. Ye-10. Everyone took a breath, and the real protagonist appeared. No one knows what will happen this time. Just watched quietly, The 12 great nations looked at Yi Tan with a gloomy expression, wondering what he was doing. You can ask me 3 questions. After the 3 questions, I will let the 12 countries bloom everywhere. Don't ask me why. I like the atmosphere of the new year and want to hear it. Yi Tan used a domineering voice that couldn't refuse. The shocked group of reporters was stunned, and the leaders of the 12 great nations almost got their noses crooked. The dog is beeping. What to beep? You are doing something. All reporters wanted to interview Xia Yi Tan, but Yi Tan said that after 3 questions, the 12 kingdoms blossomed everywhere, and they frightened them not to move. They turned their heads to look at the leaders of the 12 nations and found that they were staring at them with cannibalistic eyes, as if they would just drag them out and die if they dare to ask. Suddenly all the reporters became quiet, and the audience who watched all sighed in their hearts. Just a word? Just kidding. At this time, Mr. Yi Tan, how much will a regular version of the anti-gravity sports car cost? And can we afford it? Will you offer a discount then? ... The entire court was silent, and everyone looked blindly at the reporter who asked the question. That's right, it is China's most popular reporter who died. And it was the pride of all China reporters who scolded China reporters from all countries last time. And this dead Huaxia reporter actually asked 3 ordinary questions in front of everyone that could not be ordinary. Boom. The leaders of the 12 countries all gritted their teeth and looked at the reporter, roaring wildly in their hearts, as if they were torn apart. As for the dead reporter, his face was tall and he looked at Yi Tan triumphantly. His eyes seemed to invite merit, his heart was very excited, and Yi Tan was already very angry at this public trial. But when Yi Tan said that paragraph, he just said 3 questions without saying anything. Whether you, the leaders of the country, will find me in the future, I just said, Yi Tan will definitely let you. The 12 great nations are blooming everywhere. It must be very cool. The Chinese people were all blinded, especially seeing the disgusting faces of the leaders of the 12 great powers, and all of them were refreshed. Ha ha ha, it's too slippery. Among reporters, I don't accept anyone, just take this stuff. TSK Tusk, I feel he may not be able to return to his motherland, it's too much. Ha ha ha, Yi Tan quickly exploded their 12 great nations and let them suffer. But Yi Tan obviously couldn't see the determination of the Chinese people. He watched the product die with a chuckle, and said softly, all the issues related to the general type of anti-gravity sports car will be announced on the release date. It is still a trade secret. And so everyone's eyes shrank, and their hearts throbbed. Do you want to start? I saw Yi Tan face the 12 great nations and smiled disdainfully. The 12 leaders who were laughing had numbskulls and directly shouted, Stop, Mr. Yi, I think we have a misunderstanding. Among them, the director of SHILD, the president shouted the brightest, shouting in Chinese with his voice. Yi Tan stagnated, looking at Director Aegis and said in a puzzled way, What's the matter, Mcow? The director of SHILD burst into blood suddenly in his heart and almost rushed into his head. You asked me what happened? I beeped the dog. Cow. Ahem, Mr. Yi Tan, are there any misunderstandings between us? We came to you this time just to know the causes and consequences of the last Pearl Harbor incident. Listening to the incoherent shouts of the director of SHILD, Yi Tan smiled in disdain. But on the surface he looked at the director of SHIELD and said, The last Pearl Harbor incident. Didn't you just watch the video of the cause and effect? It wasn't you who made my bodyguard excited. Now are you careful when you press the button? If you don't let my bodyguard get excited, how could he be so careless? Alas, I'm all to blame. My bodyguards are all from the mountains. I haven't seen the market. I just saw what you took. I think it's very expensive, so it's easy to get excited. Ugh. Yi Tan Cheng sighed and spoke slowly. These few words directly calmed everyone in the world. Yes, Yi Tan was right. He was attacked at the time. If it wasn't for the new president to excite Yi Tan's bodyguard, would Pearl Harbor directly become the dust of history? Suddenly, The entire network was all supporting Yitan. They sounded all kinds of things in the past. If it weren't for the Americans, Yitan was still immersed in the development of science and technology, and even led the entire planet to make people live a better life. But the top Americans loved to attack and kill Yitan or sneak attacks. How could Pearl Harbor disappear? The President of the United States is to blame for everything. Suddenly, the spearhead of people all over the world was directed at the new President of the United States. All of a sudden, public opinion disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. And Yitan's words, like a sharp sword, directly caused angina in the new US president. Looking at Yitan in the video with a pale face. Too ruthless. This is to use public opinion to directly let him step down and disappear. Yitan is a terrifying man. Although he has lost his supporters now, he still needs to hug the capital of the United States. If the capital disappears, he will become a sinner of the United States. Mr. Yitan, this is something we did not do right. We shouldn't make your bodyguard excited, but you can't deal with our country's capital right now. Seeing the hidden murderous words of the US president, Yitan said silently, yes, you shouldn't deal with your country, but can I take back all the mobile phones I sell? The leaders of the 12 powers heard the news that Yitan would not attack the capital, and he was relieved. For Yitan's request, this is simply too simple, right? Chapter 114 Chapter 112 Have you seen a Tamron cell phone that explodes? It's too simple. Is it just recycling all Tamron phones? This is the question in everyone's mind. Just take back all the mobile phones. Isn't it too cheap? These 12 countries are too bullying. In an instant, this news directly caused the entire Huaxia to explode, and the screen was swiping everywhere. This must not be my Yitan brother, it must be a fake. Return my Yitan brother. Yes. The man in front of me must be a fake. It will blow up the temper of my brother Yitan. He will definitely blow up the 12 nations and make them suffer. It will not just be recycling mobile phones. Mardan, return my Yitan brother, pretend to be brother. Don't want this. The entire Huaxia network exploded, and other Yitan supporters were in the same state. Obviously they were at a loss for Yitan's sudden thinking. Looking at Yitan incredulously, he wanted to know what he wanted to do. In the courtroom, the leaders of the 12 countries all nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. The future technology of the Tamron mobile phone is only a small area, and the loss of it will not do any substantial harm to the country. But if the capital disappears, it will be too late. Yitan went on to say, then no matter how I recycle my phone, is it okay? Everyone was stunned. What is meant by recycling, no matter how it is recycled? What does it mean? Seeing everyone puzzled, Yitan can only continue to say, I mean, no matter how I recycle, I don't care about your business. Even if I throw them all away, smash them, or burn them, I don't need to worry about them. Wow! The whole lobby was directly uproarious, and everyone in the world began to talk. What happened to Yitan? Crazy? Silly? Okay, we just follow Mr. Yitan. Those country leaders responded readily. Yitan smiled coldly, and said with a grin, have you seen a phone that explodes? Fuck. The 12 national leaders suddenly had an ominous premonition in their hearts. What exploded? What will happen? People watching live broadcasts across the country also had a violent heartbeat. Yitan said it would explode, then it would definitely explode. He never said that he couldn't do it. Blast. Yitan said crisply. The explosion directly shocked the hearts of the 12 national leaders, and shouted in horror, no. Their hearts lie directly inside, exploding with anger. Boom. 12 shots aimed at the capital, and saw the capital, like fireworks at night, with huge explosions everywhere. In particular, the explosions in the center of capitals of various countries were the most intense. Everyone trembled all over when they saw this scene, watching in horror. The power of the explosion is no less than that of high explosives. Watching the 12 nations bloom everywhere. People around the world are numb inside and don't know what it feels like. Yitan beat the dog. At exclamation mark at hash 12 national leaders lay on the railing, yelling at Yitan in the video. Their eyes are almost trying Yitan at it. Yitan sneered at their cannibalistic eyes, coldly opened the mouth and said, "This is your own self-reliance. This is my recycling. I can create them or destroy them, dust to dust, and dirt to earth." Everyone's eyes shrank suddenly, and their hearts jumped violently. That's right, Tamron mobile phones have slowly become popular, and since Yitan can create them, he can also destroy them. If people all over the world own it, wouldn't it take everyone's life that day? People are panicking. Even some people have begun to resist this Tamron phone. As for everyone in Huaxia, seeing Yitan digging holes and burying people directly made them a little excited. This is their Yitan, omnipotent, arrogant man. 666. Tamron mobile phone is simply Yitan's other trump card. When the time comes, people all over the world will be popularized. Wouldn't it be that Yitan conquered everyone? How do I feel that Yitan did a little too much this time? What if no one is buying Tamron phones in the future? Upstairs, haven't you noticed a problem? Yitan is giving China an influence, constantly weakening the new forces of other countries and people's inner beliefs. Yitan blows up the Tamron mobile phone this time, making everyone afraid. Most of the people who can afford Tamron phones are rich people. These rich people will definitely try their best to protect themselves. They have been using Tamron phones for a while and it is impossible to discard Tamron phones. Therefore, only Huaxia is safe. If you think about it, there are a large number of rich and powerful figures who come to China. Then the rise of China is not easy. 666. Analyze the emperor upstairs, and I will kneel. The analysis is too reasonable. If the rich people are unwilling to abandon the Tenglong mobile phone and do not want to be bombed by Yitan, they can only immigrate to China. After all, China is the motherland of Yitan. No matter what, I won't attack my home country. When everyone is discussing Yitan, the 12 leaders in the courtroom are all full of distortions and endless madness. They received a call. In the capitals of the 12 countries, no ordinary people were killed or injured. All the dead were high-ranking dignitaries, not officials or rich people. These are the pillars of the capital of these 12 countries. Moreover, none of the officials are simple. Now that so many have died, all the high-level officials in the capitals of the 12 countries have basically been buried, and the security of the capital has been directly abolished. All at once can blow up these 12 national leaders. Especially the Emperor of the Sun, looking at Yitan gloomily, gritted his teeth, his eyes full of angry murderousness. For nothing else, the Tamron mobile phone sold for Yitan happened to be detonated by Yitan when a large number of officials went to worship the Yasukuni shrine. The angry sun past the Emperor can rush up now, strangling Yitan to death. Yitan Kai didn't care about their angry expressions, sneered with disdain, and then disappeared into the video. Seeing Yitan leaving, the 12 leaders sat limply on the stool, looking pale at the red border that had not disappeared. In the red border video, there is still an explosion. There are fires everywhere. The leaders of the countries that I watched feel hurt. Other countries that did not participate in this operation have a trace of luck. If they also participated, wouldn't their country also suffer such a violent explosion? At the same time, they also deeply felt Yitan's horror. Is the appearance of Yitan the end of all countries? No, it should not be so. All entrepreneurs, capitalists, and officials hope that Yitan will not appear in the world. After Yitan left, only a group of deceived reporters and witnesses from various countries were left. Today, all this is crazier than before. This is simply provoking the 12 countries. What trump card does Yitan have that is so arrogant? Chapter 115. Chapter 113. Crying thanks to Killer for the 60,000 book coins rewarded. The dumbfounded reporters were dumbfounded, looking at the exploding capitals of various countries. But Yitan's projection had been turned off, so he didn't want to control everyone's thoughts. Yitan has slowly matured now, and is no longer the powerless orphan before, nor the enthusiastic man. To become a qualified master, he must have blood on his hands. If you want to succeed, you must be cruel. If you can't do this, You don't deserve to have this heaven-fine golden finger. Among the 4 islands, Yitan has been transformed into a giant steel city. But this giant steel city only surrounds the number 1 island and does not enclose the other 3 islands. And above the fence, less than 10 meters away, there was a fully armed soldier, and the terrifying fire god Gatling was driving on the wall. The sturdy barrel makes people daunting. At the root of the wall, there are super cool anti-gravity sports cars suspended in suspension. The sports cars have also been armed and modified. Each of them is driven by a soldier who is the emergency response unit of the base. Looking inside, buildings that are not part of the Earth's civilization are erected inside the walls. Every building reveals the breadth of super technology. There are patrol teams and hidden wolfhounds everywhere. In the main base, Yitan just finished the video and looked at the red dragon standing aside and said, "What is the pirate's recent action?" The red dragon's eyes flashed red, as if thinking, and then said, "Master, the pirate concentration camp has been moving frequently recently, and they are all gathering towards the concentration camp." Yitan's eyes were cold, and there was a terrifying snake living next door, and no one would be relieved. So Yitan asked Honglong to closely monitor the pirate concentration camp. "Does it seem to be moving?" Yitan muttered to himself in his heart. "Master, should we take the initiative to destroy all the pirates directly?" Honglong suggested from the side. Yitan listened, squinted his eyes and thought, then shook his head and said, "No, the pirates can't move yet. They are still valuable. Don't disturb them first. I guess they will take advantage of our release date." The sneak attack that day. That's good. The Tamron mobile phone explosion has already made all countries start to kill. If we are replacing pirates, then we will not be far from the time when countries are surrounded. Dominate. Red Dragon seems to want to say something, but Yitan directly shook his hand and said, "Needless to say, I know what you are thinking. The pirates will handle it. But we need to do it under the global attention." The red electronic eyes of the red dragon kept flashing red light. What exactly did the analyst Yitan mean by doing this? Yitan Kai didn't wait for the red dragon to think, and said directly, "Pirates were originally a means we used to confuse countries. Let them think that we only have a space-based weapon, and there is no strong force, and then relax our guard against us. But now we have angered all countries, so they will definitely contact the pirates, perhaps combine to destroy us, and they set a time. It must be our release day. They will destroy us under the global attention. Good, get their face back. They want to get back their face, and we need to deter them again. After all, we are walking with knives, which is too dangerous. When they come to attack our island, we will be thunderous and destroy this group of pirates to achieve the deterrent effect. Let countries stop making bad ideas. Give us some breathing time, and give them time to calm down." As Yitan spoke a little bit, the thinking red light in the red dragon's eyes disappeared. He also understood that this time the main purpose was to use pirates to achieve the deterrent effect. After all, those crazy scientists have developed some highly imitation products. Laser defense tower. This is built by crazy scientists imitating the real defensive tower of the Red Police. It is not really powerful, but it can also kill humans in seconds, or penetrate steel ships. Not many energy points are consumed. This is also one of Yitan's whole cards. Seeing that the base develops faster and faster, Yitan's heart is full of heroic self-confidence. The Earth is always a starting point. Only when he develops on the Earth can he truly break into the universe and want to become the first empire of the universe. It's not just talking. It takes more time. When the Earth can develop into its own base camp, that will be the most hanging. When Yitan conspired this plan, the whole outside world had exploded. All casualties in 12 countries are directly counted. There are tens of thousands of deaths in every country, not to mention that these deaths are only tens of thousands. But these people are all rich people, officials, or people with rights. Now that there are so many dead, it is unimaginable how much impact it can have on all countries at once. This also made countless rich and powerful people, officials and people of power feel embarrassed. This Tamron mobile phone is simply a time bomb. Yitan sees you upset. You don't even have any left to bomb it directly, and you don't need a cleaner to clean it. Just when the rich people of all countries are all worried. Huixia spoke on the official website at this time. China is a peaceful country, and all countries are welcome to immigrate. This official reminder from China has directly blown up many countries. Fuck. Huixia is just doing something. Sure enough, many wealthy people have also thought of one thing, that is, Yitan belongs to Huixia and is from Huixia. No matter what Huixia does, he will not do anything to his home country. If he immigrate to Huixia, wouldn't it be safe? After that, all the things in Tamron Group can be used. Thinking of this, the rich will leave immediately. When the leaders of various countries saw that they suffered several trillion violent attacks in their hearts, it was a beeping dog. They thought that if they were to get a military court, they could sue Yitan, but Yitan, a lunatic, often didn't take the normal route and was killed. How many high-ranking officials did not say, but Nemo wanted to take away all the rich people in their own country. Isn't this just picking up a rock and hitting yourself in the foot? Of course, the rich people who can immigrate to China are people with connections or rights, but there are some rich people who started from scratch. If they want to go to China, they may be taken to drink tea in their own country. The 12 major countries suffered the most serious losses. They watched the news of various countries at this moment and kept roaring. The more they thought about it, the more angry they became. They directly ordered the arrest of all car dealers and real estate dealers who participated in the meeting. All death penalty. Marbide. If it were not for these idiots, the 12 great nations would not be so miserable. The biggest loss was the United States. The director of SHIELD, who was twisting and turning green, leaned back on the chair and looked at the ceiling, not knowing what he was thinking, but the corner of his eye was shed. 2 lines of tears. 2 lines of tears. Chapter 116. Chapter 114. The Prelude to the Coming Storm. Thanks to Hooch for the reward of the new year. Of course, Yitan didn't know that the international form had been made like a puddle of muddy water. This time, Yitan blew his mobile phone and bombed 12 countries. No reporter or newspaper dared to report indiscriminately. After all, the idea of recycling mobile phones at will, but under the global attention, the leaders of the 12 powers agreed. Therefore, what Yitan did this time cannot blame others at all. The power that can be exploded is all dependent on the energy battery in the Tamron mobile phone. And does the person killed have anything to do with Yitan? The leader of your country personally agreed and Yitan handled it at will. That is, at the moment of agreeing, the Tamron mobile phone you have no longer belongs to him, and Yitan bombed his own. There is nothing wrong with it. Even if many people were killed, the 12 leaders of the country could only be blamed. It has nothing to do with Yitan. Therefore, the dumb can't tell the bitterness of eating coptis. This is also the most embarrassing thing for countries. If Yitan is not a public figure, kill him if he kills it, but Yitan is a big figure of global concern, and he blatantly kills. This is simply offending the public. Not to mention those small countries that support Yitan. The one who benefited the most this time belonged to Huixia. It was always Huixia who immigrated abroad. This time it was completely upside down. Countless rich people have immigrated to China in a hurry. This made Huixia's economy suddenly recovering. Many people invested in factories, introduced new technologies, machine tools, etc., to make Huixia thrive. And all of this, Yitan didn't pay any attention. He was unintentional. He just wanted to bomb the 12 nations and kill all nations. He would look for thorns all day long. But he didn't expect it to be like this. Yitan was only amazed when he saw this scene, and he didn't pay too much attention. After all, the rise of China was also what he most hoped to see. Yitan stood by the window, looking at the huge building units. The right finger tapped the wall, as if waiting for something. In the barracks, it was already overcrowded, and there were full-armed soldiers walking outside. There are also those heavy tanks, squeaking their gears, and driving towards the wall. That's right, there were violent soldiers on this day. and the energy points were very sufficient. Although this time destroyed the American god's scepter and consumed 300,000 energy points, for Yetan, this was a 2-day energy point. Since Yetan built a deep-water submarine, he has transformed that submarine, allowing the submarine to collect more energy point materials underwater. After the modified submarine, without a strong offensive power, it became very cheap in the construction unit. They seemed to only have the ability to search for energy points on the seabed. And Yetan directly transformed 10 deep-water submarines. Each submarine can earn 10,000 energy points every day. With some rough stones and mining vehicles purchased internationally, Yetan has basically exceeded 150,000 energy points every day. This time, Yetan violent soldiers, in order to unlock the next level as soon as possible, can unlock more new units, and see if there are more terrifying units. However, it seems that no matter how violent the soldiers were this time, they could not meet the requirements for uncovering the authority. Master, the energy points have been exhausted, ordinary fighters have reached about 30,000. And various units are also in the extreme development. But the next level has not been unlocked. Hong Long stood behind Yetan and said quietly. Yetan stopped tapping his fingers for a moment, muttering a little disappointed. Isn't it solved? What is missing? The red dragon eyes of the phantom flashed red, as if calculating something. Forget it, since the fate is not there. Then don't be obsessed. It's better to develop. Yetan let go of the anxiety in his heart, exhaled and said in a relaxed manner. The red dragon standing behind also nodded slightly, and then stopped the flashing red light in his eyes. Seeing that Yetan was about to leave, the red reminded, Master, the day after tomorrow is the release day. Oh? Yetan turned around. Unexpectedly the release day would come. It's another tough battle to be fought. Yetan's funds have been consumed very much, and hundreds of millions of funds are consumed every day, all of which are used to buy rough stones. And this time the sales of anti-gravity sports cars, do not know how much. Will it directly plunder the global economy? Yetan was amused by his own thoughts, and then shook his head. The global economy, how many trillions? There are hundreds of billions of trillions. It is a dream to want so much money. But when the release day comes, it means that the pirates will also start to act. Yetan's eyes were cold. He was not afraid of killing, but using killing to make all countries surrender. I will definitely do it, Yetan said with a murderous look in his eyes, clenching his fists. And in the pirate camp. Today is very abnormal. The noisy concentration camps of the past are dead to death at this moment. The meeting room gathered in the 72 holes of the 36 islands was also silent to death. In the meeting room, all the pirate chiefs bowed their heads, waiting for something. Here, the people behind whispered, as if it was someone coming. The Ghost Master sitting in the first place slowly raised his head, and looked back with some powerful island masters. I saw a group of men dressed in blood rushing in. They were all foreigners and a group of Americans. The Ghost Master sitting in the first place, seeing this group of blood-clothed people, his eyes slightly shrunk, and his heart trembled a little, walking towards a group of blood-clothed people with trembling calves. Welcome, thank you Blood God team for helping us, thank you very much. The Ghost Master looked at the man in front with a wretched smile. The man was very white. Yes, white was scary, just as white as a vampire. He is the head of this group of teams. This team is one of the most powerful teams in the United States. Everyone in the team is a king of soldiers. He is proficient in various firearms and weapons, proficient in the languages of various countries, and proficient in various driving, and many more. In the words of ordinary people, they are people who are more talented than geniuses. It's just that they are the country's murder weapon. This time, they are representing the United States, helping the pirate concentration camps and completely destroying Yetan. The white captain of the Blood God looked at the bearded Ghost Master with disdain and said coldly, Dagon. The Ghost Master's smile instantly solidified, looking at the white man in embarrassment. and backing away with a pile of smiles. But this smile would not hide the killing intent in his eyes. Want to die? Of course. The white leader saw the murderous look in the eyes of the Ghost Master and suddenly roared. The sound is dull, like listening to a lion roar up close. In an instant, this terrifying voice suddenly made the faces of many people standing in this room pale and retreated slightly. One is so awesome, what about the whole team? Many people directly feared this blood god team and didn't want to stand with them. Chapter 117. Dai wants to say something to his heart here. It's not that Dai can explode if he wants to explode, there is a reason. The reason is not from everyone. But I am very grateful for your support and rewards. However, due to the number of violent changes, I have not finished writing Dai at all. This is one aspect. In addition, Dai once said, every book will be on the shelves, and the shelves represent the author's profit. And everyone wants to see the free chapters. I understand this. This is what Dai said next. If there is too much violence, it will be easy to put on shelves. The minimum number of each book is 300,000 words. And why did it hang early in the morning? Because Park, what is called Park is the recommended ticket, the number of rewards. Compared with novels with the same number of characters. If you have a large number of recommended tickets and a large number of rewards, the listing time will be delayed until more than 500,000 words or more. And everyone will see more free chapters. If I get so much violence all at once, it will directly reach 300,000 characters, and even the chance of Park will be gone, and it will be directly put on the shelves and become a fee. Although the fees are the hard-earned money of the author, Dai really wants everyone to see more free chapters, because this will increase a lot of popularity. This is a sense of accomplishment. This is the sense of accomplishment that all authors expect to see. It's not a big black fool. If you don't believe me, check it on the internet. If you put 300,000 characters on the shelves, it will be posted directly. The author also desperately coded words for the money. So, what am I trying to say today? Starting tomorrow, it will resume 4 times a day. I hope you don't worry. Emergency leads to chaos. Chaos leads to eunuchs. Do you want to see quality or speed? I hope everyone can support me instead of forcing me. I owe more than 100 chapters to the Lord of the Book now. I remember, a rudder plus 5 more. I owe a lot. These days I will not visit, nor go to relatives, to concentrate on code words for you. The target is magical horse. Baby does not need only your support. Thank you. I hope you can take this book seriously, and I do the same. Don't force me anymore. Thank you. Dai here. Every day you move your little hands and vote for chapter recommendation votes for your favorite novels. It is a small thing, and Dai, I am really happy to see your recommendation tickets and rewards. Not for money. Reward our author will not earn anything. $1 reward. The official website charges 60 cents. We are 40 cents, plus tax deduction. How many points are there? However, Dai hopes that it is possible to see his own book, and it is recognized by others. I hope you can vote for more recommendations and give a reward of 1 or 2 yuan. This is to give Dai power. And I am constructing the coolest empire hegemony for you. I hope you understand. I hope you can understand. The author is not easy. Not easy for everyone. Tolerant. Thank you. Chapter 118. Chapter 115. Have you seen a tank that can fly? Thanks for being so monotonous. Thank you. The Blood God Squad looked at everyone backing away in disdain. Suddenly, he was very disdainful in his heart, and he was really a group of innocent bandits. And at this moment, the door of the conference room was suddenly kicked open, and a small team, dressed in red and black clothes, came in arrogantly. The head is a bald head, 5 big and 3 thick, looking like a giant bear. Heavy Punch. The Blood God captain gritted his teeth and growled. Punch is a secret team in Russia, and it is also a superhuman existence. They are very powerful. Everyone can lift a car. You can imagine how terrifying their power is. The Heavy Punching team, all of them 5 big and 3 sturdy men, carry guns with a 5 centimeters radius in their hands. The headed bald head is the captain of the heavy punch team. When he saw the blood god team, he smiled suddenly. Hey, isn't this the blood god team? Isn't it the sky and earth not cooperating with any team? How did you cooperate with us today? What's the matter? The United States is counseling? The heavy punch team scratched its head and said arrogantly. Captain Blood God looked at the bald head that kept touching the shining head with a stern face. I really want to blow his head with a punch, drink his blood and eat his meat. The captain of Heavy Punch looked at the Blood God squad and didn't dare to speak, and suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha. Indifferent. The members of the Heavy Punch team behind also laughed. With this ruthless sound of mocking, the lungs of the angry Blood God team were about to explode. The Blood God team stared at the Heavy Punch team, and kept swearing in their hearts that if there is a chance, they must tenderly die. This group of brainless brawny. Enough. Do you still want to complete the mission? Don't you know the importance of this mission? The Blood God team leader yelled. The heavy punching team stopped laughing and snorted disdainfully. He also knew the importance of this mission, which was related to the future of his country. If it succeeds, the day will be peaceful, and if it fails, it is estimated that his country will be destroyed by Yi Tan's hands. The Heavy Punch Squad and the Blood God Squad are both powerful weapons of various countries. Now that they are sent here, it can be seen how determined the various countries are to give Yi Tan a tender death. While the two assassination teams were discussing plans, Yi Tan was still arranging security measures for the press conference. On the first island, Yi Tan built a separate open ground stage, surrounded by walls, and there was no way to see anything inside the walls. Yi Tan didn't want to publish his base to the world. After all, who has never played Red Alert? If anyone recognizes it, it would be a beeping dog. On this newly built stage, it is a closed one. On the inner wall, there are Vulcan Gatlin driving everywhere. It is eerie and terrifying. As long as ordinary people walk in, the scalp will tingle. My legs are weak and I can't even walk. On the fence, there are many cannons, all bought from Eiffel. After modification, they are all controlled by the Red Dragon. And this stage is not small, it's as big as a football field. Now Yi Tan has a reputation for all children on the planet, so once this press conference starts, reporters from all over the world will flock to it. This stage is built beside the base wall, and as long as you go out, you can see the sea. After Yi Tan prepared everything, he was waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. Now the armed forces of the base have reached a level of terror that Yi Tan could not even imagine. And people around the world are all looking forward to this day. Although they can't see the anti-gravity sports car in the live video, Yi Tan will really release this car this time. This means that everyone can get an anti-gravity sports car. This makes many people excitedly look forward to it. And the reporters are all preparing, and the battleship prepared by the rider's own country is heading towards the 4 islands. But they dare not approach the seas around the 4 islands, because there was no invitation from Yi Tan. If they entered, it would be considered an invasion. Yi Tan will be directly blown into slag. For a time, many ships, aircraft carriers and small yachts have gathered in the waters around the 4 islands. The yacht is for reporters. Yi Tan invited reporters to come this time, but did not invite military from other countries. Therefore, they are not qualified. Time passed slowly, and the sun slowly rose. Central news reporters from various countries have started live broadcasts. This time, don't be dead again. If you can make a hole, you can't make a hole. Don't say anything. A Chinese general was facing a man with glasses, with a CCTV Central News logo on his chest, and his name card. This man with glasses is already a well-known dead brother in China. The last global military exercise was hosted by him, and there was a death in court. It's all him. If someone sees his work card, they will run away. Fan Jian. That's right, this guy's name is Fan Jian. I don't know that he is so awkward, so dying, because of this name. When Fan Jian heard the general's words, he straightened his back and said with great weight, "Sir, don't worry, and promise to complete the task. If you can't kill them, I won't be Fan Jian. The general was speechless by Fan Jian's words, and he couldn't laugh or cry. Sure enough, it was a miracle that this product was sent here for a certain purpose. When the two were talking, suddenly the sky thundered. Boom! It was as fierce as a thunder, and the sound was loud, and the noisy ears buzzed straight. Everyone eased up and looked up. I saw a tank floating in the air. Fuck. What is this tank? Someone in the crowd said in horror. That's right. What is floating in the air is a mobile turret, just like a tank, except that there is no aluminium sheet of the tank. The horrible barrel was emitting blue smoke. Once you knew it. The thunder that sounded just now was from this barrel. It's horrible. Just listening to the sound can shake people to death. What should I do if I get bombed? Is there still ash? The young master has an order to only allow reporters to enter. Once the soldiers intervene, there will be no mercy. In the fort floating in the air, these words were buzzing. Although the sound was buzzing, it was clear to the people. Everyone trembled in their hearts. And Yi Tan's subordinates were all murderous. Suddenly, the warships and aircraft carriers all over the country stopped one by one around the 4 islands, not daring to move into the water gauge floating on the sea. That was the death cordon. Walk around, Fan Jian, you go quickly. Remember to see anyone under Yi Tan, you must respect it. Don't be too frustrated, for other people, you will die. When the general sent Fan Jian, kept asking. Fan Jian boarded the boat excitedly and rushed directly into the water measuring buoy. Fan Jian gang entered the buoy, and suddenly red light appeared directly in front of him, sweeping across him. Without a trace of aggression, it seems to be a red line. Is this a virtual projection? Fan Jian muttered to himself. And at this moment, the gun turret in the sky fired violently, and a flash of fire rushed towards a yacht in an instant. Boom! In an instant, the yacht exploded into debris. The debris is floating directly on the sea. Chapter 119. Chapter 116. My wolfhound is also armed. Thank you so-and-so, strangers, thank you. Boom. The yacht was blown to pieces in an instant. The reporters who were sitting on the yacht were so scared that they were dumbfounded. What are we doing? We didn't do anything. So how could we fire the gun as we spoke? Infiltrate the warlord and kill. In the sky, the moving fort uttered a few words with incomparable killing intent, which immediately shocked many people's hearts. Without the excitement of facing the anti-gravity sports car, all of them sat on the yacht obediently and drove towards the 4 islands like a little baby. They couldn't report on this incident. Yi Tan said what he said. No one believed even if they posted. After all, Yi Tan always slapped everyone in the face. In the base, Yi Tanzing watched the reporters landing in an orderly manner. Just now, the red line, but the scanner, the Red Dragon registered all the accounts of people from all over the world. As long as they scanned it out, they were killed directly. Master, they have logged in and have started live broadcasting. Can we go out? Hong Long stood behind Yi Tan and said respectfully. Yi Tan didn't have a trace of expression and said, don't go out yet. Send a wolf dog to me, I want to see how many people are in it. Yes, Master, Red Dragon said behind him. Then went down to arrange. And reporters from various countries who have just landed have already started live broadcasting. Fan Jianxing looked at the surrounding dark city walls with excitement, only feeling a sense of pressure oppressing him, not making him uncomfortable, but a little excited. Yi Tan's strength represents China's future. Hello everyone, we have landed on the base where Yi Tan is located. What we see is the dark wall. This kind of wall is hard as we have seen from the so-called. It seems that it is not a common ore on the earth. It is a cornerstone invented by Yi Tan. Fan Jian was still normal at this time, and was talking about it. On the live broadcast platform, there is also a small split screen with a group of well-known professors sitting inside. These things were arranged by the senior management of Huaxia, and they wanted to save Yi Tan, so they had to act. The people who watched the live broadcast did not speak yet, and the professor inside said, seeing the wall of Yi Tan, our professors can see what material it is made of. But judging from the scars of the last attack, this wall, it can defend against rocket bombing, and take turns bombing for half an hour. but it may not break open. Hiss. All the people watching the live broadcast in China were shocked. Is it just a fence? Can defend against rocket bombing for half an hour? Are you sure you didn't tease me? But everyone can only choose to believe that those who say those words are all well-known professors who have done a lot of credit, not those who can only put money. Perhaps there was also Yitan's reason, which prompted them to have an illusion that no matter what Yitan is, it is the best and high-tech. However, many Chinese builders turned pale when they saw Yitan's surrounding wall. Nima. If this wall starts to sell, play a fart. Uncles. Of course Fan Jian didn't know that a small wall could destroy many top industries in the world. Fan Jian continued to broadcast live. As soon as I arrived at the gate of the fence, I saw thousands of heavily armed soldiers standing on the left and right sides of the door. All of them closed their eyes, holding guns, and quietly listening to the surrounding movement. Seeing the soldiers, these reporters didn't dare to pant for a while, fearing that the voice would be louder, waking up the group of killers. Then everyone would be finished together. But it seems that no matter what they say, these fighters will ignore it. They had to let go of their nervous mood and continue to broadcast. Tusk. These soldiers are Yitan's defensive measures. They are all very powerful. They didn't open their eyes to guard. They closed their eyes to guard. Are they asleep? Fan Jian said in front of the camera. The professors didn't interrupt this time. After all, this is not their profession. But the audience exploded. Guilty. You are bad. Go up and down Yitan's bodyguard. Come back and I will give you 1 million. Cut. What a million is. If you dare to move your bodyguard, I will give you 10 million. You are all rich, Fan Jian. As long as you use your bodyguard, I will give you 100 billion. Go to your uncle. If Fan Jian moves, is there still life for us to broadcast it? 100 billion, right? Fan Jian looked at the comments in the Tamron mobile phone in his hand, and his face was suddenly black. He was not stupid, and would not die to such an extent. If I move, Nima, I can live to see tomorrow. The sun. At this moment, suddenly the closed black door was engraved with a golden dragon, and his eyes suddenly opened, emitting a golden light of daylight. Fuck. Everyone was so scared that they took a step backwards, and almost didn't scare the urine out. The dragon was so real, it was just like a real entity. It suddenly opened its eyes. Can you scare them? Titikaka. The door opened. Hundreds of wolfhounds rushed out directly from the inside. The wolfhounds' paws were all equipped with metal claw sleeves, and they looked so harsh and sharp in the sun. And their mouths are all made of aluminium alloy. Metal teeth, fully armed, like a mechanical dog, make your scalp numb. Dread. The heavily armed wolfhound ran out from inside, making a loud metal crash. What are you doing? A reporter asked. Other reporters are also at a loss as to what they are doing. They don't know, but they will know in the next second. The wolf dog walked toward them unexpectedly, scaring them all trembling. Even Fan Jian's scalp was numb. He was being smelled by a wolf dog. That's right. These wolfhounds are smelling their body odor. People all over the world don't know what's going on. Everyone has the same thoughts. This group of reporters are all reporters. If you want a wolf dog to smell it, what can you smell? But at this moment, the wolf dog suddenly barked at a reporter. His voice was only ferocious, and everyone who listened was trembling. The reporter was at a loss by the wolf dog's barking, and stood there pale, not knowing what to do. At this time, the soldier standing on both sides closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes. In those eyes, there were all violent murderous auras. People all over the world trembled and woke up. Next. Kill. The two soldiers at the front suddenly picked up the modified AK. At this time, the AK, like Gatling, had 5 barrels. This is no longer called AK, but simple Gatling. Da. The bullet shot out instantly went to the head of the reporter who was at a loss. Boom. The reporter's head was directly like a high explosive inside a watermelon, and it exploded with a bang, and it was directly in the air like a rain of blood, soaking the reporter with blood. These reporters were all military reporters, and they had seen blood and gore anyway. so they were just shocked by the sudden death, but they didn't have the feeling of vomiting and nausea. Bow. The wolf dog was still barking, this time at the other. Everyone saw the scalp numb. Why? How could this be? Chapter 120. Chapter 117. My wolf dog is eating people. Thank you all for your support. The reporter was so frightened that he was barking at the wolf dog. Seeing a few soldiers rushing forward, they suddenly dropped their cameras and ran away. Russian elite spy, Pausos, 28 years old. Kill. The running soldiers shouted in the distance. Then the fully armed robotic dog suddenly stretched out the small machine gun on its back, and it shot at the running reporter. The precision was terrible, and instantly blasted the reporter's legs into mashed flesh and became a half-existence. The flushing blood rushed. What? The Russian reporter lay on the ground, howling frantically. The wolf dogs barked and walked up to the reporter, biting directly at the reporter's head with their big mouth open. The reporter saw the sharp teeth. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he closed his eyes in an instant confession. He didn't expect that he hadn't gotten into it yet, so he was discovered. Ethan is really terrifying. Crack. A wolf dog bit the reporter's head, shook his head fiercely, and with a tear, saw the reporter's head. Half of the head was directly bitten off by the wolf dog. The brain pulp and blood of that head was scattered all over the ground. Kaka kaka. The wolf dog directly bit half of his head and swallowed it into his stomach. Vomit. Seeing this scene, many people around the world directly vomited out of disgust. They didn't expect that these wolf dogs would actually eat alive people. It was disgusting. The reporters who were watching had scalp numbness, and their urine was about to come out. They felt that they were not on the release stage, but hell. In less than tens of seconds, the reporter was completely eaten by a few wolf dogs, and there was no bones left. After that, 100 wolfhounds turned around in front of the crowd a few times and then ran back to the base. The reporters looked pale, and they dared to take a breath when they watched the wolf dog leave. They already knew what was going on now. A spy who got in the reporters might assassinate Ethan. If they were assassinated, maybe they would all be buried. Everyone was shocked, and their backs were almost wet. Seeing the soldiers return to their original positions, they closed their eyes. They walked in tremblingly. They all understood now that these soldiers closed their eyes, not slacking off to sleep, but the existence of wolf dogs, and what eyes they need. Even the smell of spies can be smelled, which is simply unnecessary. Shocked, they didn't dare to stay longer, and hurriedly walked towards the release stage. Walking in and seeing the next scene directly caused their hearts to fall in love. Is this Nema still release stage? This Nema is simply a military base. Vulcan Gatling on the wall. What is this going to do? And that cannon, I wipe it. Do you use so much? It's just a war. Everyone, welcome to the base camp of Tamaron. A calm voice sounded on the stage. Everyone looked at it and didn't know when Ethan was already on the stage. That straight suit, wearing Ethan's body, is almost a gentleman than a gentleman. The slanted bangs made Ethan look very evil, and people had to focus on him. When everyone saw Ethan, as reporters, they didn't know how to speak. The global audience did not feel that way. They were all screaming in front of the video frantically. Ethan, I love you. Fuck, why Ethan is so handsome today, why I haven't found it before. Upstairs, there are so many things you haven't discovered before. I still like that furious Ethan. It's too violent and bloody. People all over the world are crazy for Ethan. To make a long story short, invite our protagonist today, the anti-gravity sports car. Ethan said, instantly making the reporters in the audience excited. What they did was an anti-gravity sports car, but they didn't expect it to be like this. Roar. There was another hissing dragon roar, which sounded from the air, and saw a red-black anti-gravity sports car slowly descending from the air. Stopped firmly on the stage. Click. The reporters were all taking pictures frantically. This is a historical scene and cannot be missed. The appearance of the sports car is still the same as before. The first-class appearance and high-tech look are not comparable to all sports cars in the world. An anti-gravity sports car was an idea I once had. When I came here, there were only ships and no means of transportation. Then I used it for 2 months to invent this anti-gravity sports car. Yi Tan casually talked about the origin of the anti-gravity sports car. The reporters were dumbfounded, and the audience around the world was dumbfounded. The angry leaders of various countries scolded. Beep the dog. Can you stop pretending to be like this? Paralyzing. We have worked so hard to invest trillions of dollars every year, and we have not worked out it for many years. It only takes 2 months for you to specialize. You are so awesome. Why not go to heaven? Regarding Yi Tan's pretense, they could only grit their teeth and watch with hatred. But people all over the world were so excited to death by Yi Tan's pretense. It's so cool. We are about to rise in China. In this life, I only serve Yi Tan. I will not be excited if anyone dares to pretend to be in front of me in the future. 66,666. The reporters were beating violently in their hearts, but no one dared to stand up and talk. After all, the scene at the door just now was still in their minds and could not dissipate for a long time. If Yi Tan got up and angered Yi Tan, he wouldn't peel off his skin. Feeling dead in Yi Tan's hands, no corpse has ever been intact. Thinking of these, many people have a scalp. Well, I will now introduce the functions of this anti-gravity sports car. Yi Tan smiled slightly, and then began to say, the anti-gravity sports car needs gravitation to levitate. The Earth is like a big magnet, and the anti-gravity sports car is also a magnet, one positive, one negative, two colliding together. It will form an anti-gravity effect. As for technical issues, I won't tell you. You just need to know that the current luxury cars are weak. In addition, this anti-gravity sports car has 2 driving modes. One is human driving and the other is intelligent driving. Don't underestimate intelligence. They are all the general existence of Tamron Assistant. I believe you all know the capabilities of Tamron Assistant. Also, the defense of an anti-gravity sports car can be compared to an air raid shelter, and rockets are hard to destroy. Of course, this is only limited to the deluxe version. The normal version of the defense, only the same as the tank. Wow! Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They didn't expect the anti-gravity sports car theory to be so simple. Why didn't they find it in their own country? Of course, these theories are all fabricated by Yi Tan at will. Can the technology inside be spoken out? Chapter 121. Chapter 118. Days. Thank you for your reward. Thank you, myself. I've never been very supervised. Yi Tan stood on the high platform and watched everyone talk freely. This anti-gravity sports car can fly up to 10,000 meters. Don't worry, there will be no problems with the anti-gravity sports car. There will be no ice at 10,000 meters, and there will be no freezing reaction power unit. Even if there is an accident, as long as you enter a height of 10,000 meters, it will automatically become an anti-gravity effect. Therefore, you are safest in the air. Wow! Everyone was shocked by what Yi Tan said. Everyone looked at Yi Tan in shock, and their hearts were already galloping. This is simply invincible in the air. People all over the world have this idea. Suddenly, those rich and powerful people, capitalists, immediately became disgusted with the car they just bought. And when they got up with the anti-gravity sports car of others, it was nothing short of scum. Those reporters who were once forgiving and never forgiving are now shocked and speechless. This anti-gravity sports car is too futuristic technology. This Nima simply can't fault it. Also, Yi Tan, can you not say it alone? You are finished. We still want to ask a question. Now you say by yourself. We still ask a fart. Are we carrying the camera? Yi Tan couldn't hear the inner narration of the reporters, and continued to talk. In addition, there are many functions. I won't introduce them one by one. I'm too lazy to introduce them, but it's just a representative tool. There will be more in the future. Yi Tan said coldly, as soon as these words came out. It almost caused hundreds of millions of critical hits to all auto dealers. Puff. The auto dealers everywhere on the earth spewed blood violently, their faces flushed with anger. All of them looked at the desperate Yeetan in the video, gritted their teeth and watched, just trying to pull Yeetan out of it and tear it apart. It's so terrible. It's just lawless and deceiving too much. It's just beeping the dog. What is meant by too lazy to introduce your sister? The other one is transportation. Fucking. The reporters also stared dumbfounded. Is this over? What about the details? Other people can't wait to open it for a longer time. Just like this, the reporters are fucking. The global audience is also fucking. Car dealers from all over the world are beeping dogs. People are more popular than others. The whole world was driven crazy by Yeetan, and the leaders of the countries were also dumbfounded. I have to say that sometimes Yeetan is too childish, and the things he likes are the things that he likes and dislike. After Yeetan finished speaking, he was about to step down. At this moment, the reporters who were still bewildered immediately recovered. A swarm of people rushed to Yeetan, holding the microphone and asking questions in a mess. Mr. Yee, can you elaborate on the structure or performance of the anti-gravity sports car? Facing the New York Daily Reporter, Yeetan snorted disdainfully, Sauru, this sports car will not be sold to you in the United States. In an instant, the entire noisy group of reporters immediately calmed down, all looking at Yeetan dumbfounded. What's going on? Not sold to the United States? And the reporter of the New York Daily News. His face was distorted, he felt that his face was lost in the eyes of the world. Mr. Yeetan, are you discriminating against the United States? Why not sell it to us in the United States? Faced with targeted questions raised by reporters from the New York Daily News, Yeetan didn't even have to think about it, and said directly, I'm in a bad mood. Puff. The reporter from the New York Daily squirted a big mouthful of blood and fell backward. Other authors also have a beeping expression. What does this mean? You are in a bad mood, what do you mean by selling? And all the audience in the United States looked at it blankly. As Americans, they certainly know what is going on. Many reasons. Once, they look down on Chinese people. Technical blockade, or propose a Huaxia researcher, etc. Also, since Yeetan was born, the United States has been targeting Yeetan. Wasn't that a strong murderous intention? This time, Yeetan is back. Nothing wrong, but they are getting more and more disappointed in the United States. They are already disappointed. Many Americans have already begun to immigrate to China. Back to the scene where the reporter interviewed. Yeetan was also surrounded by a group of reporters. Excuse me, Mr. Yeetan, is it only the US that does not sell anti-gravity sports cars, or is it? The Russian reporter asked cautiously. He could see it now. Yeetan called everyone here this time, and he was just pretending to be a little bit. I don't care about the obstacles to the sale of his anti-gravity sports car. Beep the dog. If he refuses to sell, it is estimated that his country will pull his face and beg Yeetan to sell it. The Russian reporter held his heart and listened carefully to Yeetan's return. Yeetan turned his head, glanced at the little white-faced Russian reporter, and shrugged. All countries are sold, but the number of sales in each country needs to be negotiated again. I have to see what my agent is. How many goods will be placed? Everyone is silent. What do you mean? It depends on the agent. Everyone thought, yes, Yeetan has blasted the car dealers around the world, so who is going to be an agent? And inside the White House, the director of SHIELD had a look of aggrieved face. Hearing what Yeetan said just now, he already felt an unprecedented powerful crisis. Fac. The anti-gravity sports car will definitely be occupied by the military forces of various countries. How can it be owned by capitalists? Yeetan's calculations are good. That country's military force has acted as Yeetan's agent. The sky is tied to a warship. Fac. The secretaries, security guards, and officers who stood by were all taken aback. They didn't expect Yitan to be so terrible that he designed to harm American independence. Too frightening. Call me all the countries immediately. We need to talk about a meeting, the U.S. Presidential Commissioner said solemnly. Immediately the secretaries and personnel around him began to arrange. This secret meeting of global powers began, and back to the conference site. Reporters from all over the world have been convinced by Yitan's strong courage, so they must give full marks to them. Mr. Yitan, if you impeach the United States like this, will you be retaliated by the United States? Fan Jian asked loudly from a distance. Suddenly, a group of American reporters turned their heads with cannibalistic eyes, and stared at Fan Jian firmly. What's so special about you? If you don't commit cheapness early, and don't commit cheapness late, so cheap at this time, really Fan Jian. P.S. I have something to do at home these 2 days. I don't want to talk about it here. I stay up late to make up for what I owe you. It's just that some people say I'm an eunuch, and I don't want to say anything. I like a book for support, not it came out. It's all some thoughts. Can't I have something to do in my house? Can't I have some personal space? Chapter 122. Chapter 119. Hope of upgrade. Thank you for the rewards that have been scattered throughout the night sky city. Thank you. Regarding Fan Jian's words, the American reporters looked at Fan Jian with a distorted expression, really wanting to tear Fan Jian into pieces. Too arrogant, this is simply too deceitful. The American journalists are angry and old-fashioned, but what about China? Almost couldn't bear the excitement. Went out to buy firecrackers. Yitan's press conference was simply China's happiest day. Blockade of American products is what many people in China want to achieve. The United States used to bully people too much, but now they play together from a different angle. On Fan Jian's official live broadcast website, the comments exploded. 5666. You are just hanging up. Great for my brother. Great for my sword. Since then, Fan Jian has become a sharp sword for China. Yitan looked at Fan Jian with a little bit of laughter or crying. Our Tamron group does not want to misunderstand any country, but if you commit a crime against me, Tamron will kill you. In the final killing without mercy, Yitan roared out with the chi of Danshan in his chest. It shook everyone's heart on the battlefield. It was too domineering, and it was simply disagreeable. At this time, boom! A thunder blasted across the 4 islands, and the noise was so loud that many people covered their ears. At this moment, all the soldiers standing behind Yitan suddenly opened their violent eyes and stomped their right feet in a unified manner. Defensive. One of the soldiers yelled, and instantly the whole soldiers changed their positions, surrounded Yitan and protected them. All the reporters held their heads and looked at the group of soldiers beside Yitan in surprise. Looking at it for unknown reasons. None of them knew what happened. Only heard the sound of a cannon, and then they were surrounded. What is this for? Buzz. There was a humming noise among the reporters. When everyone looked at it, they didn't know when the black wall had become transparent, and all the scenery outside could be clearly seen. Hiss. The outside scenery is a horror. I don't know when. The aircraft carrier warships of various countries have moved away from here. Now outside, it has been taken over by groups of pirate ships with pirate flags. There are not tens of thousands of pirate ships, but there are also 7 or 8,000 whoosh. Is this the pirates? Are you going to attack the Tamron base? A reporter curled up on the ground, trembling and trembling. The other reporters also trembled in their hearts, and cast a blank glance at the reporter who had just spoken. Isn't your special mother talking nonsense? Isn't that pirate weapon hanging? Also, haven't you seen them firing crazy guns? Yes, there are dense pirate ships everywhere around the first island. It looks very crowded, but they unified the power of firing. It was crazy. Bang bang bang. Countless shells rose towards the sky and rushed towards the first island, which is the island where Yashin base is located. Yitan's heart was cold, and his eyes were gloomy looking at the overwhelming missiles. At this moment, he had only one thought, and that was to slaughter these millions of pirates. Master, the pirates have entered the first line of defense. Are they starting to attack? In Yitan's ear, Red Dragon whispered. A bloodthirsty smile cracked at the corner of Yitan's mouth. Since he has come in, don't even think about going out. Attack. Yes, Master. Honglong's voice was heavy, slowly dissipating in Yitan's ears. The reporters have begun to pick up their cameras and aim at the pirates. They don't want to miss such a good live broadcast opportunity. In addition, they also wanted to see what Yitan relied on to solve this crisis. Is it relying on space-based weapons? Joke. Seeing that the pirates' ships were about to stop, all the reporters' hearts were raised. Why Yitan hadn't moved yet? Could he just let the base give it away? And just as the pirate ship was about to dock, suddenly something changed. In Yushan base, suddenly, dozens of razors were shot out. Go straight to the pirate ship. Boom. In an instant, a pirate ship was directly punched through a big hole by the Thunder Snake with a thick thumb. All the people on the pirate ship became coke, and the pirate ship stopped directly at sea, motionless. This razor is a laser defense tower. During this period, Yitan continued to add defense facilities in the base. For this day, dozens of defensive towers are constantly spraying. Even Gatlin, the god of fire, on the city wall began to buzzer. The cannon is also the sound of bombs being loaded. Da. Bang bang bang. Swish swish. The entire wall immediately began to operate at a high speed. Countless flaming bullets, countless turrets, and the defensive tower with great attack power, all fired. The bullets of the Vulcan Gatling overwhelmed the sky and the earth, like a huge waterfall. The bullets followed one by one. If someone came in and out of the bullet interface, it must be a pile of rotten meat. The whole scene instantly turned into a terrifying hell. The blast of bullets. The blast of artillery. Let all the reporters tremble in a live broadcast. This Nima started right. As soon as Yitan finished talking about killing without mercy, your uncle started to do it. What is this? The audiences around the world are also in a beeping state. What's wrong? The domineering declaration just now, and now it is directly engaged with the pirates next door. This is simply fucking. The pirate fleets also began to fight back constantly, but the two bumps were not revealed when they hit the wall. This is beeping ang. Behind the pirate fleet, in an aircraft carrier armed to the teeth, all the island owners and cave owners gathered together. Look at all the offensive messages. Anxiously waiting. It seems they are waiting for something. Ghost Lord. Are you sure we can really break the Tenglong base like this? A cave owner roared with a grin. His teeth were dark, he was like a beggar on the road. The Ghost Lord looked at his painful expression and laughed in his heart. What he wanted was this kind of effect. Without weakening all of your strength, how could I dominate the entire pirate in the future? It turns out that this dense pirate ship is the tactics of the Ghost Masters. Moths fighting the fire. Send some abandoned warships that cannot be repaired, and warships rushed to the Tamron base, in order to discover the loopholes in Yitan's defense system, and also attract all the firepower of Yitan, so that the terrorist squads can better complete all the tasks. And Yitan Xing looked at the overwhelming pirates, smiling disdainfully. At that time, Honglong didn't know when, with a shadow, he looked at Yitan and said directly, Master, the number of pirates is extremely large. This is the first battle that our empire has encountered since the establishment of the empire. It can also be a defensive battle. I estimate that after this battle is over, the base may be upgraded. The next 3 will be unlocked. Major units. When Yitan heard it, his eyes shrank suddenly. It turned out to be like this. No matter how violent the soldiers were, they were not enough to upgrade. Chapter 123. Chapter 120. The Killing Order. Thank you for all the rewards that have been scattered in the night sky. Thank you. When Yitan heard Red Dragon's words, he was messed up in the wind. What the Red Dragon said was too sudden and shocking. As long as you defend this battle, you can unlock new units. Are you kidding me? Yitan always thought that it was because of the insufficient number of troops. It seems that this was not the case. The original reason why the base has not been upgraded is that it has not been baptized by war, And perhaps he has never been a red police. The red alert system has been emphasizing that the Empire is striving for hegemony. This crisis of pirate gang fights was the first real battle faced by the Tamron Empire, and it was only a battle of hundreds of thousands of people. If this is the case, then him really beeping a dog ... It's just a scumbag inside. If the pirate concentration camps were destroyed and the units could be unlocked, then why did you go early? What if so many pirates destroy Yitan? Just kidding, the pirates are a group of bandits. How can they beat the base? But Yitan's heart was still a bit stubborn. The pirates came too suddenly this time, so he took advantage of the start of the press conference. There must be a conspiracy. It is better to be careful. Master, maybe you will need to upgrade your authority in the future. It will take a big battle to unlock. The base units you see are all basic red police units. The stronger the authority, the stronger the unit. Yitan nodded. He understood now. The red police empire requires the empire to fight for hegemony, and technology is only the continuous innovation of new unit roles, which are very important. Both are indispensable. It's strange that Red Dragon has always emphasized the Universe Empire, which is here. Seeing that the three main units can be unlocked, Yitan's heart is still very excited. The three main units unlocked this time are very important to Yitan. If they are built, Yitan will at least not use this. I'm scared every day. In this case, it is time to complete the task. That pirate concentration camp don't exist. With murderous intent in Yitan's eyes, staring at the dense group of pirate ships, he suddenly said with heavy words to the Red Dragon standing aside, "Kill, kill." When the intelligence of Honglong heard this word, his eyes shrank suddenly. Together with the soldiers surrounding Yitan, all blood flowed frantically all over the body, with the meaning of blood evil in their eyes. Killing. As soon as this order was issued, the whole army was in turmoil. Millions of miles of floating corpses were everywhere. Blood was poured down, and the killing intent was horrendous. The killing orders were all arranged by Yitan's own 7 killing orders. On the battlefield, the situation changes rapidly, but the morale of the soldiers is the most important. Red Dragon once said that the soldiers are all clones. The kind of clones who fight on the battlefield all the year round. They need a domineering man. That is, the more ruthless and cruel the master, the more cruel and crazy the soldiers will be. So Yitan set up a 7-kill order. But it is not perfect. Kill. Inside the Tamron base, there was a sudden sound of anger. All the soldiers in the base heard it. Then all of them shook suddenly, and the blood flowed through the whole body. The whole army stepped out with its right foot, eyes filled with bloodshot eyes, a crazy look, and the muscles of the whole body were tense. Suddenly, everyone looked up to the sky and roared wildly. Received the killing order. Slaughter, blood rain, corpses everywhere. Kill, kill, kill. All the soldiers yelled these 4 sentences from the sky. The blue veins on their necks were bulging out, and the entire army was in trouble. They seemed like the kind that was about to be violent. Too crazy. The Ghost Master and the others were jumped by the sudden sound. What's the matter? Are you still reading poems? Really funny. An island owner smiled disdainfully, and the Ghost Master frowned. Is Nima a poem? That's a reminder. I haven't heard the corpses everywhere. This is to slaughter everyone. It's really cruel. The Ghost Master's face was solemn. It stands to reason that Yitan would not be irritated so quickly. What happened today? Such a big temper. As soon as the killing order came out, all the soldiers hidden in the base were mobilized. Holding the newly researched small Vulcan Gatling in each hand, they ran towards the root of the wall, waiting for the opportunity. The soldiers standing at the wall stared at the wall, as if they could see the enemy through. The blood flowing through their bodies is accelerating. Their hearts are violent, and their bodies are full of blood. They need to vent their vents. The ships of the pirate concentration camps are their targets. But Yitan had already left the reporter group and came to the fence. He needed to go to the battlefield to drive the rhythm of the soldiers. Those reporters, all hiding in the built release stage, carrying cameras, recording everything. As soon as Yitan boarded the wall, the news was transmitted directly to the back of the pirate concentration camp. inside the aircraft carrier armed to the teeth. When everyone heard the news, the Ghost Master suddenly grinned. They were waiting for Yetan to come out, but the American secret team had discussed countermeasures with them. It is impossible for them to agree to Yetan if they want to destroy Yetan. It is necessary to send some people to continuously attract the defensive laser in the wall. As long as it can attract that, as long as Yetan climbs on the wall, it is his death date. All the island owners and cave owners watched with excitement, and kept counting silently in their hearts. Under the fierce battle under the wall, a dead body was lying on the ground. Just as Yetan boarded the wall, the dead body slowly moved. Lying on a broken shipboard, he set up an oversized Barrett. If anyone saw it, his scalp would tingle. Is this still a gun? It's just a gun. If you hit someone's voice, you probably won't even be left behind. Virginas, the target has appeared, ready to attack. Suddenly someone said in the ears of this black dead man. Hearing the order, the dead man immediately began to take aim. I have to say that the place where the dead lay in ambush is a wonderful thing. It happens to be at the root of the wall and under the ship that has just been scrapped. Most people would never think of it. The dead man grabbed his breath and aimed at Yetan. His fingers have been slowly resting on the trigger. As long as the surface of the water calms down, it will be Yetan's death. Ha, ha, ha. The dead lied lightly and cried out rhythmically. Facing the overwhelming bullets and the thunder snake, and the cannonballs, there was no trace of panic or movement. This is the quality of a superhuman warrior. P.S. There has been something at home these past 2 days. I hope you don't blame it. The reason I didn't issue a notice is because I couldn't even play with my mobile phone. I killed a foreigner yesterday. Do you believe it? Please ask for a red ticket. Please ask for a red ticket. Please ask for this and that. Chapter 124. Chapter 121. The gun is in the man. Thanks to Kjul for the reward. Thank him. The black floating corpse, like a dead corpse, lay on the shard of the ship's board, gently resting his fingers on the trigger. He waited quietly, breathing in his mouth constantly. He was waiting. When the turbulent water surface becomes the same frequency as his breathing, then it will be Yetan's death period. Yetan stood on the wall and looked at the passionate pirate ships below. He was still a little surprised. He didn't know when his empire would have so many warships. It is estimated that by that time, with so many warships, he would be able to face the United States. At that time, if a war breaks out, it will be as big as the American blockbuster. On the fence, the red dragon faced Yetan down behind him. Master, the first line of defense has been occupied by the pirate ships, and our defense tower can't keep up. Yetan frowned. He didn't expect the pirates to be so rampant. Is this fatal? The offensive of the pirates was simply moths fighting the fire. One died and one rushed up. Yetan's defensive tower simply couldn't keep up with the number of pirates. Although there were abandoned ships blocking the way, the pirates could not be hindered. They directly smashed the abandoned ships and made him sink to the bottom. Wait, Yetan said in a deep voice. After the red light in the red dragon's eyes flickered, he also nodded and waited. The reporters who broadcast live were dumbfounded. What is this? Why are you waiting? People around the world have also noticed that the defense measures of Yushin base have stopped the attack, agreeing with the pirates landing on the coast. Is this to lead wolves into the room or close the door to beat the dog? Everyone is guessing. When everyone's eyes were on Yetan's body, suddenly, boom! A thunderstorm sounded under the fence, and everyone saw a red light rushing towards Yetan, at an extremely fast speed, leaving a string of air blasting sounds in the air. At this moment, everyone held their breath and watched in horror. At this moment, on the battlefield, everything seemed to be frozen, even time seemed to be frozen. The red light instantly penetrated Yetan and passed through Yetan's head. Yetan's head disappeared instantly. Yetan! Everyone in the world is exclaiming. All of them can't believe that Yetan was killed like this. At this moment, the belief in their hearts seemed to collapse. Many people are crying. However, Yi Tan's body seemed to have disappeared in this space. Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Tan is the most powerful genius of this century. He has done so many unprecedented and heroic deeds. Has he been killed like this today? When everyone is immersed in sadness. At this time, dead. In the distance, Yi Tan stood intact on an anti-gravity convertible. The killing intent in his eyes was crazy. Yi Tan is not dead. Yi Tan is not dead. Everyone was cheering. The reporters were also blinded. Seeing Yi Tan's appearance intact, they immediately understood that it turned out that there was a virtual projection on the wall. How could it be killed by someone? People all over the world were also excited with a rush. Just say, how could Yi Tan be killed like this? Under the water around the 4 islands, there are clusters of black iron bumps. After hearing the overwhelmingly angry killing character of the master, all of them suddenly lit up their red and bloodthirsty eyes. Swarms rushed to the iron plate on which the black dead man was lying. The dead man on the iron plate, at the moment when the bullet rushed out. He knew that even if Yi Tan had great skill, he would not be able to avoid it. After firing the gun, he directly tied the gun to his back. The gun was there, and the gun was dead. This gun, it can be said that his life is more important than his wife. This is the basic rule of being a gunner. If you can throw away your own gun, you are not a real gunner. Puff. The dead gunner jumped directly into the sea and evacuated according to the original plan. And just the moment he just jumped into the sea, I was surprised by the scenery in front of me. Under the sea, groups of mechanical octopus, staring at him with red mechanical eyes, surrounded him. The dead gunner was shocked, and secretly revealed himself. If it is exposed, why doesn't Yi Tan avoid it? Just let yourself be shot. No, this is not right. Yi Tan is not dead. With terrible fear in his heart, the gunman swam madly towards the water. The water may be his only way out. However, how could a terrifying robot that can only make him escape so easily? Terrorist robots move downstream, at a speed comparable to that of an airplane on land. The gunman closed his eyes. No matter if the 3720 was still swimming, when he opened his eyes, he was about to approach the sea. The terrorist robot behind has already got close to him. Puff. The dozen or so long claws of the terrorist robot instantly inserted into the gunner's back, grabbed the gunner's spine, and pulled it fiercely. In an instant, the spine and some flesh and blood were directly torn off by the terrorist robot. Grumbling, the gunman opened his mouth and his eyes were cracking. He felt like he was in hell at the moment. With the loss of the spine, the whole person loses his power. He can only float on the sea and cannot move at all. The sea water in his mouth is still pouring in frantically. Is it going to die? The gunman closed his broken eyes. He gave up, lost his spine, just lost his motivation, and couldn't move at all. It was an idiotic dream to survive. Several terrorist robots directly grabbed the assassin who had lost power and rushed towards the first island. In the main base, Yi Tanxing looked at the entire battlefield with majesty. And all the above are projections. This is not because he is afraid of death, but because he is the main target of all enemies. If the deity goes, it will be blamed for not to die. I also have high-tech projection technology. Why not use it? It is an idiot. Master, people have been caught. When Yi Tan heard the report from Hong Long, his eyes were cold. How many people could shoot at the enemy in the water? This person must be a super soldier king. Must be scrutinized. Bring it up, Yi Tan said majestically. Outside the door, he walked directly into the 4 soldiers, grabbed the man covered in blood, and was still on the ground. The killer was fainted with pain. Yi Tan walked up to the assassin covered in blood, grabbed his long hair directly, and looked at him coldly. The killer slowly awoke, and when he saw Yi Tan himself, he suddenly sneered. His smile directly pulled the wound on his back, and the pain made him almost faint. Say, who sent you to kill me? Yi Tan asked coldly. He asked Hong Long to search the accounts of the whole world just now. There was no such person at all, which meant that this person must be an official person. He, do you think I can say it? The killer said to Yi Tan in Chinese disdain. Yi Tan snorted coldly, stood up, and walked toward the seat. not looking at the killer at all. "Do you think I need to investigate you clearly? How many come and how many I will kill?" Yi Tan said coldly. The assassin was shocked, and his whole body was trembling. "He killed countless people with a sound. Is he just so tender today? P.S. It won't be updated today. Let's wash and sleep. I will update chapter 9 in one go tomorrow morning." How could this happen? Because someone is rewarding. I will stay overnight. Thank you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 125. Chapter 122, Warrior Upgrade, 2nd level. Warrior. Thanks to the dead king for his rewards. Thanks to him. The gunman's heart was cold. He knew his life was about to end. The soldier standing behind him dragged him directly to the fence. Yi Tan wants to use his life to kill chickens and monkeys. The reporters saw a group of soldiers dragging the blood-covered man, and they shouted in surprise, "Gentlemen, friends, what did we see?" That person was dragged onto the wall by Yi Tan's bodyguards. "What are you going to do?" "Is that person the one who attacked Yi Tan?" Fan Jian spoke fluently, extremely fast, and he said to play in less than 2 seconds. With the reporter's live broadcast, people all over the world watched, and they also wanted to know if that person was the one who attacked Yi Tan. Everyone's eyes were directly on the person on the fence. Even the attack of the pirate slowed down. It seems that some order has been received. On a pirate ship, the Blood God squad was looking grim, looking angrily at the soldiers on the fence. Lying on the fence are members of their team. That was the only gunman in this team. He had never missed his hand. Now he was caught by Yi Tan. "Boss, you can't let Arnold die like this," a man shouted behind Captain Blood God. Others also anxiously agreed. This team has experienced life and death no less than 100 times, and it has long been emotional. Now that he sees his brother being captured, he is about to be killed, leaving them indifferent, which is impossible. This is brother ... This is loyalty. The captain of the Blood God team looked angry, and his clenched hands made a creak. Wait for the opportunity," said Captain Blood God, gritted his teeth. When the other team members heard this, they were shocked. "Is this going to give up Arnold?" Team leader. "Wait." The captain of the Blood God shouted. His eyes were full of bloodshot eyes, and he felt like he was about to collapse. When the other team members heard the captain's roar, they felt a little decadent and weak in their hearts. They looked pale at Arnold on the wall. On the fence, Yi Tan's phantom had already come to the shooter of the Blood God squad. Beside Arnold, watching the pirates who slowly stopped, he suddenly felt happy. It seems that the person in front of him is still a bit important. Can the pirates give up a great opportunity to attack, just to see how he handles the gunner? Do you still expect me to use this gunner to make deals with them? Yi Tan was suspicious in his heart, and then Yi Tan snorted coldly, "No matter what your thoughts, people, I will kill you. Your thoughts will be destroyed." Following Yi Tan's gesture, the soldiers standing on the fence moved. A sturdy warrior directly grabbed the assassin lying on the ground covered in blood, pinched his neck, and held it in the air fiercely. Ahem! The assassin blushed as he was pinched by the soldier, coughing, struggling. "Kill me, you don't want to know anything. I won't tell you that I belong to the Empire of Japan." The killer screamed, his face suffocated. The soldier watched quietly, but the reporters panicked. Japan panicked. The emperor was furious. "Beat the dog. When will we in Japan send someone to assassinate Yi Tan?" "You said it. Don't want to wrong us." Pop. The soldier slapped the assassin's face directly. "My great Japanese empire will definitely destroy you." Pop. Slapped again. Noisy. The soldier directly stretched out 2 fingers and slammed into the killer's eyes. Puff. The eyes of the killer were instantly occupied by the fingers of the fighters, and the fighters kept stirring in his eye sockets. "What?" The killer screamed frantically. It was painful, too painful. The call made everyone's scalp numb, and many people covered their eyes and dared not look. "Too bloody, too cruel. I Nippon will not let you go," the howling killer shouted. He really couldn't stand it. If he didn't shout, he would die of pain. The soldier also had a vicious look, and said fiercely to the killer, "Japan, wait." Then, he slammed a punch to the killer's head. Boom. The killer's head shriveled in an instant, and the head was directly squeezed into a ball, blood, brain, and meat, directly spilling out. The soldier threw his body away. Then he beat his chest with his right hand, doing the most standard military strength of the Red Police. Yi Ten was also stunned. What's wrong? In the Japanese capital, the Emperor of Japan roared in a positive atmosphere. Baga, dead, dead. They actually did so to frame us against the Japanese Empire. Dead, dead. The secretaries standing aside also lowered their heads, sweat dripping from their foreheads, and they also saw what happened. The assassin was not sent by them at all, but they were determined to do it. Didn't this push Japan into the fire? Yi Tanwen got a space-based weapon, shot down, beeping the dog, and the capital is gone. But as for the whole of Japan, it is estimated that how many volcanoes and tsunamis will be triggered. Can Japan still exist? Japan has begun to keep in touch with other countries, wanting to know who is playing tricks on itself. However, everyone seemed ignorant of this, as if they had never done so. The angry emperor spurted blood and stomped again. Back on the battlefield, a certain battleship in a pirate concentration camp. The members of the Blood God team screamed frantically. Arnold was killed just like that. They couldn't believe it. They want revenge, want Yi Tan to tear them apart, and avenge Ano Wu. The horn of war blew, and the pirates' charge began again. This is an offensive, extremely violent. It simply doesn't treat people as human beings. Countless shells flew towards the first island. The base's anti-aircraft missiles and the defense tower never stopped. The automatic Vulcan Gatling on the fence was also madly shooting bullets. At the projection of Yi Tan on one end of the fence, Yi Tan looked at the soldier who had just killed the killer with a weird expression. How could he suddenly make this kind of action and ignore him? What's wrong? Red Dragon also discovered this situation and immediately appeared beside Yi Tan. Master, congratulations. A fighter broke the limit of his body and became a second-level fighter. The second-level fighter ... Yi Tan's eyes shrank suddenly. He knew the second-level fighter. That was a strong one against 5. Facing Yi Tan's puzzled eyes, Hong Long continued. Master, Red Police fighters rely on the number of kills, or enemies of the same level, to obtain upgrade permissions. As long as they kill fighters of the same level, they can get the base enhancement gift. Yi Tan understood instantly when he heard it. To put it bluntly, it seems that the experience gained by killing people in the game is the same, and fighters also rely on killing enemies of the same level or stronger than him to upgrade. The same is true for the training base, which focuses on energy point upgrades. But I also killed Huang Quan. That is beyond the existence of soldiers. I did not upgrade for Mao. Chapter 126. Chapter 123, Pulse Missile, Bite Me. Facing the state of Yi Tan lying down, the Red Dragon's eyes flashed with unbearable red light, and he stayed quietly. Yi Tan didn't even explain when he saw Red Dragon. He knew he had been pitted. That's right, pitted by the system. Tucao returns to Tucao. But at least one of Yi Tan's subordinates has been upgraded to a second-level existence. I feel happy. Cross. The soldier who was promoted to the second level woke up, stamped his right foot fiercely, and respectfully saluted Yi Tan. Yi Tan took a breath and looked at the black stone wall at the feet of the second-level fighters. The second-level fighter directly stepped into the depression on the upper wall of the enclosure. The power is so terrifying. It is estimated that it will be the same as Yi Tan. Wu. The clarion call of war continues to sound. 10,000 battleships will begin to attack the island. Yi Tan watched coldly. Now that it has begun, let this battle come more violently. Airstrike. Start. Following Yi Tan's order, the anti-gravity sports cars hidden under the wall all roared into the sky. Swish swish. With a brushing sound, the anti-gravity sports car rushed over the pirate battle group. All people were excited when they saw this scene. Yi Tan's counterattack is about to begin. The pirates also reacted quickly. At the moment the anti-gravity sports car appeared, they had already aimed at the sky and fired. Anti-gravity sports cars are all modified, so shelling is basically of little effect. On both sides of the anti-gravity sports car, up and down, are Vulcan Gatling and rockets. Towards the group of battleships is a swarm of attacks. The battle is still ongoing. The pirates generally defended the sky, while rushing to the shore frantically. Ready to rush towards Tamron base. But Yitan seemed to be struggling, and there were too few things that could be attacked in the base. At the moment when countless pirates came ashore, the soldiers inside the wall opened their red and violent A's, stepped on their right foot, and rushed towards the shore. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers held high. Come, come, fight back. The pirates who were landing on the shore saw the crowded red police soldiers, roaring with fear. The ghosts knew what they had gone through and how they landed. This road is simply a beeping dog. Obviously they have the most pirates and the most ships. They waited for a shore, and they almost died. There are also those ghost masters, who are simply fucked up. They know it is not easy to land, and they force them to land wildly. This is not a death hunt. These people who landed are all people who have experienced life and death. As soon as they landed, they immediately felt resentment towards the Ghost Masters. Seeing the Tamron fighters rushing, they dared not rest, and hurriedly raised their guns to fight back. Sitting in the base, Yitan didn't care about the fragile pirates on the shore. What he cared about was the mysterious team and the people behind this pirate. There is a reason why Yitan didn't dispatch armored soldiers and terrorist robots. This is called standing still and scaring 3,000 ghosts to death. And behind the pirate battle group, on a ship, the Blood God squad has gone crazy, constantly giving offensive orders, and they have deviated from the task given to them by the country. The command room where the Blood God team is located. With a bang, the iron gate was kicked open. The leader of the Russian heavy punch team, with fierce eyes, led the team directly in. Blood God, do you want to die? If you do, we can't get close to Yitan. Hearing the rage from the punch squad, the Blood God squad sneered proudly and disdainfully. To the heavy boxing team arrogantly said, "You can do your own mission. You have to remember, this time it is you Russia who insists on joining us in this operation. The commander is still us. You leave your post. Be careful, I inform you Russia." The captain of the heavy punch team was so angry that he almost walked away, really wanting to punch this white beast like a vampire. It's too special to deceive people. Captain Blood God saw the angry and speechless heavy punch team, and suddenly sneered, then turned his head and said to his team, "Order all the island owners, the cave owners, give me full firepower, don't worry about the sky. This anti-gravity sports car, you just need to swindle me towards Yashin base. I don't believe it. What defense is there in the wall?" "Yes," the squad behind responded loudly and passed the command directly to the Ghost Masters. The angry Ghost Masters almost went to the Blood God to settle accounts. What kind of task is this? How is this different from looking for death? But all the island owners can't stand the benefits after the war. They really long for the great gift from the United States and Russia after the war. So, they executed. That's right. All the fleets were crazy, rushing toward the shore at an accelerated rate. The artillery attacks on the fleet have not stopped. Crazy. Crazy. The heavy punch captain muttered with a sullen expression. In order to kill Yitan, this Nemo directly set up a pirate concentration camp. Is it worth it? When the leaders of the United States and Russia saw this scene, they suddenly smiled triumphantly. Their plan succeeded. Whether the pirates win or lose in the end, it has nothing to do with them, but Yitan and the others will definitely suffer a strong loss. In the end, the United States and Russia are the biggest winners. Sitting in the base, Yitan was shocked when he saw that the pirate fleet suddenly went crazy. He knew that the war had been raging for several hours, and it was estimated that the assassin on the opposite side had been killed just now. It was irritated and crazy. Now he is dying and has to blast the defense net of the base. "Master, do you start executing?" Yitan watched as the pirate fleet was already crowded together. It was as if the iron skin was rubbing tightly against the iron skin. Start. With Yitan's order, the red dragon disappeared. At the defensive turret in the base, A huge and stout missile was slowly loaded into the chamber. Several scientists kept fiddling with something. The ruler has an order: launch a strong magnetic field pulse missile. Several scientists were taken aback, and suddenly showed bloodthirsty smiles. The technology they researched was for this day. They are evil scientists. Every technology kills countless people, which is the highest honor. Pulse missiles, this is a good thing. It is a treasure discovered by the Red Dragon's invasion of the US Pentagon and the Military Research Laboratory. The US has only researched semi-finished products and is not perfect. But Yeetan's scientists were different, and they worked it out in less than 3 days. The strong magnetic field pulse missile targets a series of electric fields. The current troops are basically information-based. Even the pirate fleet is the same. Once the pulse missile is launched, it is impossible to imagine its power. It is estimated that all the fleets on the scene will stop operating. After all, the power of pulse missiles is that the copper wire is overloaded, the surge arrestor is burned out, the lightning rod is destroyed, the fuse is blown, the power supply is interrupted, etc. Chapter 127. Chapter 124, I am throwing pulse missiles for fun. Thanks to the leader of Eddie for the reward. Thank you. Under the bloodthirsty smiles of the scientists, the stout pulse missile has been loaded. Diddy, the target has been determined. Are you ready to launch? In the command room, when Yeetan received the news, he looked at Honglong with a little worry and said, "Really, there is no problem. Will the Red Police Base interfere?" The Red Dragon thought for a moment and said, "Master, there is no problem. All the metals in the base do not belong to the Earth. These metals can interfere with pulse missiles. They will not be affected in any way, except that the base is made of Earth material. Outside the manufactured items." Yeetan nodded in relief. The pulse is strong, but he was also afraid. So close. In case it was pulsed along with the base. Then it is really as happy as a beeping dog. Emission. Yeetan calmly issued the launch order. From the defensive tower, a large wave of flames was directly ejected, and then a cannonball rushed towards the pirate battle group with a whistling sound. At the moment of launch, countries that can have satellites in the world have already seen this scene. The satellite bases of various countries began to hum and alarm. This is a destructive weapon, which is defined by the satellites of various countries. Once it is found to be lifted into the sky, an alarm will sound. Especially the United States is the most serious. The Minister of Defense came directly to the satellite base. Looking at the flashing red light base, his face was gloomy and asked, "What's the matter?" "Minister, the Tamron Company base launched a pulse missile." A technician stood up and saluted the reporter. "What?" the Minister of Defense and Control asked incredulously, and then hurried to the video and looked at a missile locked by the satellite. Seeing the missile, he almost fainted. Nima, isn't this our American pulse missile?" "We have not succeeded in the research, but you have succeeded in the research. You still use the same logo. Damn." The head of the Air Defense Department didn't want to believe it, but when he saw this, he almost exploded his lungs. What is the difference between the shape and logo of this missile and those studied in his own country? Uncles, don't think about it. Your own national security system must have been invaded by Tamron technology, and it was still unknowingly. Thinking of this, the Minister of Air Defense was simply beeping. "Hurry up and report these situations to the above." After receiving the news from above, he hurriedly issued a warning to the Blood God team. At the moment of the call, the Zizi now Honglong hidden in the American supercomputer knew everything. It means that Yeetan knows everything. Yeetan sneered. It really is the United States. Why does the United States die like this? They have them in everything. Must destroy his capital? Is he a grandson? After receiving the reminder from the country, the Blood God team hurriedly let the pirates carry out airstrikes in horror. "Uncle, the pulse missile is not just for fun. If it explodes in their fleet, this Nima would be a disaster. The missile launched by Yeetan is not very fast and can be easily locked." Boom. The missile was instantly destroyed by the pirates and exploded directly in the air. All the fleet was not affected at all. All the pirates took a breath. and they almost wiped out the group. At this moment, in Ethan's base, 18 rays of light suddenly rose and rushed towards the pirate battle group. All the pirates saw this magnificent scene, and their hearts were almost hit 10,000 points. Nima, it's not that good. The research value of pulse weapons is extremely high, and every country saves use, but your uncle, you are going to do something. Even the Secretary of Defense and Control of the United States, who has been paying attention to the battlefield, has a scumbag. Their country hasn't perfected this thing yet, and Yeetan started to play with a dozen or so. This person is more popular than others. It's over. The Blood God Squad closed its desperate eyes. With so many pulse weapons, even if one detonated safely, the fleet battle group would still be abandoned. Boom. This time, the pirates have forgotten the bombing. Perhaps they have already arbitrarily let the pulse bomb directly blow into the fleet battle group. A huge blue light spread directly in this sea area. The lights, electronics, communication devices, radars, and all electronic equipment of the fleet were all turned off. The fleet stopped directly on the sea without power. With that dull hum, the blue light continued to spread. Even Ethan's base was not spared, and he swept through directly. The cameras held by the reporters instantly disappeared and lost power. All the pictures in the world have become white. In the ocean base, only the electronic instruments produced by the Earth were harmed, and the others were not affected at all. The harm of this pulse bomb directly shocked people all over the world. What's the matter? There is no signal. The reporter will be killed. Fart. Didn't you see it just now? 18 flames burst into the ocean base and rushed towards the pirates. It is estimated that the signal has been disturbed. Ahem, you are all wrong, I tell you seriously, that was a pulse bomb just now. Didn't you see the blue light? It's exactly the same as the one in the movie. The warship that writes about information, isn't it moving? Many people wake up. Many people do not understand. At the base, Yeetan saw that all the warships had begun to stop running. He suddenly smiled bloodthirsty, and began to let the soldiers take the initiative to launch a bloody massacre. And on the pirate fleet, the Ghost Masters are crazily on the deck, letting all turn on the second set of energy backup. However, it is difficult to turn on when it is hit by a pulse weapon, and it will take some time to convert it into oil energy. This made the pirates feel terrified. Roar. The roar of the dragon made all the pirates look suddenly, looking up to the sky in horror. Tamran's counterattack. Is it about to begin? And people all over the world are still staring at the grey screen, hoping to switch back. But there seems to be no response. But there has been no response. As with other countries, their satellites can no longer see the base where Yeetan is located. The entire sea area has been disturbed by pulse weapons. Their satellites are simply difficult to see. Land, land. The Ghost Master yelled frantically on the aircraft carrier fleet. He was just beeping dogs now. Armed aircraft and various rockets were useless, so he was disturbed, only landing to kill Yeetan and the others. The pirates all landed madly towards the sea. How did they come here? Because all the fleets are all crowded together. I can't even think about it. Seeing that there were still many pirates hiding in the ship, they seemed to be repairing. Yeetan's eyes were cold and he ordered directly, start, destroy the plan. The red dragon behind him also gave a bloodthirsty smile. Responding, Yeetan didn't see his bloodthirsty expression. Chapter 128. Chapter 125. The power of terrorist robots. Added more for the leader. Thank you. The destruction plan literally means that the entire army is destroyed. What does Yeetan mean? Under the water in the sea, hundreds of terrorist robots opened their bloody red eyes in the Black Sea where they could not see their fingers. The current sea area has been polluted by war, and many war weapons materials have polluted the river surface. Hundreds of terrorist robots braved their red eyes and rushed towards the underside of the battleship parked on the sea. They are going to sabotage, and the pirates are crying for mommy. On the city wall, All Eaton's soldiers had gathered outside the city wall. Even the anti-gravity sports car in the air ran back. Anti-gravity turret, armored soldiers, wolf dog, laser tower, ground and air defense tower. These ones. It can be said that a real defensive wall. If the pirates want to rush in, it is simply a dream. The pirates are making a fierce landing. The pirates in messy clothes, carrying wooden boxes one by one, came to the land, opened the wooden boxes directly, and neatly placed all new weapons inside. There are also high explosive rockets. Prepare to attack, take it to the death, shouted a naked pirate holding a gun. Understand. The other pirates also answered uniformly. Since the ship can no longer be used, use fire and force to destroy Tamron. The densely packed pirates have already begun to rush towards the wall. On the fence, there were already many soldiers standing, all staring at the pirates. All the soldiers wiped the weapons in their hands with the golden silk cloth. The surroundings were very quiet, except for the slight friction of the cloth and guns. Suddenly, the ears of all the soldiers sounded the Red Dragon's voice. The ruler has orders, kill orders, start. Understand. Understand. Killing orders is an order to wipe out the enemy. Crack. After all the soldiers wiped their weapons, they bolted their guns and started to prepare. Time passed slowly. The pirates are still gathering. They have been more and more. Started to rush towards the wall. Find the target and start attacking. In the headset, the Red Dragon directly issued an attack command. Wow! On the fence, firelights shot directly at the pirate crowd. Fuck. Lie down. Rockets. Someone in the pirate crowd shouted. Everyone suddenly slammed on the ground. Boom. What? Quite a lot of pirates. The ones that are directly fried are missing arms and legs. This rocket is so powerful that it directly disperses the pirates in fear. Just kidding. Gathered together. Did Tamron kill them all? Attack. The pirates also received the order, and the bullets madly shot towards the wall without money. There are also many pirates digging tunnels. The coast is still some distance away from the wall. How could it be shot accurately? The soldiers lay on the fence, holding anti-aircraft machine guns in their hands, and fired suddenly towards the pirate camp. Don't feel bad about bullets at all. Crazy pirates are still moving forward. They can't move forward. They can't fight at all. Some pirates even took the corpses of their companions, blocking cover, and rushing towards the wall. Bang bang bang. On the coast, many rockets were also launched toward the base. The soldiers hurriedly lay down on the ground when they saw the rockets flying. Although they are kings of soldiers, they are also mortal bodies. If they are hit by a rocket, they will die. In the pirate camp, Hool sent someone to suppress it. An island owner shouted from a distance. He was full of blood, all of the blood from the soldiers who had been killed just now. Hool is a mid-level pirate official. He is lying in the crater, looking pale and suppressing. Suppress your uncle. The enemy is on a high place, and we are on a low slope. This is the worst place, but now you have to rush to suppress it. But they can't help but listen to the words of the island owner. On the battlefield, if you don't obey, you die. Charge, brothers. Hool stood up and shouted at the pirates behind him. Call boom. Hool was directly swallowed by the fire, and a pitch-black calf flew out directly. Old Hool. Many pirates almost collapsed, and Hool was killed. Brothers rush. As long as they rush to the wall, they will fail. Flush. Countless pirates rushed from around the first island in a dense number. The pirates came this time, but the entire population of pirates, nearly 1 million people. On the coast, the pirates are still running to the shore, and many people are unloading some super mighty weapons. Assembled. And under the pirate ship, one by one terrorist robots have arrived at the rearmost fleet. Ready to gouge the ship. Just got here less than a minute. The eyes of this group of scary robots flashed red, as if they had received some order. Scandium. The sharp legs of the terrorist robot slashed towards the heavy pirate fleet ship. The thick iron plate, like tofu, was directly cut open. Hey! If there is no sea water, you will definitely hear the harsh metal scratching sound. Boom. I saw the bottom of the ship. A huge circular hole was cut open by the terrorist robot. The seawater suddenly poured in. The empty hull has a second thick bottom layer. The terrorist robot was brought into the cabin by the fierce water pressure. The terrorist robot cuts towards the second bottom compartment partition again. As long as the shipboard is broken, the ship is finished. Boom. In less than 30 seconds. The shipboard was cut directly. The endless stream of seawater rushes in all directly. The fierceness of the sea instantly destroyed countless instruments in the ship and rushed towards the exit. Boom. Filled with countless amounts of water, the battleship jetted out from the helm station, and everyone was submerged. The mouth was torn by the sea and it got bigger and bigger. Just let this battleship immerse half of its body in the sea in less than a minute. The various island owners who received this news were furious. The battleship behind began to leak for no reason, sinking into the sea. This news, for them, was simply a bolt from the blue. It is understandable to say that the bottom of a ship breaks into the water. After all, it is on the battlefield. Any accident can happen. But the situation in front of me was like a beeping dog, who specializes in the family's fleet, will all be broken and flooded behind. Radar is not available at all now. The angry island owners are crazy. The island owners were on the outer deck, madly using manpower to convey the news, so that everyone should stop repairing. All rushed to the shore. And now the only way out was to destroy the Tamron base. If you don't believe so many people, you can't even hit a base. Chapter 129. Chapter 126. Blood rain and repellent wind, floating corpses thousands of miles. Add more for the leader. Let you see it cool. Seeing more and more pirates, they have rushed to the shore and all around. Yeetan grinned, without the tin turtle shell. See how arrogant you are. All the island owners rushed to the shore and let out a relaxed sigh. Fortunately, the Tamron group did its own job, and the pulse weapon included its own base. This is really dying. Brothers, Tamron Company doesn't have much strength, but we, with hundreds of thousands of people, can crush them all into slag. They don't have any information weapons. Brothers, kill me. Kill. With the encouragement of some island owners, the pirates also smoked too much and were crazy. He's desperate. All without pain rushed towards the wall. The owner of the island saw the soldiers rushing to the wall without being attacked by energy, so he was amused. But they turned their heads and saw the battleships behind them, still sinking, their lungs hurting. And just when all the island owners thought that the victory was already over, suddenly, boom! The automatic conventional weapon strike turret on the fence turned into operation. This conventional weapon strike can break the power of armored vehicles, let alone people. No one knows how many such conventional weapons hit the turret on the fence. I just know that every second, someone around me is dying and becoming a scum. Your grandmother, an island owner, scolded in the distance. Why, Tamron still has conventional weapons in operation. Doesn't it mean that all energy is imprisoned? Raw. In the air, more than 5,000 blood-red anti-gravity sports cars flew out suddenly, and the Vulcan Gatlin driving on them buzzed and turned. Fuck. Boom. In the base, countless blue lights flashed again, directly electrocuting many pirates, becoming charred existences. Blowing green smoke. Wow. In the grass in the distance, many wolf dogs wore mechanical coats, barking wildly in the distance. I said, you're fairy bored. Many island owners roared in the local language. The energy weapons that appeared this time made all the pirates panic and confused. Doesn't it mean that all energy weapons will be affected? Why is Tamron's company not in any danger? The anti-gravity sports car in the sky shot countless golden and bronze bullets. Toward the crowd is a close sweep. In an instant, many people's limbs blossomed and their heads exploded directly by this powerful bullet. Blood is splashing everywhere. The ground has been stained red with blood. Retreat, retreat. An island owner yelled from a distance, not wanting to make such a senseless sacrifice. The energy weapons of the Tamron group have not been lifted at all. and this is a slapstick. It's okay to die. The one who committed my Tamron. Floating corpse thousands of miles. Kill. Yi Tan was standing on the fence in a blood-red battle suit, pulling his neck and roaring. The war has reached a critical point. The soldiers need morale. Then let them kill it. Kill, kill, kill. Sure enough, the red police soldiers felt the master's killing intent and anger, and they all roared to the sky, and the blue veins on their arms were raised like ancient demon gods, all holding guns and pouring out from around the wall. With the wolf dog, they enter the battlefield together. Fight, a big deal. The pirates roared frantically. The war has numbed them. It is not him who died, or he died. The speed of the wolf dog was extremely fast, and the shiny claws continuously made metal clashing sounds on the ground, rushing towards the crowd. Frederick is a family of pirates. He is very unfortunate today. No, he feels that encountering Tamron today is a great misfortune in a lifetime. Frederick saw the wolf dog wearing the armor all the time, and he didn't collapse in a little while. Beeping the dog, Nima, a dog, and having to get such an extravagant iron jacket, I was fucked. Wang. A wolf dog rushed to Federer House first, barked at him, and then jumped up, using the metal paws that glowed in the sun, to scratch Federer Hall's face fiercely. Tear. In an instant, half of Frederick's face was torn off by the wolf dog. What? Thea kept rolling on the ground in pain, but the wolf dog didn't give him a chance to breathe, and bit his mouth fiercely towards the remaining half of his face. The wolf dog's head also has mechanical devices. For example, if the wolf dog's teeth are linked, as long as the wolf dog locks the target, it will be bitten by the pressure of the mechanical device. Even if it is a tank, it can still bite you. Feo's head was instantly bitten into minced meat by a wolf dog like a tomato, and then he opened his mouth tightly and swallowed the minced meat. This happened too suddenly. When the pirates around found out, it was too late. When the wolfhounds saw one bite, it was hard to react. Not to mention killing the wolf dog. The whole body is armored, and the clothes are more luxurious than people. Can you kill it? At this moment, the soldiers rushed to the battlefield, picked up the modified guns, and swarmed toward the pirates. After the transformation, the firearm was mixed with the spray power of a shotgun and the power of Vulcan Gatling. The effect of this is, a person was beaten into pieces alive. You can imagine that in a real battlefield, meat flies all over the sky. And what a stimulating thing to be floating in front of your eyes. That's right, the intestines, brain plasma, internal organs, soft tissues, eyeballs, etc. A swarm of bees splashed around. The soldiers lined up in a row, like a grinder, holding their guns and walking sideways. The island owners saw this situation, and immediately understood that they were over, completely over. There are still many pirates who saw this bloody scene and almost vomited their intestines. It's so bloody. Really? The killing order. The slaughter started, the blood was raining, and the corpses were everywhere. Kill, kill, kill. The soldiers shouted frantically. The entire battlefield was trembling, as if the soldiers in front of him were not soldiers, but a group of bloodthirsty demons, who were born so cruel. Looking at the pirate army gate, seeing the violent and bloodthirsty soldiers, they all went crazy and rushed towards the sea. Even if they were drowned, they shouldn't die under the hands of these demons. This is simply dead without leaving alive corpses. Don't run. Bomb me with rockets. I don't believe that they are made of steel. Who dares to run? Military law will deal with them. An island owner shouted from a distance, and then went to several people who wanted to escape. The pirates fired machine guns and fell to the ground. The other pirates were also taken aback by the island owner himself. After all, every island owner has deterrence, and so is imagination. Those fighters are too rampant, and they are crushed all the way with guns, and they don't need rockets to bombard them. It is simply sorry for the rockets. Chapter 130. Chapter 127, My soldiers are crazy. Thanks to the leader for his red, Thank you very much. Wow! Many pirates squatted directly and fired a rocket directly at the soldiers behind. The rocket was burning with flames and rushed directly towards the soldiers. And at this moment, boom! I don't know what is directly blocking the soldier, and the rocket detonates directly, becoming a flame. The pirates narrowed their eyes, all bent over, staring at the things in the fire with some horror. Boom! Strong impact sound. Boom! There was another dull sound, as if someone was walking. What is it then? The pirates watched with their hearts raw. Suddenly, a dragon chirping sounded, and a black shadow rushed directly out of the fire, rushing towards the nearest soldier. A white light flashed, the pirate was instantly cut in half, and blood from the intestines was directly scattered on the ground. All the pirates were dumbfounded, shaking their bodies, and looking up. They almost didn't scare their hearts out of nerves. Iron Man. No. The armored soldier, holding a gloomy sword, was standing there with red blood dripping on it. It looks terrifying. Run! A pirate in the crowd roared in horror, and then ran away. The other pirates did the same, throwing down some heavy rocket launchers, and radio stations, and ran away. Want to run? Die. Puff. In an instant, the pirate who ran the slowest was hit in the head by the armored soldier, and then rushed towards the other pirate with a knife. The action is gorgeous, very smooth. Killing can be so artistic, perfect, only Yitan troops. The anti-gravity sports car in the sky has been divided into several groups, guarded by the attackers. A wave guarded the coastline. A wave is bombarding the pirates' ships frantically. A wave helped the red police soldiers torture and kill the pirates. A tactic of driving wolves ashore, blocking the wolves' retreat, and closing the door to kill the wolves is about to end. This is what Yitan planned from the beginning. This also reduced the lives and casualties of the red police soldiers to a minimum. Seeing that the battle is about to end, but those mysterious teams have not yet appeared. Yitan frowned and looked at the battlefield carefully. Yitan didn't believe that these mysterious squads would be killed by the soldiers directly. It was too easy. It was equivalent to the existence of soldiers. Definitely waiting somewhere. Search. You must search out. Yitan said majestically. Yes. Dominate. Red Dragon also agreed and nodded. If this group of mysterious teams is not searched out, it is estimated that they will not sleep well at night. And under the water on the coast, on a cruiser that was slowly sinking, there were more than 10 celebrities floating in the Russian team and the American team. Heavy punch. What to do now? We have no retreat. The Blood God team leader no longer has the expression of pride and confidence on his face, only anxiety and panic. He was already messed up. The moment he fired the pulse weapon, he was messed up. Blood God, we have no retreat. I just checked it. I don't know if there is anything under the water. He has been smashing battleships, killing people at sight. The speed is extremely fast. Unlike humans at all. It's impossible to go out. Hearing the answer from the captain of the Heavy Punch squad, Captain Blood God looked disappointed. They lost completely. Now it is estimated that Yitan and the others have discovered their existence and are waiting for them to take the bait. Since we can't get out, then fight them to the end, the Heavy Punch team said angrily. Yes, if you fight to the end, you might be able to draw out Yitan and kill it. The other team members also responded. The captain of the Heavy Punch squad's eyes became firm, as if he had made some decision in his heart. Okay, then we will go ashore, lead out Yitan, let him appear, and kill him. The captain of the Heavy Punch team frowned. The Blood God squad took a deep breath and said with murderous intent in its eyes, okay, you die. Maybe you can drag Yitan to hell together. On the fence, Yitanzing was observing the battlefield. And just in the northwest corner, there was this pedestrian, using super high killing technology, rushing all the way to the attack circle of the red police soldiers. Yitan smiled at the corner of his mouth. Did he finally show up? In the attack circle of the fighters, surrounded by the Heavy Punch squad and the Blood God squad. They are famous internationally because they grew up in the army, and they practiced all killing skills, and they also grew up in the dead of Heavy Punch. I have never had a chance to compare with you before, but today, Let's see who in our team kills the most enemies. Captain Blood God flushed his face as he fisted hard. With a heavy fist and a cold snort, he looked at the perverted Captain Blood God and said with disdain, "Your Blood God team is a spicy chicken. You have the ability to come. You guys are so spicy. Fuck." The leader of the Blood God team yelled, and the players behind him and the heavy punches rushed towards the soldiers surrounding them. Die. A Blood God member jumped eagerly, and was preparing to kick a cross-leg kick toward the soldier. Generally speaking, his cross-leg kick can directly kick a normal person to death. However, what he encountered was a red police soldier, who was comparable to the king of soldiers, and was not much different from them. Their warrior stood quietly. When the Blood God member's legs were about to approach his head, the warrior slammed his palm out, grabbed the Blood God member's fetters, and slammed back. Boom. The impact of speed and power directly caused the Blood God member to come to a sign of shit-eating. The soldier didn't give him any breathing time, and directly raised his foot and slammed the Blood God member's head. Snapped. The heads of the members of the Blood God squad were instantly smashed into the city by the soldiers, and the brains and blood were ejected directly. Fuck, the leader of the Blood God team roared in horror. Nima is beeping the dog. A little warrior, who is especially powerful than them, kills him with one move. But does the Nima want someone to live? In the heart of the leader of the Blood God team, it seemed that 10,000 people had been raped together. The strength of Yitan's bodyguards was beyond their surprise. They never thought that Yitan's fighters could be comparable to the existence of the king of soldiers. Would this still allow them to live? They are the strong people who delete elections by the state. But in this Damron base, a bodyguard can be comparable to their existence. This is like a beeping dog. Even everyone in the Heavy Fist squad looked in horror. They didn't expect Yitan's soldiers to be so powerful. It was too awkward. Inwardly, they turned their backs, they hurriedly put away their contempt, and looked at the soldiers solemnly, nervously guarding. They feel that this is a break from another hell, to a more terrifying one. Chapter 131. Can it be solved? Yitan asked. Master, the scientists have already gone and are investigating. I believe it will not be long before we can work out a solution. Yitan nodded, fearing that it could not be solved, so the second island might be abandoned. Yitan continued to look at the construction units, carefully watching the details of each unit. After all, if you know the details, you can use more secret effects. And it didn't take long for Yitan Gang to look at it. Red Dragon seemed to have received some report, and the red light in his eyes turned buzzing back and forth. What's the matter? Yitan questioned. Red Dragon said with excitement with a hint of humanity, Master, under the second island, there seems to be a prehistoric relic. Yitan's head suddenly rang. Fuck inside. This is simply big news. Prehistoric civilization, what kind of existence is that? Prehistoric civilizations exist, and there are surveys in all countries. Some things were not created by ancient people at all, such as, in 1927, the explorer Mitchell Higgs discovered a Mayan crystal head in the ancient city of Lubanatan in Central America. This crystal head is very delicate and clean. It is about 18 centimeters long, 13 centimeters wide and about 13 centimeters tall, and weighs about 5 kilograms. What's incredible is that this crystal skull was carved on the basis of a good understanding of human bone structure and optical principles. In terms of shape and structure, it is almost identical to a human skull. In 1961, 3 mineral lovers found a gene near California. After cutting it open, it was actually inlaid with an old-fashioned spark plug similar to that used in an internal combustion engine. This is the famous Corso man-made object. Someone relayed the opinion of geologists that it would take at least 50,000 years to form this geode. 50,000 years ago, Europe was still the world of Neanderthals, and Asia still had people from Huaxia who could have made such an item shining with modern technology. Also, in 1972, France imported a batch of uranium mines from the Aklo region of Gabon, Africa. In nature, The proportion of uranium isotope content should be consistent. Uranium-238 is 99.27%, uranium-235 is 0.72%, and the rest is uranium-234, of which only uranium-235 is used as nuclear fuel. But the uranium-235 in this batch of uranium mines is only 0.717%. Which seems to only point to one possibility: this batch of uranium mines have already been used. Sure enough, the researchers found a total of 16 prehistoric nuclear reactors in Gabon. They started operating 1.7 billion years ago, or 200 million years, and continued on and off for hundreds of thousands of years. And who did all these things? According to historical records, it took only 10,000 years for our human beings to go from the most primitive Stone Age to the present high level of civilization. Obviously, certain civilizations and monuments are not created by us humans. In fact, many civilizations and monuments cannot be built by human science and technology. Based on these conclusive evidence, some scholars have put forward the theory of prehistoric civilization, which refers to the existence of human civilization on the Earth before our current human civilization. Yeaton certainly believes in the existence of prehistoric civilization, and there are also many records in this level documents of various countries. Nowadays, prehistoric civilization has appeared on the second island. Didn't this make Yeaton so excited to die? He had long wanted to see what kind of prehistoric civilization was, whether it was ancient, or just like technology. Also, the mysterious area that the United States has never recorded on the computer, what area is it, and why it has been kept so tightly? Others don't know, but Yeaton thoroughly investigated all the intelligence of the entire United States. Now, the United States, Russia, and France have unearthed prehistoric relics long ago, but those prehistoric relics cannot be analyzed thoroughly. They can only analyze them bit by bit from above. Chapter 132. Chapter 129, Suppress Riots, Call You Blood. Thank you for the bow ye and won rewards of the rudder. Watching countless bodies floating. In just a few seconds, the live broadcast of all reporters was immediately suspended. They dare not keep playing. This is simply a shadow that affects the human heart. The warships of various countries are all far away. It's not that they didn't dare to go in, but the anti-gravity sports car of Yeaton's troops was still circling rapidly in the sky. As if this sea area is their forbidden area, no one can enter. The warships of various countries can only abandon hundreds of thousands of corpses and head towards their own countries. As for the scene created by Yeaton, none of the reporters who returned to other countries reported on it. The whole world seems to be immersed, only discussing privately. No one dares to discuss it openly. No one knows whether Yeaton is doing right or wrong. And in the red police base, in the first island, Yeaton's eyes beamed at the blinking signs in front of him. Yeaton clicked on the first sign directly. What suddenly appeared in front of him was a large battle airport. Fighter base. Flying Eagle Base is a unit that produces fighters. It builds 100 super fighters each time. And each fighter can also become an air defense fighter. Use fragment missiles to attack targets, built-in conventional warheads, accurate strikes, infrared lock strikes and other weapons. He is a fighter among fighter jets. The king of the group. Only 100 can be built, and each time one is lost, one can be replenished. Flying Eagle Fighter Base requires 100,000 energy points to build. The construction time is 3 days. Yeaton stunned. He did not expect that such a unit would appear this time. When this unit appears, at least in its own base, it can have powerful airstrike weapons. Although anti-gravity sports cars are powerful, anti-gravity sports cars are all fire weapons produced on the Earth. Unlike the Red Police Flying Eagle fighters, which can be loaded and launched infinitely. And the speed is comparable to an anti-gravity sports car. Comparing the two, Yeaton still likes this flying base of course. Unfortunately, these are the main base units and cannot be built a second time. Otherwise, Yi Tan would have built 7 or 8. Get a 7 to 8,000 Flying Eagle fighter. Daydreaming returned to daydreaming. Yi Tan regained his senses. Carefully watching Feiying Airport believed the message. Flying Eagle Airport only occupies an area as large as a heavy factory. Acceptable. Yi Tan continued to watch. Air Command. Air Command. With it, fighter jets can more accurately hit targets, and can also detect all attacks in the air. It is also an intelligence collection office. With it, the master can build spy units. Collecting information, etc. Can also effectively learn all the information of each country. The Air Command requires 100,000 energy points to build. The construction time is 3 days. Yi Tan curled his lips. This thing is only necessary to start the spy. There is a red dragon in the base. What is the difference between this Air Command and the body? Yi Tan immediately lost interest in this Air Command and kept watching. Super Energy Nuclear Fusion Power Plant. The Super Energy Nuclear Fusion Power Plant occupies a total area of twice the base. With it, the master no longer has to worry about whether the energy is enough or not. It can also speed up the construction time of all units. In addition, it is also a necessity for all electric power units of the base. He is an indispensable main unit of the Empire. The construction time is 5 days. Looking at this super energy nuclear fusion power plant, Yi Tan almost fainted without excitement. Super energy nuclear fusion power plants have all appeared. So is the nuclear bomb still far away? Is the air controller still far away? There is also a nuclear power plant with him. Wouldn't the laser defense towers of the base be launched suddenly? There is no need to gather energy. Shoot directly in seconds. It's so cool. So cool. Yi Tan grinned and growled happily. These 3 units are simply the biggest gift for him. It can be said that with these 3 things, Yi Tan can at least have a 3-point confidence to fight the Yankees. Only after the emergence of a nuclear bomb can we truly enter the international empire. In order to truly stand up straight and attend national meetings, Yi Tan continued to look at the defensive unit. Sentry machine gun. The sentry machine gun is an anti-infantry defense machine gun. It is built in a base or on a fence and is powered by electricity. They attack endlessly. It is a necessity for defense bases. The sentry machine gun requires 3,000 energy points to build. The construction time is 3 hours and can be built infinitely. Yi Tan nodded with satisfaction. This sentry machine gun is controlled by an intelligent system and can be manipulated without human intervention. After the entire 4 islands are fully established, who can come up? The 4 islands must be built into fully armed islands. Yi Tan continued to look at the barracks unit. He now has a bottom in his heart. That is, the spy will definitely appear. At that time, it would be possible to steal resources and intelligence from other countries. The first flashing is the former engineering unit. Yi Tan frowned. Has the engineering unit been upgraded? The engineers are upgraded again, wearing amphibious motorcycles, which are very slow, and can occupy or repair buildings as before. Yi Tanshin is beeping. What is the difference between this upgrade and no upgrade? Who wants your broken motorcycle? I also want to wear an anti-gravity sports car for engineers. Uncles. Yi Tan was constantly complaining. There's no way. He originally thought there would be a super unit, but he didn't expect it to be the upgrade of the engineer. And Yi Tan was angry and cursed his mother. Yi Tan continued to watch. Town Riot City Management. They wear concentrated iron bricks and attack at close range. Skills. Call you blood. The lower back straddles a shotgun whose power decreases with the increase in range, and can easily clean up the Imperial untouchables when the advantage is shot. They are the most loyal law enforcers of the Empire, and they are also the demons of the people of the Empire. For each construction, 100 energy points. Puff. Yi Tan was amused. There are such special units? Are you sure you didn't make me funny? How come the barracks are open this time? It's all so funny. Did my good luck pass? Facing Yi Tan's puzzlement, the red dragon flashed out directly, facing Yi Tan. Dao. Master, control the violent city. They are a powerful race that manages the empire. If the master wants to fly to the universe in the future, how will he manage his empire? Facing Red Dragon's question, Yi Tan frowned and said, does it need to be managed? Isn't the empire all our police members? Suddenly, Yi Tan seemed to think of something. His eyes lit up suddenly. What you mean is, if I want to rush out of the universe, the Earth will be unified, and there is only one empire on the Earth, that is the Tamron Empire. At that time, the population of the Emperor's foreign population will increase sharply, and this town will be useful and modern. The police station is the same. The Red Dragon nodded in response. Yes, that's what it meant. Well, this unit is beautiful, but let it go first, and wait for the empire to become stronger before starting to expropriate foreign population. Okay, dominate. After the Red Dragon finished speaking, he retreated. Chapter 133. Chapter 130. Prodigal Spy. Thanks to Bao Yi who killed him, and very grateful to him for the reward. Yi Tan continued to look at the shiny unit below. Prodigal Spy. This spy is not a former spy and is unarmed. It can be disguised as the people of the enemy, or fighters. Their most powerful skills are bribery, talk to people, talk to ghosts. He often likes to use money to hit the enemy to gather intelligence, etc. Owning him is like owning a super prodigal. Each construction energy point requires 800. The construction time is 10 minutes. Puff. I'll wipe your second uncle. Yi Tan shouted while waiting for his eyes. Isn't he too excited? Or this unit? Or a spy? What is the use of bribery to collect information, etc.? I beep the dog. Master, this spy has the same function as a game-red police spy. They can also penetrate into the enemy and steal all the information and intelligence useful to the master. However, the spies we built, they all have intellectual brain assistance, so they will invade according to individual situations. After Hong Long explained a lot, Yi Tan understood it. The spies use bribes to make the enemy's high-level trust, which is the same as in the current world. Without money, nothing works. As long as you become a prodigal son and spend your wealth everywhere in the day, of course someone will come to you and talk to you, and then there will be a high chance of entering the place. Eliminating the stalk in his heart, Yi Tan still pinched his nose and agreed. After all, the spy's makeup technique is not good enough. At least he puts on makeup. If two people are stuck together, you can't tell who is who. Yi Tan continued to watch. He was a little worried now. This red police was really nervous, and it got the unit, which is really amazing. Up to now, his heartbeat is still thumping. Next comes the flashing new authority of the heavy factory base. Minor cuts, once again increase for construction permissions. Well, Yi Tan can still accept this. At least each minor cut can add 10,000 energy points per day. If you add so much, at least the energy point can be about 100,000 per day. Yi Tan continued to watch. This time a tank appeared. Yi Tan watched with his breath. They called a tank. The Karma tanks, amphibians, the Karma can cross all terrain including water, and maintain a good speed and minimum noise. Its revolving machine gun can guarantee its safety during the transfer process. It does not require the machine gunner to come up and get hit, and it can achieve 360-degree fire coverage. The Karma can only deploy into artillery mode on a flat surface. The telescopic giant cannon is the biggest highlight of the Peacemaker. Its double-barreled cannon has the longest range and the most impactful destructive power among contemporary ground artillery platforms. There are not many things that can withstand a volley of giant cannons, whether it is fortifications, buildings, or unit formations will be broken. Due to its explosion radius and the 85% probability of hitting the target, the cannon is most suitable for use in areas that allow for joint damage. He is the strong in the artillery, and the existence of the king. For the Karma, each construction requires 5,000 energy points. The construction time is 10 hours. Yi Tan's heart jumped violently. It was another good unit. This kind of tank was exactly what he lacked now. Last time the Guardian tank had only one specific skill, that is, primary invisibility, immobility invisibility, but it is exposed when it moves. Yi Tanjun performed an unknown number of times. As long as it was exposed, the Guardian tank would be directly annihilated. After all, he was still an artillery, and his attack speed was slow, so Yi Tan transformed it into an anti-gravity turret without saying a word. Now that I have a ping-ding person, this is simply dozing off and giving pillows. So cool. Yi Tan continued to look down. This time he was no longer a heavy factory unit. It was a dock unit. Yi Tan eagerly watched. Hydrofoil, high-speed speedboat, an effective anti-aircraft ship. Can easily shoot down the enemy air force and then withdraw from the battle. They are small and flexible, making them the best anti-aircraft combat weapon in their fleet. In addition, they have their own pulsed small missiles. As long as the warship hit by it will basically lose all energy, etc. Each construction requires 2000 energy points. The construction time is 3 hours. Hiss. Yi Tan took a deep breath. This hydrofoil ship is almost comparable to a frigate, and even more powerful than a frigate. On the battlefield of the sea, the small and flexible hydrofoil will give you a pulse, so you can't find the east, the north and the south, and you will be wiped out directly. This is simply 6 home. Yi Tan continued to watch. Only the last flashing white light was left. Yi Tan was nervous, thinking that the last one must be a powerful unit. Hovercraft. Amphibian, an armed hovercraft that can carry 100 infantry or 2 light vehicles. 2 torpedoes can be fired while on the water, and a light machine gun is also equipped to suppress enemy infantry. His role depends on how the master uses it. 800 energy points per construction. The construction time is 2 hours. Your uncle. Yi Tan yelled helplessly. Although this hovercraft is good, it disappointed him too much. After calming down for a few quarters, Yi Tan took a deep breath. Looking at the various construction units on the screen, I felt a little sigh. From the situation of May 1st to the present, it's simply not easy. Now the base only needs to build all these things to become a small country. If you have nuclear weapons, you can become a medium-sized country. When the time comes with a useful population, and with super weapons such as weather controllers, Yi Tan may become a big country and start a battle for the big countries. Red Dragon. Is the reconstruction of the second island completed? Yi Tan asked calmly. The Red Dragon appeared in an instant and answered directly. Master, the second island has been rebuilt almost, but we encountered some problems just now. We found a strong magnetic field under the second island, which interfered with the signal of the base. Our base unit can't be placed on the second island. What? Yi Tan was a little surprised. The strong magnetic field could interfere with the construction of the Red Police unit. Is this a shortcoming of the Red Police? Is the investigation clear about the reason? Facing Yi Tan's question and answer, Red Dragon did not dare to delay, and hurriedly replied, yes, Master, there is a huge invisible magnetic field under the second island, but I don't know who buried a huge vault on the second island. Treasures directly cause the invisible magnetic field to produce material abnormalities, and the invisible magnetic field sends out interference signals through the huge treasury. Yi Tan was speechless, and he could roughly understand. Anyway, the iron caused a hidden magnetic field, and then the magnetic field passed through the iron, causing some interference to the base. Some units cannot be built at all. Chapter 134. Chapter 131, Prehistoric Civilization. Thank you for the reward for the killing. It is his tonight. Can it be solved? Yi Tan asked. Master, the scientists have already gone and are investigating. I believe it will not be long before we can work out a solution. Yi Tan nodded, fearing that it couldn't be solved, and the second island might be abandoned. Yi Tan continued to look at the construction units, carefully watching the details of each unit. After all, if you know the details, you can use more secret effects. And just after Yi Tan just watched it, Hong Long seemed to have received some report, and the red light in his eyes turned back and forth. What's wrong? Yi Tan questioned. Red Dragon excitedly said with a hint of humanity, Master, under the second island, there seems to be a prehistoric relic. Yi Tan's head suddenly rang. Fuck inside. This is simply big news. Prehistoric civilization, what kind of existence is that? Prehistoric civilizations exist, and there are surveys in all countries. Some things were not created by ancient people, such as, in 1927, the explorer Mitchell Hidges discovered a Mayan crystal head in the ancient city of Lubanatan in Central America. This crystal head is very delicate and clean. It is about 18 centimeters long, 13 centimeters wide and about 13 centimeters high, and weighs about 5 kilograms. What is incredible is that this crystal skull was carved on the basis of a very good understanding of human bone structure and optical principles. In terms of shape and structure, it is almost identical to a human skull. In 1961, 3 mineral lovers found a gene near California. After cutting it open, it was actually inlaid with an old spark plug similar to that used in an internal combustion engine. This is the famous Corso man-made object. Someone relayed the opinion of geologists that it would take at least 500,000 years to form this geode. 500,000 years ago, Europe was still the world of Neanderthals, and Asia was still walking the capital of China. Who could have made such an object shining with modern technology? Also, in 1972, France imported a batch of uranium ore from the Aklo region of Gabon, Africa. In nature, the proportion of uranium isotope content should be consistent. Uranium-238 is 99.27%, uranium-235 is 0.72%, and the rest is uranium-234. Of which only uranium-235 is used as nuclear fuel. But the uranium-235 of this batch of uranium ore is only 0.717%, which seems to point to one possibility: this batch of uranium ore has already been used. Sure enough, the researchers discovered a total of 16 prehistoric nuclear reactors in Gabon. They started operating 1.7 billion years ago or 2 billion years and lasted on and off for hundreds of thousands of years. And who did all these things? According to historical records, it took no more than 10,000 years for our humans to go from the most primitive Stone Age to the emergence of a high level of civilization. Obviously, certain civilized monuments are not created by us humans. In fact, many civilizations and historical sites cannot be built by human science and technology. Based on these conclusive evidence, some scholars have put forward the theory of prehistoric civilization, which refers to the existence of human civilization on the Earth before our current human civilization. Yeaton certainly believes in the existence of prehistoric civilization, and there are many records in the SS legal documents of various countries. Nowadays, prehistoric civilization has appeared on the second island. Didn't this make Yeaton so excited to die? He had long wanted to see what kind of existence prehistoric civilization was, whether it was ancient, or just like technology. Also, the mysterious area that the United States has never recorded on computers. What is it? And why it has been so tightly guarded, others don't know, but Yeaton thoroughly investigated all the intelligence of the entire United States. It was discovered that the United States, Russia, and France had unearthed prehistoric relics long ago, but those prehistoric relics cannot be analyzed thoroughly, and they can only analyze them bit by bit. But the knowledge they have resolved will help their country grow rapidly. Let's go and have a look. Yeaton flexed his hands in excitement. This is the first time he has seen a prehistoric civilization. Maybe he can still see the bones of a prehistoric civilization. Yeaton came to the second island. At this moment, many fighters and anti-gravity sports cars had gathered on the second island, constantly guarding the second island. In the middle of the second island, a group of scientists are constantly testing something with instruments. When they saw the arrival of the master, they immediately paid a military salute to Yeaton. "How is the situation?" Yeaton asked when he walked up to the scientist. The scientist did not dare to delay and said directly, "Master, now we can only detect weak and different magnetic information. These magnetic information are magnetic information that is not available on the Earth. These information seem to express a certain meaning." "Oh, can you unlock it?" The scientist nodded heavily and said, It will be revealed soon. When Yitan heard this, he was immediately happy. Even if you can't find the entrance to prehistoric civilization, you will lose out. Now that you can unlock the message, you can know the entrance to the ruins. Found it, a scientist shouted from a distance, and then took out the Tamron cell phone, constantly calculating what other scientists are doing the same. Calculating on Tamron mobile phones. Yitan squinted and waited. Boom. Suddenly, the mound in the center of the number 2 island began to rise on the internet, and a huge iron box treasure house slowly moved upward. Yitan gave a slight gesture to the soldiers nearby, and the soldiers understood the meaning. Just let a few anti-gravity sports cars hook this huge iron box and hang it outside. This iron box is nothing else but the treasure of the Ghost Master, the property of Yixing, all in this iron box. If before, Yitan still cared about this, but now, the ruins are still important. Puff. In the center of the second island, without the iron box, the layer of soil that was constantly pouring up still sprayed like a fountain. Except that it was not water but soil. A large amount of soil spewed out directly. Yitan and the soldiers stood and watched from a distance. Is this the ruins unearthed? That antique was unearthed, is it the same? Slowly, a little black tip began to appear under the soil layer. The black thing was very strange, with blue electro-optical lines on it. Crack. There was a dull sound, and the pointed tip that emerged did not move. What's wrong? Yitan questioned. Master, this ruin seems to lack energy and cannot be opened at all. Now, depending on our level of technology, it is impossible to recharge it. Yitan's eyes stared when he heard Red Dragon's words. What do you mean? After doing it for a long time, I got one of these. Can you only watch and not move? Seeing Yitan's doubts, the Red Dragon immediately said, Master, now there is no magnetic field here, and all units can be placed. This ruin has become a dead thing. It's okay when our empire's civilization is one level higher. Opened. Chapter 135. Chapter 132. The scepter, it fired again. Thanks for the reward for killing and killing. I packaged it for one night. Hearing that the second island had no magnetic response, Yitan's heart was also let go. The prehistoric civilization is invisible, but don't let the base be built, because that's really a beeping dog. Strictly protect this place. As long as anyone approaches the second island, kill it directly. Yitan said coldly. Now that there is this prehistoric civilization, it is simply a treasure. If other countries know about it, then they are not crazy yet, and it would be strange not to trouble Yitan. And Yitan could also feel that this ruin was extraordinary. How can I say? This ruin must have what he wanted. It's just that the little tip that just exposed, it is impossible to tell what this ruin is. The scholars did not dare to move rashly. After all, this is a relic left by prehistoric civilization. If there is any mechanism or hidden information that is unknown, it will destroy this relic. Yitan had no choice but to return to the base. He had already accumulated a lot of energy points now. At least it had almost exceeded 1 million. If the units that should be built were removed, Yitan would still have hundreds of thousands of energy points left, which could also make the base into a state of crazy violent soldiers. Yitan's fiery violent soldiers at the base, and the world he has been immersed in for a day, has slowly recovered. They seem to have forgotten the body of the floating corpse in the waters of thousands of miles yesterday, because it is a pirate. There is nothing to sympathize with. After all, Yitan eliminated a world disaster for them. And in the United States, the failure of this plan directly caused the United States to lose an elite team. This makes them very upset. However, the smartest doctors in the United States today brought them a strong and exciting news. The scepter of God has been perfected and can be launched at any time. It turns out that as early as when studying the first God's scepter, American doctors began to study the second generation. After all, he was very dissatisfied with the first generation, but it was too tight, so he had to study a crude one. But today, he thoroughly researched the most perfect scepter of God. In New York, the capital of the United States, meeting of members, 12 congressmen and the President of the United States were sitting in silence at the round table. This time, we must not launch the scepter of God without anyone knowing it. This is the only weapon for us to dominate the sky. If it is destroyed by Yetan, then we, the United States, will never be able to turn over, the first speaker said gloomily while sitting in the first place. He was both happy and scared now. Yetan was just beeping the dog. Last time God's scepter said to destroy it. It was really arrogant. If the scepter of God was launched into space intact this time, they would have to beep the dog. Agree. Seconded. +1. +1 what the hell is it? The scepter of God was sneaked into outer space by the United States. On this day, no one knew, only that the United States had launched a new type of satellite. Even the Red Dragon was not detected. Since the United States learned that Yetan had stolen their national pulse weapon, it immediately checked the US central computer, and even some confidential documents, without using a computer, directly used paper. With paper, they were scared. Yetan was too terrifying, and it was almost pervasive. They even doubted whether Yetan possessed the highest intelligence. In the first speaker's room, the first speaker sighed and thought about Yetan's various things. The first speaker has been there for 2 terms, and of course he knows some secrets that even the president does not know. That is, there is a huge ruin below the Capitol. This ruin is not an ancient ruin, but a product of appearance. But they can't decipher it at all. They can only crack some simple military weapons in the ruins. He has always buried this secret in his heart. The people who decipher the ruins below are all personally selected by him, and they cannot communicate with the outside world at all. Even the President of the United States does not know. He also thought about whether Yetan had a product of appearance technology, so he would fight his American tiger so quickly. But then he shook his head again. How many remains on Earth can there be? As early as the Second World War, the United States searched all regions of each country by helping other countries, and found no traces at all. Some relics are relics that have just entered the age of technology, and they are not as good as them. The first speaker sighed, but fortunately, the United States also launched the scepter of God this time. All data is normal. Although the scepter of God in the United States is not as wide as Yetan's attack, it is not bad. It is just the scepter of God, and can only carry 5 iron and steel spears. If you didn't launch one, there would be one less. At that time, you would have to waste a lot of effort and send the steel spear to outer space. It's too cumbersome. Boom boom boom. The speaker's door rang, and the speaker directly let people in. I saw a man dressed in black and a big black hat on his head. He couldn't see his face at all. President, Japan has already started a post-research project, and their biochemical man is about to be transformed. The black man said grimly. The speaker's eyes were slightly smiling. Since Japan wants to die, let people stir him upside down. Immediately, I posted the research done in Japan on Huaxia.com and publicized it to me. I don't believe Yetan will not go, the speaker said gloomily. The man in black didn't speak, and left directly. Fanjian, since returning from the Yishan base last time, it has been a day and a night without eating. His head is full of bloody scenes, floating corpses thousands of miles away, and the entire sea area is stained red with blood. He had never seen such a phenomenon. It was terrible. Yetan is now called an executioner in private. Fortunately, he killed all pirates, not from his own country. Fanjian still supports Yetan. Ding. Weibo-rang. Fanjian was still thinking, whoever has nothing to do in the middle of the night, send him a private message. I saw a stranger sent a video to Fanjian. Fanjian didn't say anything and started directly. He encountered many situations like this. Some people reported to him without revealing it, fearing offending. So basically just tell him directly, and once the evidence is presented, there is no contact. Fanjian still needs to verify whether it is true or not. Fanjian opened the video. In the video, I saw a huge test site, and many people in white coats surrounded the observers in the tank filled with green liquid. Fanjian's eyes were sharp, and he saw a man in the tank with tubes all over his body. Inject gene DNA fragments. In the video, someone speaks Japanese. Afterwards, a white tube was instantly filled with red liquid and rushed towards the person in the tank. Ah, little Japan, I won't let you go, sir. Chapter 136. Chapter 133. Nilin, Yitan is furious. Thank you for the reward for killing and killing. Thank you. Make a sound, ringing in the laboratory. Fan Jian's eyes shrank abruptly. This is especially true of Chinese people, and even the capital people. What exactly is this? Fan Jian resisted the anger in his heart and continued to watch. In the video, those in white coats ignored the anger of the man in the jar. Still continue to watch some of the data sent back from the computer. It's not good. The heartbeats and pulses accelerated. Inject tranquilizers, the leading white coat said in Japanese, while the others hurriedly pressed some buttons. It seemed that the red liquid entered the body of the man in the tank, as if it caused him to receive incomparable pain. The expression on his face was very distorted and terrifying. The heartbeat is getting faster and faster. Faster. Continue to inject and increase the medicine. With the red medicine continuously pushed into the man's body. The man was tossing crazily in the tank, roaring wildly. His body was actually growing like a Hulk, but it was not all enlarged like the Hulk. The muscles of the man's body, one big, one small, and many bones are breaking through the skin, growing crazily towards the outside. What? The man was beating in the tank, screaming frantically. And at this moment, boom, the man exploded directly in the jar and became the existence of blood foam. Seeing the man explode, the headed man in white roared angrily. Baga, these are so many Huaxia people. The physique of Huaxia people simply can't stand the damage of this kind of medicine. It's just waste. The other people in white also lowered their heads, wearing masks, afraid to speak. Fan Jian has finished watching, and yes, his eyes are full of endless anger. Boom. Fan Jian hammered the keyboard with a fist, gritted his teeth and said, Japanese. His voice was a little hoarse. His roar, and the endless anger in his eyes. He could simply swallow the Japanese up. Then Fan Jian hurriedly called his friends and asked him to analyze whether the video was true or false. If it is true, the consequences are simply unimaginable. After all, China has to go to war with Japan. This thing cannot be tolerated, especially in this era. It is no longer the kind of feudal thinking it used to be. And before Fan Jian was determined to finish, the entire Huaxia network exploded. The critics who are all awake by this video, crazy on the internet, netizens are crazy. Kill, 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 and all Japanese deserve to die. Tender dead little devil, wipe his uncle. Fuck, this is the first time I have seen a race so disgusting. Japanese, it's damn it. Remember the Nanjing massacre? And the Yasukuni sacred toilet in Japan. Every time I think of these, I feel very angry and resentful. I really want to join the army and kill the little devils. And some netizens watched the video, and many of them went to Japan to open companies, or cars, etc., smashing and destroying. The whole Huaxia was in chaos. Huaxia exploded. This video was directly searched and became popular, and Huaxia executives could not stop the spread of this news. A meeting is being held, making a decision. Those who violate China will be punishable even though they are far away. This is not just talking. As soon as Yitan got up, he received what Honglong said. Yitan clicked to open it, and suddenly jumped into thunder, almost not exploding his lungs. Dogecoin, the biochemical man who studied around the Four Islands last time, hasn't settled with them yet, but this time he even used the Huaxia people as the experimental subject. Damn it. As a Chinese and still a young man, there is always that angry youth. Many people regret not being born in the age of Japanese aggression. This is a belief in the motherland. Call up 12-second level fighters for me. In addition, give me a live broadcast. I want to vent. Yitan stood by the window, looking at the Chinese in the video, and said angrily, "The master is angry." All the soldiers in the entire base suddenly opened their bloodthirsty eyes and stared at the direction of the Japanese island. The air over the entire base exudes a scent of killing. At the base, Yi-Ten was sitting in a modified first anti-gravity plane. 12 soldiers, fully armed, looked at Yi-Ten bloodthirsty. They already know what their mission is. That is, kill all, kill all, kill all, or kill all. Swish. The anti-gravity fighter was over the sky, rushing towards the Japanese islands at a rapid speed. And in the Japanese capital, the Emperor's palace, the atmosphere on the Emperor's face was constantly roaring. He also received the video of Huaxia. It was the base's most secret video. It was stolen and posted online. This matter is definitely not good. If it is China, the Dragon of China in the past few years is now showing more and more fangs. It is not a medium-sized country like him that covers a small area. If this time, angry Huaxia, it is impossible to die well. But let Yi-Ten know. Just as the Emperor Prime Minister was still thinking in horror, he was afraid. Suddenly, the door was banged open, and the Prime Minister shuddered. I saw that my secretary had rashly entered. Suddenly his violent little heart roared. Barga, Barga, what happened? Is so panicked. The secretary trembled when he was yelled at by the Prime Minister, and hurriedly said, "No. The red live broadcast has appeared." Boom. The Japanese emperor only felt his head bang and his body was shaking. The red live broadcast refers to Yi-Ten's red frame video. Live. Wherever the live broadcast is, there will be countless casualties. Or be attacked by space-based weapons. Quickly, summon me the guards, as well as legions, tanks, and all that can be summoned. Please protect the Prime Minister's office. Yes, the secretary answered, hurriedly ran out and made calls one by one. The emergence of red video, if it envelopes Japan, it will be an unprecedented disaster, and it can be more terrifying than a nuclear bomb. If space-based weapons hit here and hit the Japanese islands violently, without the help of others, Japan will be swallowed by volcanoes, buried by earthquakes, and swallowed by tsunami. Japan will no longer exist. And in China, when everyone was yelling, suddenly, all the electronic devices turned into red border videos. The same is true for people all over the world. They all know that a major event has occurred in China, and this major event may not be able to fight between the two big countries. But when they saw the red border, all of them suddenly narrowed their eyes. Yi-Ten stepped in. What will happen? Chapter 137. Chapter 134. Hidden. Yi-Ten is crazy. Come on. Who rushes to wrap me up, begging for a package, begging for abuse? Yi-Ten stepped in. The whole Huaxia boiled up and down. Yi-Ten intervened, floating corpses thousands of miles away, asking the little devil to look good. In the plane, Yi-Ten had already issued several orders. This time, all of you Japan that should be paid back will be returned. In the video, it was still black, with no view at all. Everyone in Huaxia was nervous. They were afraid that Yi-Ten didn't go to Little Japan. It will be chilling. Kai. The picture is there, it's Japan. In an instant, the entire Huaxia immediately boiled, like hot water on the pot. Kill, kill, kill. In the hearts of all people in China, there is only one word to kill. Only by killing can they attempt to make up for the pain in their hearts. The number of people that China has lost over the years was originally caused by Japan. If you don't kill them, it will be difficult to quell those dead souls. In the video, the camera is switched again, directly to the first square inches, the Japanese capital, the Sakura Plaza. Many people gathered here no matter it was day or night. Very lively. And they didn't seem to feel the coming of the devil. Yi-Ten didn't show the video to all Japanese people. At least, the capital of Japan, Tokyo, except for powerful people, can't be seen by anyone. The camera flickered. In the Sakura Plaza, there were 13 people standing, headed by Yi-Ten, with a bloodthirsty smile on his mouth, looking at the lively people in the square. The 12 people behind him were also bloodthirsty. People all over the world were suddenly shocked when they saw Yi-Ten and the 12 people behind him. Does this have to rely on such a few people to impact the entire Japan? Suddenly, Something like a game appeared on the camera. The title is Revenge for the Dead Chinese People. The Tamron group stayed. On both sides, there were the heads of Yi Tan and the 12 soldiers, and beside their surrender, there was also a number of 0. When everyone saw 0, their hearts trembled. If they didn't understand it, they would just hit the wall and die. This 0 represents the number of people Yi Tan killed. Kill, Yi Tan whispered. The soldiers behind him suddenly drew 2 biting scimitars from their waists. Look directly at the Japanese who surrounded them. Puff puff. When the knife fell with his hand, the people around him were immediately torn apart by Yi Tan and the others, and the intestines and internal organs flowed directly to the ground. There were also some surviving onlookers who were splashed with blood and did not react, but they vomited and screamed when they saw the countless pieces of meat on the ground. You can imagine that while vomiting, you still make that sharp cry. What a disgusting scene. Kill kill kill. Feeling Yi Tan's anger, these fighters themselves are very powerful, and they look at people like tofu. It directly smashed the Japanese from the beginning to the lower body, becoming 2 halves of existence. Yi Tan didn't say a word, only knowing that he would cut it when he saw someone. The soldiers too, follow Yi Tan and kill people when they encounter them. While cutting and killing, they rushed to the west. When many netizens saw this scene, their whole bodies trembled. They were going to the Jingo Divine Toilet. This is about to blow up the Japanese faith. On the Huaxia side, it is simply happier than the New Year. No, it's killing excitement. Kill, kill well. How many people they slaughtered in Nanjing? Today they will kill enough. Kill them. Revenge for our ancestors who died. Kill well. If there weren't those people, there wouldn't be such a peaceful life as ours. It's cool not to kill today. You can't stop. Yi Tan, support you. Throughout China, there was a strong killing intent from above and below. The tragedies committed by Japan in its aggression against China back then are so hateful. Now, I use Yi Tan's knife to pay tribute to the dead. And in Tokyo's Imperial Palace, that day, the emperor looked at Yi Tan, who was an executioner, with a look of horror. He was trembling all over. He knew that Yi Tan's route was to rush to the Jingo Divine Toilet, and this road was the most densely populated. If this way, the great Japan Empire would lose many people. He didn't dare to think about it, so he could only rush the guards in a hurry. And mobilize the legion gates everywhere. What if Yi Tan killed the Jingo Divine Toilet? Will the Prime Minister's office be next? Back to Yi Tan's lens. In the video, the numbers behind the 13 avatars are growing crazily, and at least they have killed nearly thousands. Hiss. People all over the world are taking a breath. Too crazy. This Japan is also dead. Needless to say, using Huaxia as a test product is a Huaxia, and there is fire, let alone Yi Tan, a lunatic. Da. As soon as Yi Tan and the others turned the corner, they were shot intensively. It is the Japanese defense team. Yi Tan flashed aside, looking at the defense teams with gloomy eyes. Immediately sneered, his eyes bloodthirsty. He motioned for the soldiers to take off the backpacks behind him and took out a white box from inside. A button was pressed, and then both feet stepped up. In an instant, just like the Iron Man in the movie. Kaka, Yi Tan wore a steel suit directly on his body, as did the soldiers behind him. The red golden eyes and the golden dragon on the chest are vivid. Yi Tan directly lifted a car next to him. There was a dead body lying inside, which was hacked to death by a soldier from outside the window just now. Yi Tan threw at the guard at the corner. Boom. The huge strength instantly dispersed the guards, and there were a few unlucky ones who were directly pressed underneath, howling frantically. Wearing armor, they are no longer second-level fighters, and can already be compared to third-level fighters. The speed and strength are much stronger. Swipe. Yi Tan rushed forward and punched a Japanese guard. Boom. The guard was instantly beaten into a huge hole in his head, and that body, receiving a powerful force, was also going backwards crazy. Looking at the steel suits that Yi Tan was wearing, the guards didn't even have any thoughts to fight. This Nima is simply abnormal. At this moment, Yi Tan received a message from Red Dragon. He needed to investigate this matter before he came here. Master, the investigation has been cleared. Basically all Japanese biochemical research projects are Chinese, and the number has exceeded 10,000. I checked the identity just now. Among them ... You dominate the orphanage where you grew up before. Everyone I know has been remodeled ... And the old dean. Yitan suddenly raised his eyes. He has never been to the orphanage since he was reborn. But after the memory of the owner of this body, many people in the old dean treated him well, at least the same as the dean of the orphanage in the previous life. I wonder if I have never seen them since I became famous. Ha ha. Chapter 138. Chapter 135. The power of 10,000 tons of urine explosive 1 inch today. Ha ha ha. Bao Yixi won reward. Ha ha. Yitan lowered his head, and his long bangs obliquely covered his eyes. At this moment, he was very evil, the same as the stuffy oil bottle in the Tomb Raider's notes. As long as it's from my Yitan, it's not what you can do. In that case, then die. Yitan suddenly raised his head, screaming. The voice is loud, and the whole street can be heard clearly. There was a lot of murderous in the voice, and everyone who watched the video was suppressed by Yitan's killing intent. It's scary. Is this murderous? I can feel it through the video. It's so amazing. I just kneeled. It scared me to shiver. It's horrible that people can really inspire such a strong killing intent. Worry about Japan. The 12 soldiers behind Yitan stepped on their right feet, supporting Yitan from left to right, and rushing toward the Jinga god's toilet. Puff. In an instant, a Japanese guard was directly smashed into flesh by Yitan's armor fist without a word. Yitan shook the rotten meat on his arm. I don't know how many people were killed. The blood on this arm actually began to slowly darken and solidify, and was refreshed by fresh blood. No, don't come. A low Japanese man, looking at the devil Yitan, howling and shaking his head. Yitan's eyes were Micron, staring at this person's eyes, slightly sideways, and directly kicked at the man's legs. Boom. Yitan's kick strength is quite terrifying. He can crush a car with 1 foot. Now, when he kicks the man's crotch, the man only hears a slight explosion from his lower body. Then he rolls his eyes, and there is nothing left. Intuition fell backwards. Yitan didn't have a trace of pity, stepped directly on the man's head and walked forward. Yitan's weight, plus the weight of the battle armor, instantly smashed the man's head, and the white and red ones shot out directly. The 13 killing gods, the devil gods, just walked all the way towards the Jingo divine toilet. Behind them, there were corpses lying in a street, some from the army and some from the good people. In the Japanese palace, the secretary was reporting everything to the emperor. Prime Minister, Yitan, they have killed nearly tens of thousands of people. What? The prime minister stood up loudly. He didn't expect that Yitan would be so cruel. Under the eyes of the whole world, he would kill the people so much. Isn't this offending the public? Why? The prime minister awed inwardly and asked himself. Send all the border battalions and guards, tank battalions, special forces, and explosive groups, to me, no matter what. Don't let them approach the Yasukuni shrine. The prime minister shouted. The secretary hurried down to inform. Things are getting bigger and bigger. And Yitan brutally killed Japanese civilians. In an instant, people in all countries on the earth remembered the Sea of Blood, thousands of miles away, and their hearts began to fear Yitan. Yitan was simply an executioner. More and more people are uneasy about Yitan, feeling that Yitan is too dangerous and must be stopped. The first speaker of the United States who heard the news almost didn't laugh. He arranged the people in the orphanage, and the Chinese people were arranged by the United States, while the experiment was done in Japan. He wants Japan to provoke Yitan and let Yitan launch a murderous campaign in Japan. In this way, people around the world will take measures against Yitan. At least in this way, the United States can overwhelm Yitan. Moreover, his country has launched the Scepter of God. There is no need to be afraid of Yitan. Now it is to force Yitan to see if he has any other bases. The main control room for space-based weapons is there. Only by knowing everything will he attack Yitan. It turned out that in the Yitan base massacre the day before yesterday, The first speaker saw Yitan's cruelty, bloodthirsty, and Yitan is not a reasonable person. Sometimes you talk to him well, if he feels there is a trace. If you are unhappy, he will suddenly violent and give you the rhythm of death. This kind of person was a generation of kings in ancient times. However, in modern times, the sword goes slant, and if you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss and never get up. If it succeeds, it will only succeed by stepping on hundreds of millions of bones. Use killing to prove it. The former and the latter. The first speaker still likes the former a little bit more. A generation of kings, at least not so cruel. They have to be killed if they are wrong, let alone for any big plan. In his eyes, Yitan is simply a neurosis. Back to the scene. Yitan's footsteps are getting harder and harder now. In front of him, a wide road has been severely blocked by dozens of tanks and countless armed troops. Even in the sky, countless helicopter gunships and fighter jets kept flying at low altitude, roaring. In the video, Yitan has already massacred 3,654 people, ranking third. The 13 of them added up, and the number of massacres was increasing. Has reached an incredible level. So many people, most of them were the army, some were civilians, and some were killed by Yitan walking all the way and throwing bombs all the way. Yitan looked around warily. More and more troops have arrived, and it is still a bit difficult to turn the Jingyuishan toilet into a real toilet. Master, the support will be reached in 1 minute. In addition, 10,000 tons of excrement and urine are ready. In Yitan's headset, Honglong said coldly. Yitan's eyes are why me, is it finally coming? With 10,000 tons of excrement and urine, how can the Jingo divine toilet become a real divine side? Yitan, you are already surrounded. It is best to put down your weapons, we have something to discuss. In the distance, a man in a suit and a small beard shouted with a microphone. Yitan snorted and smiled. He said coldly, okay, come here, we put down the weapon, let you take it back. When the little 8-bearded man heard it, his heart was like a beeping dog. Your uncle, let it go if you say it, if we pass, you don't want to pinch us to death. Ahem, Yitan. You'd better not go to Europe to fight stubbornly. Tell you that our empire still has an army coming. By then, you will be finished. You'd better lay down your weapons and disarm your armor now. Hearing Xiaobeard's roar, Yitan just looked at them gloomily. He calculated inwardly. The little babe in front of him is a high-ranking official from the Japanese Ministry of Defense. People all over the country are watching this confrontation. They want to know what Yitan will do. At this time, suddenly, a big word suddenly appeared in everyone's video. Space-based weapons are being prepared. The target, the capital of Japan. The countdown is 30 seconds. Then, the countdown began. Fuck. People around the world are a little bit overwhelmed by their brains. What is this? Suicide. Senior Japanese officials are also blinded by the fuck. Your uncle. The author scolded. Chapter 139. Chapter 136. Shit and urine bombing. Thanks to Huang Ha and Gu for the rewards and knights. Did the little 8-bearded man who received the news draft it in an instant? This is a beeping dog, you said. What are you doing? And even blow up yourself. Is this enough? If you have enough life, you can just die by yourself. Why do you pull so many of us? Uncles. Yitan. We have something to discuss. What do you want to do? Say it. Xiao Baybeard hurriedly roared. He had to remember to shout, just a special 30-second countdown. Once 30 seconds have passed, he will launch directly. Can he launch back then? You guess. Puff. Xiao Baybeard was already holding his heart, but Yitan's words made his heart beat violently, spraying blood mist on the ground. The sky is spinning and shaking. Yitan. Xiao Baybeard grinned with a mouth full of blood, and yelled at Yitan unwillingly. The audiences all over the world are staring at the countdown, and they are stunned. Countdown 30. 15.3.2.1. The countdown is over. Ready to launch. At this moment, everyone held their breath. Launched. Really? When everyone was in doubt, The picture suddenly changed. A scene of fire in the sky directly appeared. Suddenly, all the people in the world ran away. Nima, really, fucking, and Japan. Everyone ran out, stood on the street and looked up, praying and fearing. The emperor was slamming the broken jar and cursing frantically. He was already driven crazy by Yi Ten's actions. Crazy, crazy, what a special what there. Emperor tore his hair, crazy screaming. It really broke his heart. This was shooting a space-based weapon at himself. Is it so crazy? In the United States. The frantic smile of the first speaker just now solidified, and he grinned, staring at this scene dumbfounded. Fingers pointed tremblingly. This scene was so crazy that he couldn't bear it in his heart. Yi Ten Yangshan looked at the fire falling from the sky over Japan, squinting at it. The Japanese guards who surrounded Yi Ten and the tankers inside the tank opened their hatches and looked up to the sky. The coming of death caused a huge terror directly in their hearts. No, I don't want to die. Fight with them. Fight. Everyone die together. Those guards, tankers, pilots, snipers, and special forces who were afraid of seeing the fire in the sky, all have a sense of madness. Directly ignoring Xiao Beibeard's orders, he swarmed towards Yi Tanki and beat them. Da. Various gunfire, high explosive grenade. Everything detonated on Yi Ten. Yi Ten was a little shocked when he saw such a crazy offensive. It seems that when people are in fear, the madness aroused is really crazy. Bang bang bang. Bullets and bombs sounded on Yi Ten's battle clothes. The sound was simply countless steel rods hitting the iron block. Although it doesn't hurt, it's so noisy. The battle suits on Yi Ten 13 were all made of black mexi, very strong, and there were some materials for the walls. So, this kind of suit can be broken by ordinary rockets and bullets, only conventional missiles. The fire in the sky became more and more conspicuous. The crazy guards all gave up the attack and looked up. People all over the world are staring at it. The flames were still falling crazily. The goal was not in Yi Ten, but in the Jingo Divine restroom. Lower and lower, lower and lower. It has reached an altitude of 5 kilometers, 4 kilometers, 3 kilometers. Arrived. The firelight went to the Jingo Divine toilet. At this moment, it seems that time has frozen. The people who received this news in the Japanese capital closed their eyes in despair. Space-based weapons. Once they come, it will be an attack from the province. Will Tokyo cease to exist? Everyone in the world has their eyes wide open and does not want to give up this unprecedented time. After all, there is only one Japanese capital. In the video, you can clearly see that the huge and thick steel rod is flushing towards the Jingo Shen toilet. Just when the huge and thick steel rod was less than 500 meters above the Jingo God's toilet, it suddenly stopped. That's right, it was hanging high in the sky, motionless. Everyone is confused. What's wrong? It's stuck. The Japanese people did not feel the power of destroying the world. They opened their eyes and saw the steel rods floating above the Yasukuni shrine. They were a little at a loss. What is the situation? The Japanese were dumbfounded. The first speaker of the United States was blinded. The Japanese emperor knelt down. The steel rod floating just above suddenly exploded suddenly. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the explosion was deafening and rang throughout Tokyo. Everyone in Tokyo looked up. I saw the exploding steel rod, bursting out of dark clouds, dense yellow liquid in the sky, and some thick objects. He went to cover the entire Tokyo. The moment Yi Ten heard the explosion, he directly shouted, "Fuck." He rushed through a room in the street and rushed in. The same is true for the 12 soldiers behind him. The Japanese soldiers who surrounded Yi Ten were dumbfounded. What the fuck? Haven't waited for them to react. A yellow liquid rose from the sky. Everyone standing on the streets of Tokyo was immediately drenched in soup. What smell is this? Xiao Beibeard raised his sleeves and smelled the yellow liquid exploding in the sky with a smell of urine. What is it? Xiao Beibeard sticks out his tongue and licks it gently. Xiao Beibeard's head roared fiercely and exploded. This is so much shit. Shit. run. The whole Tokyo is messed up, and the poop that exploded directly caused the whole Tokyo to get wet, especially the Jingo Divine Toilet, which was the most serious, and it became a river of poop. The whole of Tokyo started to smell. People all over the world were stunned, looking blindly at Tokyo's chaos. Many people have guessed what this is. Shit, that's right. Yitan actually used an unknown number of tons, and even watered the entire Tokyo city once. This is going to heaven. Fuck. So disgusting. The author has vomited. I don't want to write anymore. I can't describe it anymore. I just vomit when I'm writing. For a reward, this chapter is something that many people want to do. If it's cool, make a reward. Love you all. Ask for recommendation tickets. Ask for rewards. Brothers, come on. Rewards crazy. Beyond everything. Chapter 140. Chapter 137, Submerged. Thanks to Huang Haha and KGOO million rewards and night packages. The whole city of Tokyo is filled with stinky feces and urine. People want to vomit across the screen. No, many people are already vomiting. The pouring of shit and peeing down. It's almost endless. Yitan stood under the eaves, watching the streets overflowing with urine. That's right, the shit urine river actually has a height of 10 centimeters, and it is slowly increasing. Yitan was blindfolded and asked quickly, fuck, Hong Long, how much shit and urine did you buy? Back to the master, that is, all the feces and urine of the earth people for 10 years. 10 years. Yitan stared at his eyeballs, and his heart fell. 10 years of shit and urine are so special. This shit and urine will rain for a few days. Master, it will be next 10 days or so. 10 days? This is beeping the dog, and not overwhelming Tokyo in 10 days. Nasty. Yitan is a little retching. People in Tokyo, do they have to spend 10 days in excrement and urine? It's so disgusting. Yitan doesn't worry about Tokyo students or migrant workers in China. The great deeds that Yitan did at the time made all countries in the world dare not take in China. They wanted to make China independent, and so did these Chinese people. So after a long time, there are not many Chinese people in Tokyo. Even if there is, then ask for more blessings. And this space-based feces and urine weapon is an idea from Yitan. As long as the red police is a weapon, it can be exchanged for anything, as long as it is good for an attack, and the sample can be exchanged, which consumes a lot of energy points. This is how the poop weapon comes. From the sky above, the whole Tokyo seems to be shrouded in excrement and urine. Even the provinces and cities next to Tokyo can't stand the odor of skyrocketing, and a lot of excrement and urine flow to other provinces and cities. Suddenly, the whole of Japan was fucked up. The people watching were also beeping dogs. It's really beeping a dog. It's too exciting. This shit bombs Japan. It's too powerful. Well, yes, it is very cool. In the world, many countries look down upon Japan's acts of aggression against other countries. Therefore, even if it is covered in excrement and urine, it is a dark cool. Regarding the unfortunate time that happened in Japan, let us take care of our affairs. And Huaxia, that's a loud voice. All of them walked in excitement, lying down inside. The comments on the official website are called an explosion. It's so special, I can't say anything anymore. It's too high. I'm kneeling. I took it. Yitan, you are the man I admire most in my life. You bombed Japan with excrement and urine. It's so cool. Fuck 6666. This pooping poop, I guess it will take the next 2 or 3 days. Ha ha ha, can anyone live in Tokyo in the future? For the first time, I regained my understanding of feces and urine. Thank you, Yitan. If you don't say anything, I vomited. Although the first speaker of the United States was shocked by the poop, he was very afraid. What if this poop weapon is launched over the United States? The loss is not the land, but the economy. A wave of shit and urine can set the US economy back 10 years. Thinking of this, the back of the first speaker was soaked. Yitan, this man is too scary. And other countries have the same idea. If the poop explodes in their own country, What kind of battles are still going to be fought? It is estimated that they will be stunned and stinking. No one had thought that the poop can still be played like this. It is estimated that only Yeetan, a neuropathy, can figure it out. Now all countries don't want to play with Yeetan in an instant. What's so special? If you mess with this stuff, they won't blow the poop in their own country. Where on earth came so much excrement? And Yeetan in Tokyo was standing with a group of Japanese at this time, watching the poop pouring down from the sky. They looked foolishly. The guards, standing with Yeetan, were covering their noses, and their eyes almost fainted with tears. Too choking. When will you stop? Xiao Baybeard stood beside Yeetan, looked up at the poop and urine outside, muttering to himself. Yeetan stared at the outside intently, and didn't pay attention to who the person next to him was. He blurted out, "It's probably going to take 10 days. What, so long? Our great Japan is over." Xiao Baybeard's suit all smelled of poop, and he said with a disgusting expression. Yeetan was stunned, and suddenly recovered. Looking at the little 8-beard showing the back of his head, he suddenly roared, "Wipe your uncle, stand with me for a few days, and you will die for me. I'm so stinky. Cow." Xiao Baybeard was frightened by the sudden violent roar, and when he saw the red light in the eyes of Iron Man behind, he suddenly frightened one, and then screamed frantically, "I'm getting out. Don't you kill me." "Want to go? Is it possible? Die." After Yeetan roared fiercely, he slammed directly at Xiao Baybeard. Boom! The little 8-beard was blown to his head, and the brain splashed directly in the air. The 12 soldiers also brightened their helmets, and they killed the Japanese guards who were standing next to them. The guards were embarrassed by the frenzied killings of the soldiers. You say to fight back. It smells too bad outside. You suffocate. If you don't let go of the hand holding your nose, you will be hacked to death. Then the author, you say, what do I do not let go? The soldiers and Yeetan Kai slaughtered vigorously regardless of the difficulties of the Japanese. If there is a sense of art in killing like this, how come? After a while, all the Japanese in the room were torn into pieces by Yeetan. Yeetan couldn't smell any feces in the armor. So it will not be affected in any way. Looking at the pour of excrement and urine outside, Yeetan suddenly felt a bit too much to play. Is the Japanese capital just like this? Let's go quickly, it's too bad. Go and slaughter the scientists who have suffered 1,000 swords. Yeetan said coldly inside the steel. He has not forgotten his goal today. That is to make those Japanese scientists die. As for those who have been reformed, they will be handed over to China. Roar! There was a dragon cry. Yeetan had a look in his eyes, and the support troops came. Boom! In the next room, anti-gravity sports cars blasted through the wall and directly flew in. Seeing the raincoat draped on the anti-gravity sports car. That's right. Yeetan suddenly fell inwardly. Even the car is salty and disgusting. Even smart. It is estimated that Japan will be stinky in the future, and no aunt will come to Japan to buy things again. GTSK, throw shit and urine, and Japan's economy will be over all at once. Chapter 141. Chapter 138, Bombing. 200,000 rewards from the leader ready. 20 days. Yeetan got on the anti-gravity sports car. Outside this room, no less than 3,000 anti-gravity sports cars have gathered. All of them made a low roar of dragons in the air. It seems to be welcoming the master. Headed by Yeetan, thousands of anti-gravity sports cars drove away quickly under this dung cloud. In the air of feces and urine, there was a burst of air pops. Go to the sacred toilet and raising them to the ground. Roger that. Roger that. The sports cars behind each responded. High speed. In less than a minute, 3,000 anti-gravity sports cars came directly to the sky above the sacred toilet. Yeetan looked at the sacred toilet under the piss, and now it really became the sacred toilet. But even if it became a sacred toilet, it would not be able to quell the heroes of Huaxia who had won the world for the new era. Exit! Yeetan exclaimed. In an instant, 3,000 anti-gravity sports cars were instantly transformed. The Vulcan Gatling on the left and right, rockets and so on. They all swept frantically towards the Jingo Divine Toilet. The Yasukuni Sacred Toilet, like a temple, was instantly shuttled by bullets. That temple-like building, bricks and clods swept by bullets in an instant, flying all over the sky. The roof of the Yasukuni shrine was directly lifted by the anti-gravity sports car, and then countless rockets shot towards the temple. Boom! The huge firelight instantly swallowed the entire Yasukuni Sacred Toilet, and the entire Yasukuni Sacred Toilet became flat ground. The eyes of people all over the world were stunned. The Sacred Toilet of the Pure Kingdom, which is admired and believed in by Japan, was razed to the ground. It'll be together, isn't it fake? The Yasukuni toilet really collapsed like this. Is the ground level? Damn, isn't it silly upstairs? What Yitan can do, isn't it true? Smack your lips. I feel that Yitan has become a god. I guess no country would dare to provoke Yitan. Imagine this shit weapon is more powerful than nuclear weapons. Go, Yitan ordered. Suddenly the entire convoy flew directly out of Tokyo. The entire convoy was flying in the air with a strong murderous aura. In Japan. There is a huge military engineering base underground near Hokkaido. The inside is heavily guarded, and from the ground, there are no traces of man-made dwellings, and it is bare. And underground, that huge military base is 18 stories deep. It is very similar to the hive played in Resident Evil. The bottom layer is where people are researched and transformed. Yitan had stopped firmly on the underground base. Nearly more than 6,000 soldiers have already walked down, fully armed. All the soldiers are wearing helmets this time. In front of them are the optical night vision goggles of the Red Police Base Estate, which can clearly scan all the creatures with body temperature 100 meters underground. On their backs, there are 4 tiny small dish-like flying vehicles. It is round. These aircraft are added by the scientists' individual combat capabilities. It allows the soldiers to have a field of vision in all directions. In addition, each aircraft has automatic scanning and is also connected to their newly modified machine gun. As long as the aircraft locks the target, as long as the gun is not too far away, it can accurately attack the target. This inspiration comes from the king of mobile gunfights, and that flying machine is controlled by the minds of the soldiers. In the helmet, there are sensors that can make these micro-flying machines look, turn, or use them to hit people. This time the soldiers are truly fully armed, with superb individual capabilities, and they can fight 10 of them one at a time. Master, everything is ready. Yitan nodded, looked at the soldiers, and said directly, prepare to start. Slaughter all the Japanese, not one left. Yes. All the soldiers stomped their right feet abruptly. The whole ground shook slightly. Afterwards, the 4 miniature prototype aircraft on them digressed directly from their backs, surrounding them, one in the sky, one on the left and right, and one on the back. Surrounded tightly. Soldiers. At this moment, it is like a god king in the sky, and the 4 flying machines are their magic weapon. The eyes of the world saw this scene, and everyone took a breath. They did not expect that Yitan's technology had reached this point. This is controlled by consciousness. If consciousness can be controlled, is it a holographic helmet game that will be born? Many people are looking forward to it, and the leaders of various countries have their heads hurt. They have also studied the aircraft that Yitan controls, and they have already studied the prototype, but they adjust simple control in the computer with their consciousness. It is hard to compare with Yitan. And in the underground base, the alarm bell was red at the moment. The harsh alarm bells and the red light in the sky made the entire base start to panic. But the soldiers guarding the base did not panic at all. They all stayed at their posts without chaos. In the central control room of the underground base, the officer in charge of the underground base was looking at the ground video reflected back with a gloomy expression. In the video, the densely packed army is dressed in black and red combat uniforms. It makes people look a little bit shy. Quickly, pass me line 01. What happened? Why did the army come to the door? Where are the border troops? The officer wearing the Japanese military cap yelled at the operator next to him. At this moment, things are getting more and more dangerous. If the base is found, it means that it will attack. Who on earth has revealed the news? The base is basically a single line connection, and it does not have any contact with the outside world. The network is connected to the local area network. Why is this? The Japanese general would never think of it. The whole Japan is in chaos. Tokyo was invaded by feces and urine, and they all went to rescue the capital. Those border guards have no time to control them. As the general at this base sent the news to the 4 surrounding border guards, immediately, the 4 frontier defense forces all began to operate. Countless tanks rushed towards the base. Countless fighters and airplanes are all leaving the cabin, waiting for the pilots to fight. There are also many troops gathered. And above the underground base, standing in front of Yitan, were a few soldiers holding a small box, and they seemed to be scanning something. Suddenly, the soldiers in front stopped, nodded to Yitan. Yitan's eyes narrowed, and he had found the 3rd entrance. This should be the main entrance, and the others should be escape entrances. Hey, the killing is about to begin. The god of death is coming. Can't you just vote for a recommendation? Monday is coming soon. Come and stand. Chapter 142. Chapter 139. Where is the Italian artillery of the 2nd Battalion Commanders Labor and Capital? Thank you for your great reward. Thank you. Let's start. Yitan stood at the position pointed out by the soldier just now and ordered directly. Suddenly, out of the 6,000 soldiers, 100 soldiers came out. They are different from other fighters. They have huge packages on their bodies, and they are all filled with high-risk blasting bombs. They are the blasters in the army. They took out the dynamite packets one by one from their pockets without a hassle, put them in a certain pattern, and placed them on the flat ground. Then they made ready gestures to Yitan, and immediately, the soldiers and Yitan withdrew from the area. The big gift is about to be ready. The small pile of explosives that is not high always enough to blow up the top of the base. The scale of this base structure is not small. At least on this floor of Yashin Station, there is molten iron that is of concern. The top is very thick, with a thickness of 1 meter. If you use rockets to attack, you don't know if you can explode until next year. The target has been set, and the countdown is ready. Burst. In an instant, the dynamite bag manipulated by the blaster suddenly exploded. The explosive power of this explosive package is not like an ordinary explosion, which explodes in place, but the explosive package placed by the soldiers is a reverse explosion. Boom. The dynamite bag exploded, and instantly, the entire flat ground was instantly bumpy, like an earthquake. The soil above is falling crazily. Yitan knew that at least the top layer of the underground base had completely cracked. The iron plate on the upper layer is very big, and the bomb is attacked by the node. Can it collapse instantly? Throw it to me, let me cool down. Yitan smiled. Without saying anything, the soldiers pulled out the high explosive double eggs hung around their waists, and threw them into the opening that had just been exploded. Countless explosive bags, high explosive nail grenades, etc. As long as they are explosives, they are all thrown inside. Boom. Underground, there were constant explosions and tragic wailing. At this moment, the following is messed up. The 1st floor is full of flames, and no living people have been seen. The soldiers' bombs were about to explode the 2nd floor, and the entire base was shaking. Countless dust is scattered. Within the total control of the bottom layer, the Japanese general had a gloomy face and a grumpy heart. Why is the Empire's rescue so slow? If this goes on, the base will be lifted by the troops above. It's so special. These people live underground all the year round, and they don't know much about Yitan's deeds. So they don't know Yitan at all. Those who watched the live broadcast were all excited to see the Yitan fighters so crazy. This is a research base for Japan's deprived humanity. If you blow up this place, it will be very pleasing. There are others who sadly said on the internet, hey, good people are enough. Yitan actually used such a small bomb to attack. He is heartbroken. Why don't you use space-based weapons to directly cover Japan? As soon as this comment came out, The host was bombed. The commander of the 2nd Battalion brought up Lao-Tzu's space-based weapon, dung urine cannon, and gave this strong man a refreshing. The commander of the 2nd Battalion brought up Lao-Tzu's Italian cannon to refresh the strong man for a night. The commander of the 2nd Battalion brought up Lao-Tzu's space-based weapons and cannons and bombed the whole of Japan for this strong man. It's great. Of course, this is just an episode. Back to Yitan's lens. The soldiers took turns tossing bags of explosives, and gradually they didn't carry much. Master, the 2nd grassroots level has already been exploded. Do you start a bloodbath? A 2nd level fighter stood beside Yitan and said. Now in Yitan's base, the 2nd level fighters belonged to the captain category. Let's get started. As long as you are Japanese, don't leave any of them, Yitan said with Xiao Sha's aura. Yes. Dominate. The soldiers who received the order then began to drive nails and ropes on the ground, preparing to jump down. Master, the Japanese support forces have arrived, and the air bombers will arrive in 30 seconds. A red dragon's reminder came from Yitan's ears, and he paused, then sneered, let the anti-gravity sports car lift into the air. As long as one comes, kill one. Roar. Afterwards, the unmanned anti-gravity sports car made a roar, directly soaring into the sky. In the sky above Yitan, a big circle was directly placed, protecting the top of Yitan from any damage and bombing. The soldiers jumped down one by one, and at this time, there were also roars in the air. Bombers, fighters are coming. Da. Japanese bombers and fighter jets saw the target appear, but without a word, they directly attacked. Groups of fighter jets, compared with these 3,000 anti-gravity sports cars, are simply pitiful. The anti-gravity sports car that was attacked, the lead car lights, suddenly lit up with red lights, like human eyes. The Japanese pilots who watched are also very excited. Kaka. Subsequently, the Vulcan was directly set up on both sides of the anti-gravity sports car, and the rockets also bounced out. Directly lock on the target and hit the Japanese fighter bomber. Boom. Japan's fighter jets and anti-gravity sports cars are not of the same grade at all, and an aircraft was blown up by the anti-gravity sports cars in an instant. The pilot in the plane didn't react and was killed directly inside. Become the presence of coke. The Japanese fighter planes were desperate when they saw this scene. Yitan's anti-gravity sports car simply couldn't resist it. Swish swish. The Japanese fighter jet passed by the anti-gravity sports car, making a sorrowful turn and preparing to return to the base. But the red dragon doesn't do it. It's paralyzed. You just need to seduce you when you come to me. Can you let you go back? The anti-gravity sports car was scattered, layered on top of each other, and the bullets ejected were called a dents, and that was called crazy. The slow-flying fighter was wiped out in an instant. In the 4 large military bases, I saw that my country's fighter jets lost their signals. All of them paled. Is the latest fighter jet developed in my country incomparable? Many Japanese generals asked themselves. Yitan saw that the fighter was solved, and then handed it over to the Red Dragon for supervision. As long as the Japanese ran out, they would do it directly. But Yitan followed the soldiers and directly entered the underground base. As soon as I entered the underground base, there were fires everywhere, flashing light bulbs, and charred and smoking corpses all over the floor. There were even some strangely shaped corpses. Yitan frowned. Isn't this just transforming people? Roar. Suddenly, there was a terrifying roar in the distance, which was very loud and circulated continuously throughout the base. Chapter 143. Chapter 140. Arrogant Sun Countryman. Thank you minutes lonely for 50,000 rewards. Thank you. Roar. That voice, like a monster roar, hysterical. It makes the scalp numb. When the soldiers heard the roar, they gathered together instantly, surrounded Yitan in groups. The battle is coming. On the bottom floor of the underground base, the Japanese general watched the video with a crazy look on his face. After receiving all the supporting aircraft groups to destroy the whole army, he went crazy. He knew that the Prime Minister had abandoned them. The sports car that can fly in the sky is simply an alien invasion, beeping a dog. On the third floor, the Japanese general has ordered everyone to the fourth floor, and the third floor has become a paradise for monsters. On the third floor, in the shadows, a lot of transformed people gathered, all of them weird and ugly, and they were no different from the monsters in Resident Evil. Yeaton's soldiers immediately turned on the head-mounted ray scanner and the small aircraft, and they were constantly investigating. Their scanner detected the enemy in an instant. The red human figures in the video are densely packed, and they are the enemy. Hiss. The effects of the soldiers' detections are all included in the video. Everyone in the world took a deep breath when they saw it. The Japanese are so cruel and human. They have studied so many terrifying monsters. There is simply no forgiveness. The monsters rushed here frantically. Roar. The voice screamed, getting more and more weird. It was like a group of bats calling. The icy cold in Yeaton's eyes became more and more bitter. Through the red dragon invading the local area network of this space, Yeaton already knew that this base no longer had any normal Chinese. All have been transformed by Japanese research. The group of red figures is to transform people. Boom. A wall suddenly shattered, and a group of ugly and human-looking monsters rushed out. There was no trace of humanity in their eyes. They were all ferocious. When Yeaton saw them, his eyes were faint, calming his heart. The monster at the head was very thin and dark, and believed very much in the creepers in Resident Evil, but Yeaton could see that he was the most beloved dean of the body owner. That 60-year-old man ran around every day to raise money for the nursing home to support their old man. The old man who started to open an orphanage in his 20s, until he was in his 60s, he had no daughter-in-law. As long as he had a bite, he wanted to give them all. Yeaton's body trembled violently. Yeaton knew that this was the master of the body, unwilling and angry. Yeaton opened his violent eyes and stared at the group of monsters in the distance with a cold voice. Kill. Drink. The soldiers stomped their right foot to lead their orders, took their guns directly, and shot at the group of monsters. The monsters who heard the movement suddenly rushed towards the soldiers. And what happened to be oncoming was the biting bullet. Puff puff. The sound of the bullet tearing the body sounded on the monster's body. But these monsters don't seem to even feel pain, only know the crazy attack target. Only by hitting the eyebrows, the monster will truly die. This is very similar to Resident Evil, but the speed of the monsters is very fast. In this extremely wide underground base, they are madly stringing, making it impossible for the soldiers to fight. Change the knife. Yeaton screamed. In an instant, all the soldiers threw their guns to the ground and drew the machete from behind. But at this moment, many monsters directly pounced on the soldiers, clasping and tearing with their dark claws. The moment the warrior was pounced by the monster, he didn't even pull out the knife. He directly clenched his fist and slammed the hammer toward the monster's face. But the monster didn't have any pain. The crazy claws instantly tore a soldier's face, and a large piece of flesh was torn off from the face. Half of his face was no longer fleshy, the eyeballs slid down directly, and the red and white eye socket bones were all marked by the monster. The soldier just snorted, the only remaining eye, staring at the monster. His fists kept hitting his head. Boom. The sound was like a fist hitting a steel plate. Dead. The soldier standing on the side drew a knife from behind, and hit the monster's head with a fierce knife. In an instant, the monster's head was directly cut off by the soldiers, and the blood sprayed out like a column of water, all of which was light red mixed with yellow blood. The soldier who was rushed kicked away the monster lying on his body, drew the knife, and guarded vigilantly. When he got up, the other soldiers also finished fighting. There were a lot of corpses left directly on the ground, and those monsters were still strung together, running wildly. Come and attack the soldiers from time to time. It's simply not cheap. Yeaton's mood exploded because of these monsters. He was unfavorable when he changed his sword. Just after he changed his sword, several soldiers were injured. This was simply intolerable. Kill. The soldiers shook their bodies suddenly and slammed towards the monsters. In the bottom layer, the Japanese generals looked at the soldiers in the video with a mocking face. Hee hee, They can kill the enhancers. But how can there be only so many enhancers in our great Japanese empire? You can wait. The general who was speaking had a sullen face, as if he had a more terrifying evolutionary. On the third floor, Yeaton's warriors were slashing frantically. But the evolutionary seems to be endless. It has been gushing crazily, just like Resident Evil. Yeaton was tired of succeeding. At this moment, suddenly, the Japanese language appeared on the wall, and it was very rampant. Ha ha ha, you are all going to die here today? Ha ha ha. Yeaton was speechless by the rampant laughter. Facing the camera on the wall, he said directly, Shabi. Note, Japanese Shabi, is the same Japanese as Shabi. Quiet, quiet. The horn was very quiet, and suddenly roared, Baga, you die, die. Yeaton snorted coldly and turned away. The soldiers followed. Ha ha ha, why not continue? Continue. Come on, the tens of thousands of evolutionaries we research are waiting for you. Come on. As long as you can come here, I will give you food. Shabi. Yeaton ignored him and climbed directly to the top floor, preparing to leave in an anti-gravity sports car. And although the eyes of the world were dulled by Yeaton's departure, his eyes shrank suddenly. Are you going to play the big one? At the bottom of the underground, when the Japanese generals were still happy to drive away the enemy, they did not know that their end was coming. Chapter 144. Chapter 141, Unprecedented Disaster. Thanks to K.Go1 for the reward. Thank you. Yeaton left in anti-gravity, and left with the goal of not going to the end with Japan. But everyone understood. According to Crazy's idea, it is estimated that in the next second, the underground base will bloom like a chrysanthemum. Right? They are all staring at the video, not letting go of any link. After Yeaton left, the monsters who had been transformed did not dare to chase them, because they were afraid of light. This is also a flaw studied by the Japanese. When these monsters encounter ultraviolet rays, they burn their skin and die. And these monsters are also failed experiments by the Japanese. Can't be controlled. Sitting in an anti-gravity sports car, Yeaton flew towards his base without expression. In outer space, the day-based weapon has been opened and turned. Space-based weapons like futuristic science and technology are being loaded with Chengwu, and even the orbits are moving at superfast speeds. Yeaton's anti-gravity sports car was about to return to the base. News came from space-based weapons. Didi, lock the target. Hokkaido, Japan. Accurate strike has been located. Do you start the attack? Yeaton directly nodded to confirm with a gloomy expression. A small Japanese is still so arrogant, it is simply not necessary. This time makes you happy. In the global video, the red frame has nothing but one, space-based weapons being launched. Please wait. People all over the world have a beeping feeling in their hearts. Please wait. Wait for what? Are we willing to let space-based weapons fire? But they also know that Japan, it is estimated that it will suffer this time. It is a very big disaster. The Japanese islands themselves are composed of tens of millions of small islands. Space-based weapons are made of concentrated steel and use gravitational attacks. Think about it, the territory of the island of Japan is inherently unstable, and there are disasters such as earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanoes all year round. If space-based weapons are launched and rely on the power of gravity, can the Japanese island be better? In outer space, the day-based weapon was in the universe, and there was no sound. Only one bullet went up and down suddenly. An iron hammer was launched directly, rushed towards the Earth. When passing through the atmosphere, it immediately burned. But it couldn't burn the main body of the mallet at all and couldn't melt it. At the moment the space-based weapon was launched, the capital of Japan, under the rain, where the emperor lived, is screaming wildly. Give me the ground down to the research room and tell me what exactly did they do. The secretary was stunned by the emperor's roar, and hurriedly dialed the single-line number of the underground base. At the underground base, as soon as I connected to the phone, I heard the monstrous roar on the phone. Baga, you trash. What have you done? Why did Yeaton launch space-based weapons? They were not familiar with the roar of the Japanese emperor. but they were shocked. "What's wrong? What's up?" "Report to the Prime Minister, we just drove away a group of enemy forces, we did nothing," these generals said weakly. They are a bit at a loss now. What happened to the Prime Minister? Sick? The pissed Japanese emperor's lungs are about to explode. Baga, you haven't done anything yet. Why did you chase them away? Why don't you let them kill your group of pigs, bastards? When the generals in the ground heard this, their eyes suddenly glared, and a grimace fell on their faces. What do you mean? Are we dead? Could this be the emperor? Toot toot. The phone hung up. The confusing generals are all mad. What is this? Is the way we answer the phone the wrong way? And when they were just about to investigate, the eyes of people all over the world were frozen. The light in the sky is getting closer and closer. The target really is the underground base. Everyone is solidified. Even the Japanese emperor has a distorted face, bowing his head, waiting for the Japanese devil to come. The fire in the sky has just entered a height of 5 kilometers. In the underground base in Japan, alarm bells have begun to be built again. Many scientists and soldiers thought it was those enemies who came back and continued to attack. But in the general control room on the bottom floor, the major generals were already desperate, looking pale at the video. That video is the high-altitude monitoring video of the base. The sky is blazing, and the base's computer has analyzed its power. SSS level. Once it falls, the entire base will disappear. The Japanese generals were terrified. They didn't expect that the enemies they provoke were so terrible. But they have a question. Should we just let them kill? The space-based weapons in the sky are near 4 kilometers, 2 kilometers, 500 meters. Everyone in Japan looked up, looking desperately at the flames of the sky. 100 meters. No. The generals on the bottom floor of the underground base grabbed the video and shouted frantically, but how could the space-based weapons stop? Boom. There was no fire, no nuclear pollution, and in an instant, the entire underground base seemed to have been passed by already. A huge pit appeared. The deep pit is still extending. Crazy eyes. The whole Hokkaido seems to be thinned. In Hokkaido, the sea, under the influence of space-based weapons, is surging crazily, furiously attacking the coastal city. Many buildings were destroyed directly, almost like the end of the world. Just like the one in the 2012 movie, Japan was flooded as soon as it appeared. Although it is not as exaggerated as in the movie. Not much difference. The crazy sea water and the volcanoes in Hokkaido are all spurting crazily. Everywhere Japanese people are fleeing, screaming frantically. The red and hot volcanic magma spilled into the world from the air, instantly engulfing people, evaporating, and turning into piles of dead objects. Of course, these situations all happened in coastal cities or volcanic craters near Hokkaido. The whole world was immersed, quietly watching the end of Japan. Some people faintly feel that the Third World War is about to begin. The future of mankind is in whose hands? Coastal cities have been swallowed by sea water. In Hokkaido, no creatures have survived. That underground base will no longer exist. The Emperor of Japan collapsed on the seat. He knew that Japan was over, and this disaster would have dealt a severe blow to Japan. At least Japan's economy and strength were regressing wildly. Japan was ruined by Etan. To be continued. The follow-up is more exciting. Please wait. Chapter 145. Chapter 142. New arms appears thanks to the support and rewards of the leader of Eddie. I worship. Japan is experiencing disaster. Yetan had already returned to the base, and all the red-framed video screens were also removed. The global video has recovered, but this roller coaster-like mood cannot be calmed down. Various exchange websites have exploded. People have a lot of opinions on the Japanese incident. Some support Yetan, and some say that Yetan is cold-blooded and even more Japanese than Japanese. But are these public opinions useful to Yetan? Yetan is a man who wants to soar into the universe. He doesn't know how many dangers there are in the universe. If the Earth's tooth decay is not solved now, is it waiting for the universe to make these cavities cause trouble? and countries have also seen a lot of things about Yitan this time, such as individual soldier capability, the aircraft that detects and early warning, etc. They didn't have any actions either. Now the Earth has been destroyed by Yitan. Although Yitan now lives in a place where the fart is bigger, Yitan has countless unknown cards. Which country doesn't want to kill Yitan? But there is no chance. All countries are watching, waiting for this man walking on the blade. One day he makes a mistake, which causes him to fall into the abyss, and he will never recover. In the base, Yitan was standing on the second island at the moment, looking at the giants one after another. That super energy nuclear fusion power station, airplane airport, air command. The super energy nuclear fusion power station has two bases, very tall, with 50 stories high, and 3 huge bus-shaped buildings squeezed together. That is the power station. With this kind of thing, the base construction time will accelerate, and all kinds of energy weapons will have no buffer. There is also a large aircraft base on which 100 fighters that are not part of modern civilization have been parked. Yitan walked to the airport, followed by a group of scientists and soldiers behind him. Yitan looked at the fighter jet with first-class appearance. The whole body was not high, only 1 meter high, and not too big, only the width of a large truck. Touching the smooth shell on the fighter plane, I feel a cool air that feels like a stone, and it is firm. How to say? The scientist behind him was taken aback, knowing that the master was asking all the functions of this fighter, and then they came to Yitan one by one. Master, the aircraft produced by the base are all of the same type, and this type is a type with a lighter attack and a faster speed. The whole body is 4 meters long, 3 meters wide, and only 1 meter high. If soldiers want to drive, they must lie in it. The flying speed of a fighter jet can be compared with the speed of an anti-gravity sports car. In addition, the attack weapons used by the fighter jet are all laser-type weapons, which can shoot lasers to attack the enemy. The aircraft is equipped with a total of 4 laser ports, which can emit 4 lasers at the same time. Each aircraft energy source can be used for 1,000 laser launches, and it can only return to the base destroyed, killing a tank instantly. While Yitan listened, there was light in his eyes, and his hands kept tapping on the aircraft shell. This aircraft was fine. Laser weapons. According to the novel, it was a work of the pinnacle of a first-class civilization. Thinking about it this way, it seems that what the base produces are all high-quality goods, and they are all first-class peaks. After Yitan visited all the buildings, he returned to the first base. Now the 4 islands are basically built with walls, and the number of people in the ocean base has reached 150,000. There are 100,000. Basically all engineers. They are repairing walls and transforming the base. On average, 1 soldier was born in 1 minute, and now the base is slowly on track. And the remains of the second island have been tightly protected by Yitan, and a huge building has been built on it. No one would have thought that the following are the ruins. Just when Yitan watched the base flourish and was rarely idle, suddenly, the projection of the red dragon appeared beside Yitan. Master, the first super unit has appeared. Boom. As soon as Yitan heard it, he only felt his head suddenly white. Super arms, what kind of existence is that, with 1 enemy and 100? Where? Take me there, Yitan said urgently. Then Honglong took Yitan to the barracks. At the entrance of the barracks, there stood a tall man with a very rough look, short hair, stubble on his face, large sunglasses, and a cigar in his mouth. Around his neck are thick gold chains, which are more upstarts than upstarts. This. Yitan was already dumbfounded, and he was speechless. His heart now was like a beeping dog. What about the super unit? What about Lily and Danya? What about Montasa? Why this one? If Yitan didn't read it wrong, this guy is a terrorist, a bomb madman. The brawny man, seeing Yitan's arrival, immediately inserted a cigar into his pocket and saluted Yitan. Yitan knew that this product was going to be violent. That is, when the cigar was lit, the name of a terrorist was not that simple. Master, This is the bomb madman terrorists. They generally belong to the suicide class. If they can live, then they are lucky. But basically, their character is crude, and they never come back. The Red Dragon sneered behind Yitan. Yitanxin was also stunned when he heard it. Yes, that's right. In the Red Alert game, this product is suicidal. Can this unit be exchanged in various ways? Yitan asked, frowning. A few red lights flashed in the Red Dragon's eyes, and then looked at Yitan Dao. Master, all arms can be exchanged in a variety of ways. Only the super arms can't. This terrorist is not considered a super arms. It can only be regarded as more than ordinary. There is only one more skill in the class. Yitan nodded clearly. Only those Natasha, Yuriko, and Yuri were restricted. Seeing this upstart terrorist dressed up, Yitan's face was black lines. Now the base is getting more and more out of touch. Red Dragon, start the stealing plan, Yitan said as he turned around. Yes, dominate. Promise to complete the task, Red Dragon said from a distance. Red Dragon watched Yitan drift away, then turned his head and issued tasks to the terrorist and spy camps. The theft of Yitan is going on, Japan is suffering from the end, and the world is watching when the anti-gravity sports car will be released. Everything is about to come. Just as the Red Dragon was about to disappear, suddenly, an extremely handsome man appeared in front of him, shouting at him, "Wait, don't you hand in the recommendation ticket? Do you want to waste it in my dark down the knife?" Chapter 146. Chapter 143, Views of the Situation, Future Plans. I like the group, thank you brothers. After Yitan arranged everything, the Tenglong company in China called Leagues and Tang Yulong were generally afraid to call Yitan. Mainly, the mobile phones sold by Yitan were all arranged by him. As for the companies they manage, none of them seem to be of any use. They just count the statistics for Yitan. The reason they called today is because the people of China have been madly blocking the entrance of Tamron. They want the anti-gravity sports car to go on sale. The Tamron companies couldn't resist this pressure and had to call Yitan. It's okay not to call Yitan, at least Yitan almost forgot. He still has a company in China. It seems necessary for the company to grow. After Yitan discussed the plan with Leagues and the others on the phone, the anti-gravity sports car that was popular all over the world was about to be sold. Countries wanting to seek cooperation with Yitan need to come to Yitan's base to negotiate. One is that Yitan really doesn't want to go out. He is simply a big target now. Once he goes out, he will be attacked, which is just a beep. Second, Yitan is sure that those cooperators are basically military figures from various countries, and they want Yitan's anti-gravity sports car to flood their national system. They have seen the power of anti-gravity sports car transformation. Who doesn't want it? The military levels of these countries come to Yitan to cooperate, and Yitan must be a grasshopper on the same line. And those countries that are in the same alliance with the United States do not buy Yitan's anti-gravity sports car. People will definitely be disappointed. Many people will definitely go to China to make Yitan truly the largest country. And to make China the largest country was the plan made by Yitan and China's first chief, to support each other. Besides, Yitan didn't need humans, just the soldiers. With the launch of Yitan's business cooperation plan, many countries have begun to take action. The anti-gravity sports car is an epoch-making product. It is a huge cake. If you don't bite it, you are simply sorry to their country. Many national forces are preparing and waiting for the opening of the Asian Cooperation Day, and those countries that are in alliance with the United States are watching. Waiting. In the base, Yitan was looking at the construction of the third island at this time. The Red Dragon once told him that the universe is not only a civilization on the Earth, but it is very difficult to survive in the universe. Even the current stage of the Earth's civilization is not enough to connect to the universe's civilization. If you want to survive on your own, you need a solid foundation. Therefore, both technological empires and military units need to work together. The third island is prepared for the Earth's technology companies to build Tenglong Technology Company into the true number one technology group on Earth. Become a behemoth and let all the forces of the Earth surrender. Don't look at Yitan's arrogance now. It's because the technology of the countries can't keep up. If they decrypt the prehistoric ruins, it will be impossible for them to catch up with Yitan, but at least they can stand shoulder to shoulder. Therefore, Yitan needs to research more technology to make Tamron Company a behemoth on the Earth. If anyone touches him, at least how many countries are involved? There is a good saying, something that is of interest, everyone wants to stick to it, let alone talk about Tamron's cake. Yitan lowered and fiddled with the projection of the third island, fabricating and constantly transforming it. At this time, the red dragon standing next to Yitan spoke. Master, the base is now built only on the periphery. If you want the base to develop better in the future, you need to rebuild it. Yitan put down the projection and touched his chin to think. Yes, if you want the base to develop better in the future, you need to renovate the base to become a truly integrated existence. The Red Alert system is not a Red Alert game. Just create it as you like. When Yitan thought, his eyes suddenly brightened. Red Dragon, you said, if the base is transformed into a large suspended city, like an anti-gravity sports car, will it be more effective to protect the safety of their base? When the Red Dragon heard the words of the master, his red eyes were shining, as if thinking about whether this plan would work. Yitan watched quietly, and he was not in a hurry. After all, Red Dragon was a super intelligent brain, and he calculated that there would be no problem in future. Red Dragon seemed to have finished thinking and looked at Yitan Dao expressionlessly. Master, this plan is feasible, but at least a large anti-gravity device is needed to implement it. Although the weight of the baseland is not large, there will be more construction units to be built in the future. And when it rushes out of the Earth in the future, it can continue to be transformed on it. Yitan nodded understandingly. Yes, the base is best if it can move to the safest. If the base has been on the 4 islands, if the countries are driven crazy by Yitan and throw a few nuclear bombs at him, what's special? The dog is not beeping anymore. Okay, then you can figure out when the Sky City base will come out. Yitan said to Honglong, without saying a word. Honglong's eyes directly radiated a projection. It is a Sky City building. It's very big and looks exactly like an alien UFO. Yitan saw that he was beeping in his heart. Isn't this a UFO? As if seeing Yitan's complaints, Honglong explained, Master, the reason why the shape of Sky City is like this is because the prototype is made up of countless triangles. It can be said to be very solid and moving at a smooth speed. The area is flat and the building can be placed better. Of course, if more powerful weapons are developed in the future, they can be installed. Yitan looked at the humble Sky Chen, with enthusiasm in his heart, and he wanted to transform the humble Sky City into the most perfect existence. Okay, let's build the model first. Yitan ordered. The Red Dragon took the command, but only recorded this plan in the task list. After all, to rebuild the base, it was a distant matter. At least it would be possible for scientists to develop a spacecraft before they could participate in this plan. Although there are many scientists in the base now. But they are all level 1 and their capabilities are limited. I don't know when there will be a training camp for scientists and soldiers to upgrade. If the fighters are upgraded, it is estimated that the countries around the world will not be used up. Just surrender. All of them are super gods, and they will play a part. After agreeing on everything, Yitan began to turn around the research room, watching the progress of the scientists. Yitan doesn't know how many projects the base is currently researching. He only knows that the success of each project is an epoch-making product. The existence of super technology. The base now has enough energy. But for the Tamron mobile phones and anti-gravity sports cars produced by the Fenzhong factory, it is simply the biggest drag on Yitan. In the past few days, Yitan has begun to let scientists build machines against gravity. Started to study and see if people could build it. In this case, Yitan would at least not have to spend so many energy points to build an anti-gravity sports car. P.S. Add a group of favorite friends. 149,847,932 more heroes are waiting for you to fight. Chapter 147. Chapter 144, I am a local tyrant, I have anti-gravity. Friends you like can join groups. While Yitan was still wandering around the base, Hong Long began a plan to sell anti-gravity sports cars in China. Li Weimin is an otaku. The deeds Yitan has done in the past few days have shocked him very much. He wants to go out and take a look at the outside world. He was afraid, and if he didn't look at the outside world, there would be no chance in the future. Any day, Yitan will bombard the world with excrement and urine. Li Weimin still bought a lot of raincoats and rain boots at home today. What kind of industry is the hottest now? That is, raincoats and umbrella companies. If nothing else, I am afraid that Yitan will be very nervous and give the world a dungeon.gt. As usual, Li Weimin opened the notebook. The first thing was to call the Tamron assistant, open the official website of Tamron Technology Company, and see if the anti-gravity sports car was sold. He has been looking forward to it for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that all countries have been harassing Yitan, the anti-gravity sports cars are now on sale. Li Weimin complained in his heart and clicked on the website. As always, the official website of Tenglong Technology Company still has a huge golden dragon lying on the pillar as always. As long as Li Weimin enters the official website, the dragon will squint up his eyes and give him a humane look, and then continue to close his eyes. Continue to sleep. Oh, Li Weimin sighed. Anti-gravity sports cars will not appear today. Just when he was about to close the official website, the dragon, squinting and dozing off, suddenly opened the golden eyes and yelled at Li Weimin. This Li Weimin shivered with fright, and all the cigarettes between his fingers fell on his legs. He hasn't had time to shoot. His face was super red now, and the dragon roared. Tamron's new product, paralyzed. This paragraph was mad online. He didn't know. The dragon roared 3 times at Li Weimin outside the video, and then slammed its 5 paws towards the pillar below. The pillar began to rise frantically, until it was as high as the Tamron mobile phone on the pillar next to it before it stopped. Then, on the pillar, a golden light flashed like a dungeon with epic equipment. Suddenly, Li Weimin's eyes were bigger than Bull's eyes, and his mouth was muttering excitedly, "What is special? What is special? What is special?" He was trembling all over, and his mouth was trembling. After the golden light flickered, a buzzing voice thought about it, and then a sports car appeared. There were white, red, blue, black, and all kinds of sports cars with different eyes. Immediately after that, the official website prompt sound, ding, Tamron Technology Group, is going to sell 1888 limited edition anti-gravity sports cars. Each is priced at 18.88 million, and will begin to snap up in 1 hour. Ding, Tamron Technology Group will sell 18,888 local sports cars, each priced at 9.99 million, which will be snapped up in half an hour. Ding, there is only 3 minutes to buy the quota. If you don't pay the funds within 3 minutes, the quota will be cancelled. Li Weimin slapped the table and cried frantically. I don't know if it was because he was hurt by the cigarette that fell just now, or because the price made him very unbearable. Why is it so expensive? It's a dog. Li Weimin said Yitan's catchphrase, screaming frantically, screaming in the room, spinning wildly. Everyone in Huaxia had seen the news, and many people had set the price for Yitan, making it really unacceptable. Why is it so expensive? What should I do? I can't even afford a wheel. Didn't Yitan say that we can buy it? Silly upstairs didn't explain. Yitan said, the regular version is about the same price as the current car, so everyone can buy it. This is the future technology. I think the price is cheaper. Cut, a bunch of chatters, I will buy 2 in a while. Who will help me snap up the quota? You can contact me, the reward is a lot. Call XXXX. Contact me if there is a quota, and the reward is 100,000. All the people in Huaxia are waiting crazily. Of course, Although they are not local tyrants, they can snap up a quota. How much money can that quota sell? There are also many local tyrants, who have already enrolled hundreds of people, waiting for the countdown in internet cafes. But in the capital of China, many aviation giants have gathered here. They were wearing suits with sweat on their heads, standing in the meeting room, waiting for something. Squeak! The door was opened, and a young man walked in, watching everyone smile and said, "Everyone, please go back." The first chief said, "Your request, they will arrange it, and guarantee it an anti-gravity sports car. It will not restrict you." When everyone heard it, this was an answer, and many people stopped doing it. What, Xiao Liu, you know, once Yitan's anti-gravity sports car is released, what profit will our aviation industry have? By then, the entire China is full of anti-gravity sports cars. What is the use of large aviation companies like us? Yeah, Xiao Liu, you said to it, our airline can't cancel it, otherwise, what do we eat and drink? Yeah, this will ruin our family. These veterans are arguing fiercely. The secretary who worked next to the first chief was the young man, Liu Yan, looking at them with a gloomy expression. His face was almost unbearable. "This is an order from the first chief. You can tell me again, this is not a death hunt." Huixia now has a good relationship with Yitan, and how good breathing support is. At least Huixia will surpass other countries. Yitan wouldn't disturb everything in China, wouldn't it be good, for your group of mice? It's not worth it to ruin a pot of food. Xiao Liu said coldly, "If you have any questions, go find it yourself, but I have told you that if you continue to stalemate, it is not your airline, or even you, that will be cancelled." After Xiao Liu finished speaking, he slammed the door out. A group of stunned veterans were left behind. They were so angry in their hearts. Although a secretary was by the first chief, it was too deceptive to give them a group of faces. No, Yitan must give an answer, otherwise, never stop. After they quarreled and agreed, they all walked back angrily, but when they left, the camera on the wall flashed twice without a trace. Disappeared without a trace. PS Group, 149,847,932. Chapter 148. Chapter 145. Crazy anti-gravity sports car. Thank you all, thank you. In the red police base, Hong Long's scheming grin with a frightening grin. If Yitan were here, he would be shocked, especially, Hong Long was too humane. It's a man who is alive and well. It's about to begin, Hong Long muttered to himself, with an evil smile on his lips. While Yitan was asleep, an Earth-armed plane took off from the base and headed towards China. Inside, there are groups of people. As for Huixia, many people watched the countdown intently. It was about to start soon, and everyone was gearing up. The psychology of some people is that, regardless of his recent wound, he can sell it to the rich and earn hundreds of thousands. Li Wyman is no longer a wave now, like being ravaged by 1,000 big men, lying softly at the computer desk, waiting for the countdown. Ding! The countdown begins 1 minute. It started. Li Wyman heard the prompt sound of Tamran's assistant and quickly got up, staring at the countdown attentively. Even if you can't buy the deluxe version, you still have to make some money, especially after the regular version appears next time. You can buy it again. Ding! The countdown is 30 seconds. Li Wyman hurriedly pressed on the mouse, sliding tremblingly. 1 click, maybe you can earn hundreds of thousands, which is even worse than Ma Long's father's 5 fortunes. 10.9.5.3.2.1. The screen flashed, and a box appeared directly. You have to open the box to grab it. Li Wyman used his unicorn arm, which was more than 20 years old, and was quick and accurate. A golden light flashed. Congratulations on your purchase of the limited edition anti-gravity sports car. Fuck! Or Li Wyman screamed wildly, patting his chest. It's so special. This is a limited edition quota. How many people in China, who has such a bad luck to grab it? The limited edition, for this quota? can sell for more than 2 million. Special. Lee Wyman is now so excited that he can only say something special, and hastily clicked on the new limited edition quota group. After opening it, no one spoke. It seems that none of them grabbed it. Lee Wyman hurriedly posted screenshots to the group. The flowers exploded in an instant. Fuck, someone grabbed it. With this luck, Zaurishan kneeled. I wiped it. I hired 10 people, but they didn't get it. But you got it. What a pity. Luck. Tusk. China has a new local tyrant. How much money can this quota sell? By the way, why don't the group owners buy it roughly? All mute. What's the matter? You all shut up. Peeping the dog. And I keep swiping the screen. I can't see it anymore. Whoever snatches a private chat with me, speed, reward 3 million. After the group leader finished speaking, he immediately lifted the ban. A group of people began to frantically scan the screen again. 3 million? That is not a small amount of money. For ordinary families, it is too much. It is simply a huge amount of money. Lee Wyman is very excited now. Today is simply pain and happiness coexisting. He hurriedly added the group owner, and when he posted a screenshot, he saw the group owner directly sent a bank card number and speed. Lee Wyman didn't dare to say anything, so he sent the card number directly. After all, there is only 3 minutes to transfer the quota, and the local tyrant is not afraid of Lee Wyman cheating him. The local tyrant has a way to freeze this account. After receiving the SMS from the mobile bank card and looking at the string of zeros, Lee Wyman felt dreaming, and hurriedly sent the quota to the local tyrant. Then there was no contact, and the whole network exploded. It was too crazy to buy in that second. Adding up these money, how much money Yitan can make in 1 second? That's nearly 250 billion. When someone calculates it, the whole person is not good. Yitan is the one who earns the most money in the world. Beat the dog. Just like that, 250 billion in an instant. It's too deceiving. When all the local tyrants have filled in all the information, the order will be delivered. Tamron Group gave them a message, that is, stand in an open area, lock the target, and wait. All the local tyrants don't understand. What's the matter? Still standing in a clearing? They have to do as required. When everyone is located, they are in the Yishan base. Nearly 20,000 tons of anti-gravity sports cars are in the first island, an underground base. This is where anti-gravity sports cars are manufactured and where cars are stored. Roar. All the 20,000 anti-gravity sports cars turned on their lights, roared hideously, and then floated, lined up one by one, flying towards the exit. Swish swish. Yitan stood in the house, watching the anti-gravity sports cars flying outside, and his heart was shocked by words. This is the Dark Knight, so it is very shocking. The sports cars are going crazy towards China. In China's Air Defense Department. The alarm bell is mastering. Those monitors looked at the tens of thousands of anti-gravity sports cars on the radar in disbelief. Of course they will not intercept it, but there are orders from above. As long as an anti-gravity sports car is coming to China, they can only let it go, not stop. Those who purchase anti-gravity sports cars in China have to wait for countries to formulate laws for anti-gravity sports cars before they can leave China. Those who want to drive out of China will basically be returned by the assistant in the sports car. Therefore, Huixia was very relieved. They also believed in Yitan. But those monitors, they didn't expect that the Tamron Group actually sent it like this. And they were all unmanned. Anti-gravity sports cars are driving wildly in China, and many people have seen them and taken crazy pictures. After all, these tens of thousands of anti-gravity appear together, which is unprecedented. In the crowd, there was a local tyrant standing in the open space, surrounded by some local tyrants, all looking at him enviously. But he was the only one of these people who got the anti-gravity sports car. They also know what this local tyrant is standing here, waiting for the arrival of the anti-gravity sports car. Roar. There was a roar of dragons in the air, and the local tyrants raised their heads and saw that the anti-gravity sports car was floating above them, slowly descending, stopping steadily in the open space. The local tyrants were almost shocked and mad. The unmanned driving system was so accurate that it was so handsome. In the hearts of other local tyrants, it is very uncomfortable seeing that gorgeous, super-tech sports car, and then looking at your own sports car. It is simply disgusting. But Yi-Tan was sitting in the base, playing with his cell phone boringly. Suddenly, a group invited him. Yi-Tan was blinded. He had never joined anyone before. He clicked in and took a look. It turned out to be a fan group of a book. And there are so many beauties in it. I wipe it, and there are local tyrants. I go, and they give out red envelopes every day, but their red envelopes are so small. Forget it. Just earn 250 billion. Just give it to the group. Everyone in the group gave out 10 billion pieces, which is considered a meeting ceremony. Group 149,847,932. Friends you like can come in, Yi-Tan said with a smile. Chapter 149. Chapter 146. Use money to kill me. Thank you for your support, thank you. When anti-gravity sports cars came out, those local tyrants got their hands. All were flying in the air. Even on this day, the Aviation Administration banned all aircraft. Why? Especially, I am afraid that these anti-gravity sports cars will crash. It's not the anti-gravity damage, or their plane has a big hole. And this day is a lively day for Huaxia people. For example, every household who parked an anti-gravity sports car will immediately become famous. And in the afternoon of the day that Yi-Tan sold out, all the news agencies are hype. Xinlang Weibo, my brother, awesome, 250 billion per second? Just ask who else in the world, and see how Yi-Tan is against the sky. Penguin News. The horrible 250 billion per second is crazy. The anti-gravity sports car has been born. Is it still far from us to soar into the universe? Everyone was stunned when they saw the news. Although they were prepared in the first place, this achievement was truly placed in front of them. It was too violent and made their hearts beat with bumps. In a luxury hotel, some mysterious old dongs have already booked the scene. In the meeting room, a long round table meeting. Dozens of people looked at the tablet in their hands with gloomy faces. The content on the tablet is all about how the anti-gravity sports car is powerful and how fast, comparable to some large passenger planes. The veteran dongs who were watching turned blue. Boom. An aviation veteran slapped the tablet suddenly and sat angrily. The veterans present here are private airlines, public airlines, everything, and courier companies. They gathered today in order to discuss a specific plan, and letting Yi-Tan go to sell the anti-gravity sports car would simply cut off their money. The others also watched the video and sat in their original positions very angrily, thinking constantly. They are all people who have been in business for a long time. They know what it is called, and quarrels will not produce results. They all sat quietly. Everyone has received the above instructions. Let us stop all aircraft operations, and give us time to sort out, and they will consider letting our aircraft continue to operate when they set out a law to restrict anti-gravity sports cars. This veteran dong is a tycoon of corporate aviation and he is also the most representative person in it. After he said that, he paused. The others nodded in agreement, saying nothing wrong. But everyone was engrossed by this stuff. But what? You said. However, let us suspend the operation of the aircraft. This will cost us a lot, and it will also make Yi-Tan's sales crazier. But I checked on the official website. Today it is more than 20,000 and will be on sale next week. The regular version is now available. At that time, before the air ban has been issued, our aviation will be the first to be over, and it will be the crazy aviation. A regular version. How much money can be sold? Surely everyone can have it. Maybe by then, our aviation there really is no need to exist. After the old dong finished speaking, he took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, looking very vicissitudes and decadent. The eyes of the other veterans shrank suddenly. This is what they worry about the most. If Yi-Tan was released next week, Wouldn't it be forcing them to walk on the path to the absolute? What should we do now? The above will no longer give us any help, and our strength is too weak. At the beginning, when the global automakers held a meeting together, in the end, they still have no end. How many people are anti-gravity? The sports car is dead, and we are just an agent on it. Another old dong also said from the side. Others nodded their heads and agreed. How spectacular the Global Auto Dealers Conference was. Didn't Yeetan not move a finger and toss to death? Don't talk about them. Go and fight Yeetan, right? Isn't it looking for death? Hey, shall we just give up like this? Some people questioned. Everyone didn't speak. They didn't want to give up very much in their hearts. But what could they do? Boom. At this moment, the door was kicked open, and there was a man wearing a golden shirt, red leggings, a big gold chain around his neck, black sunglasses, and a big cigar in his mouth, holding him in his hand. A ferocious wolf dog. Behind him were several bodyguards wearing black suits and black sunglasses, looking extremely cool. The old dongs who are watching are also stunned. What's wrong? Ha ha ha, are you the aviation bosses? I heard that you are in crisis now, and it is still a very difficult moment to pass. The upstart man laughed wildly. The other veterans looked gloomy. Now who doesn't know that their aviation industry is going to the end? You even rushed to humiliate them so, immediately. All the veterans have no good expressions on this cargo. Seeing the old dongs not speaking, the nouveau riche smacked his lips and said with an arrogant attitude, "TSK TSK. No one said anything, I tell you. I am here to help you. I am your god of wealth." The other veterans were even more disdainful, returning to the god of wealth. "I don't know where the turtles came from. You still have a golden chain." "No. His coat, I wiped it." Peeping the dog, "You still use gold silk to make clothes. How much do you want to show off your wealth?" Beep the dog. The old dongs who saw the doorway were full of rich expressions, and they were crazy in their hearts. They feel as if they are no longer living on the earth, who have appeared all these years. Among them, the prestigious old dong felt that things were not so simple. He stood directly in front of everyone, looked at the upstart and said, "Dare to ask, this gentleman." When the upstart saw someone greeted him, he laughed and said, "I have said that I am here to help you. I am the son of the East Asia Group. You may not know about a company that has just started in the past few years, but I just watch it." Yeetan is upset. "I want to fuck him. But you have money, and I have it. I have a lot. I want as much as I want." The old dongs were so dumbfounded by this stuff, they didn't know how to answer the conversation. "Well, how do we cooperate?" the old dong asked with a frown. He must know if the goods were opened with them. If they do, they will be the headlines for the news tomorrow morning. "Hey, it's easy to die. I like people calling me a prodigal son." Then he'll use it to throw in 100 billion, let you smash Yeetan, and hype about how their anti-gravity sports car is so hot. I want him to scrap. After the nouveau riche finished speaking, he took off his sunglasses and said frantically with his light blue eyeballs. Seeing this crazy fierceness, these old dongs knew that this was a grudge, and it was still a big grudge, not like cheating, and the bodyguards behind him were not good at all, and the old dongs immediately believed his words. But then when I recalled this product, it seemed to say that I was going to give 100 billion, which was a beep. Suddenly their hearts were boiling. Chapter 150. Chapter 147, Strategies are in progress. Thank you for your support, thank you. The hearts of the old dongs were all made a violent beating by this upstart. 100 billion, not 10 billion. If it is 10 billion, of course it is a small amount in their eyes, and they may be able to get it out. But 100 billion, dare to say that? None of the veterans on the scene said that they could come up with so much. Wang! The nouveau riche led the wolf dog barking, and seemed to be impatient in this quiet place for a long time. Good dog, I will buy you a crocodile to eat later," the nouveau riche said. The dog really stopped barking. But the hearts of the old dongs are lying down. They can't say anything anymore. They eat alligators, beat the dogs. Whether the crocodiles eat the dogs or are enough to eat the alligators, It's so special, how can everyone have it? Ha ha ha, I won't tell you anymore. There are 100 billion in it. No matter what method you use, you will want to publicize that Yashin sports car has problems, and there are all kinds of his. If you do it well, I will be investing 500 billion in. With that, the nouveau riche threw 10 million directly to everyone. It's called a collapse for everyone. What is a local tyrant? This is the real local tyrant who is specifically aimed at. There are hundreds of billions at hand. You are so awesome, why not go to heaven? Let's go. I'm going to drive my anti-gravity sports car. It's really cool to drive. The nouveau riche even said that when he was leaving, the angry veterans almost increased their blood pressure and died suddenly here. What a fuck. Just now you said to deal with Yitan, and you said Yitan's sports car is so spicy. You are driving someone now. Is there such a shameless person? After watching the nouveau riche leave, these old dongs would not believe that there were 100 billion in it, so they hurriedly investigated. An old dong picked up his mobile phone, dialed the phone behind the bank card, and checked the balance. Once again, hearing 100 billion in it, everyone was dumbfounded and stared at each other dumbfounded. I didn't expect that there are so many in there, and it is so easy to give them. Don't worry, although the car doesn't have a password. It's too casual. Are you opening a vault at your home? Lost and still, this is 10 million. Shocked and shocked. The old dongs all smiled at each other. Yes, they resisted Yitan, at least they had capital. You can do it a lot, since it can't affect Yitan's roots. He can at least do it when disgusting. These veterans went back hurriedly and made preparations. And at the moment they just went out, the camera on the wall flashed by again. In the United States, the President of the United States and the Director of SHIELD are dealing with a lot of documents. In the past few days, he has struggled with the fact that the anti-gravity sports car is not on sale in the United States. Now the American people, many wealthy people are making noise, not allowing the sale of anti-gravity sports cars in the United States. They will withdraw their capital and leave the United States to go to China. At least China will always get the first right to sell. Have there been any major incidents in China in the last few days? The director of SHIELD Bureau approved the document without looking up, and said. The female secretary next to her took out the document she was holding on her chest and muttered. Yesterday, China Tenglong Technology Group sold a limited edition sports car, which was robbed in 1 second. In addition, the anti-gravity sports car brought a lot of industry influence to China. Aviation, automobiles, real estate dealers, trains, motorcars, etc. As long as all convenient transportation industries, it was hit hard. After listening, the director of SHIELD raised his head and nodded. That's right, the industries that have been hit hard are all right, and it is strange if they are not. With an anti-gravity sports car, what else do you need? In addition, last night, the senior directors of China Airlines gathered for a meeting. Someone stepped in and gave them a large amount of property, asking them to publicize the defects of the Yashin anti-gravity sports car. The secretary continued. The director of SHIELD came with interest. Oh? Do you know who it is? After investigation, he is the elder son of the East Asian Consortium. The background of this consortium is vague. Although many people know it, no one has seen it. This consortium has a large wealth. This elder son directly gave the aviation veteran 100 billion funds to deal with Yitan. We will continue to inject 50 million yuan into them. Hearing this, the eyes of the director of SHIELD Bureau suddenly lit up. He was so arrogant that he would directly give 100 billion yuan. And he was rich. Is there any contact information? The head of SHIELD asked. The secretary looked at the file, raised his head and shook his head and said, no, I heard that this person will be connected to our country in the next few days. I heard that he is going to meet some arms dealers. This is a mess. Great. The director of SHIELD had a smile on his face. Looking for an arms dealer? Didn't he just go with Yitan's? The country has no time to fight with Yitan. but private power is not the same. When the time comes, we must be notified. In addition, tell the arms dealers that we must give face. The director of SHIELD said gloomily. Understood. The secretary answered. Many countries are immersed in the bombardment of Tokyo because of Yitan's feces and urine. No matter how the people make noise or ask for the anti-gravity sports car to be launched, they ignore it and just wait. They are still the remains of crazy researchers from various countries. Some scientific and technological projects have been stopped and all researched. They don't work hard. They used to have such a fast rhythm. Ever since Yitan Henkong was born, it's so special. They can't wait to pounce on the ruins every day. Today, it's like, if you don't pay attention, Yitan will do it. Out of a super technology, all of them can't be faulty. And Yitan in the base. Of course, he didn't know the changes in the current situation, and he was still strolling around the base and enjoying the leisure time. And Eiffel, who hadn't seen him for a long time, also came right now. He didn't go away. He had to stay in the base. Yitan was speechless and had to take it in. According to Eiffel's words, the whole world was not safe. Only Yitan was safe here. He was afraid that one day he would get up and there would be feces and piss outside. In other words, it is still raining in Japan. Yitan visited the research room of the scientists. The large spacecraft is still under development, and the base transformation and evolution are also slowly underway. These two are relatively large projects. But Yitan, one project that the scientists need to study this time is games. Yes, it's too boring at the base. It's better to develop a holographic game that can at least allow Yitan to play well. Yitan then told Honglong about this idea, and Honglong arranged it. No one knows that this holographic helmet will be the beginning of changing the destiny of the Earth.